Chapter 426, Venoscorpion Swamp Base. The object that UTI ordered General Tananai to search for in the Pan-Human Alliance's capital has been found. It's currently on its way back to the insectoid capital. King Liu sternly said. Everyone was flabbergasted, and there was even a little fear on their faces. Hallie asked, "Is that object really that important to him?" King Liu replied, "Only UTI and his brother Tananai know what that object actually is, but it's not hard to see from how determined they are that the item is extremely important. There is no doubt about that. UTI fears death the most. Is it perhaps some sort of medicinal plant that can prolong or safeguard his life?" An elder stroked his beard and suggested. Everyone glanced at Xia Fei, for he had been the one to steal the divine herb, Blood Demon Claw, and they were all aware of it. Xia Fei was unperturbed. Once the Blood Demon Claw ripened, he could use it to repair his seventh brain region. He would not so easily give up that plant. Could it be some sort of weapon? The object was excavated from Venal Galaxy, the capital of the Pan-Human Alliance. That place was where ancient humans had once thrived and lived, and they're incredibly strong. Perhaps they left some kind of super weapon, but how did UTI find out about it? That's what I don't understand, another elder said. King Liu shook his head. All we know is that UTI secretly gave Tananai this mission, nothing else. At present, our spy on the front lines has sent word that Tananai really did find that object, and he sent a fleet back to the capital to escort it. We need to consider how we will deal with this. There's no time for speculation. Everyone nodded, but they still could not help but wonder what sort of object UTI would want. Xia Fei smiled and said, "Gentlemen, I don't know what that object is, nor do I want to know, but I do understand one thing. Since UTI has gone to such length just to get his hands on it, we can't let him get his way. If he wants that object, we can't let him get it. It doesn't matter whether it's a super weapon or some life-replenishing divine herb. All we need to understand is that, once UTI gets his hands on it, he'll probably get much stronger and become even more difficult to assassinate. Thus, we can't let that object reach UTI." Hallie was taken aback. "You're talking about robbery?" Xia Fei nodded. "Precisely." Hallie asked King Liu, who is commanding the escort fleet. King Liu replied, "UTI's nephew by blood, the might warrior Yigman, and also the deputy commander of the expedition army, Bliznan of the blood slug species." Hallie bitterly smiled and shook his head. "Yigman is just a useless young master, and it's only because of his blood relation to UTI that he got his important post in the army, but Bliznan isn't that simple. He's ranked 7th on the Sacred Warrior leaderboard." Xia Fei indifferently said, "I know. Admiral Bliznan, a grade 6 stagnation ability user. He is able to produce obstructive waves around his body, which can greatly reduce the speed of those around him." Hallie said, "That insectoid's ability specifically counters your speed. If we're talking about a robbery, we absolutely couldn't intervene. You would have to rely on yourself." Xia Fei lit a cigarette, and after a few moments of silence, he asked, "Is there a way of getting me aboard the escort fleet?" This, on the screen, King Liu frowned. "Please wait a moment. I will go and research their route in detail." King Liu turned off the screen, temporarily ending communication with Black Peak Ridge. "You had better understand that the stagnation ability is a natural counter to your speed. Once your speed is greatly reduced, you lose your greatest layer of protection. Moreover, infiltrating deep into the enemy fleet is in itself a very risky course of action," Phantom said. Xia Fei replied, "An eternal rank stagnation ability user is only one rank higher than I am. If we extrapolate using some common sense, even at his highest level, my speed should still be able to maintain 500 meters per second. That speed is enough to deal with him. What's key is the opportunity." "Opportunity?" "Yes, an opportunity to face him alone. If he has many other ability users by his side, my chances of victory will truly be slim, but if I fight him while he's by himself, then I'm rather confident that I won't lose." Phantom laughed. "It's a fleet made of several dozen warships. How could he be alone? I think you should do some more research before making your decision." Xia Fei nodded and said no more. King Liu would need some time to gather information on the fleet, so Hallie invited Xia Fei to a meal. Xia Fei had already been recognized as one of the God of Night's children, so their attitude toward him had naturally improved. Xia Fei had relied on fruits like white dew to fill his stomach during his 3 days in the virtual world, and his hunger was almost unbearable. Thus, he accepted the invitation and had a large meal together with them in their dining room. Insectoid food could not be described as exquisite, mostly simple dishes like roasted meat, but it was very filling. Xia Fei had never been a picky eater and had only ever sought a full belly. The others could not help but question him about the god of night, and Xia Fei answered them indifferently. The more enigmatic his tone, the more these insectoids believed. King Liu finally got back to them at sunset. Xia Fei did not immediately make his decision, instead asking King Liu to give him the information so that he could take it back to his room and carefully review it. The room the Guild of the Wise had arranged for Xia Fei was bright and spacious, but that exquisitely furnished room had been completely transformed by Xia Fei. The walls were covered in star maps, the schematics for the ships of the escort fleet, the navigation map, with a photo and combat info of stagnation ability user Bliznan. Xia Fei sat in a chair, a cigarette in his hand, staring at the information on the wall through a cloud of smoke, reviewing it again and again. Displaying all the information like this was Xia Fei's habit. It was said that this method could reinforce the impression this information had on the mind and allow one to make the most correct judgment. However, Xia Fei did it purely out of convenience. He could not be bothered to flip through page after page. It's not easy. Of the 14 days of journey, 3 of them are in the Pan-Human Alliance, half will be within wormholes, and 2 days will be in the heavily guarded defensive perimeter around the capital. You will only have 8 days and 12 hours. In those 8 days, you must infiltrate the escort fleet, kill the stagnation ability user Bliznan, and steal or destroy that object that UTI so direly needs, Phantom said. Xia Fei nodded. Several hours had been enough for him to analyze the data and make his conclusion on the mission. Standing up, Xia Fei pointed at the star map on the wall. The escort fleet consists of 1 capital ship, 12 battleships, 36 cruisers, and 36 scout frigates. It's a very powerful force. Even so, UTI still lacks confidence in that fleet. Before it arrives at the capital, he is having 2 security fleets join it. The first one will meet the escort fleet as soon as it enters the insectoid territory. The second one will set off from the Venoscorpion swamp base and join the escort fleet. Other than that, the fleet will not stop at any other place for even 1 minute, so I will have only 2 chances of getting close to it. Time won't permit us to get from Black Peak Ridge to the stealth wormhole in time, so the only option we have is to go with the Venoscorpion swamp base. Phantom frowned. Venoscorpion swamp base is an important military base which has to be passed before entering the imperial capital. Tens of thousands of warships are anchored there. Isn't robbing the escort fleet there a bit too dangerous? Xia Fei shrugged. Each time it passes through a wormhole, the escort fleet only needs 10 minutes to readjust before setting off again. Trying to find out where they stop is far too difficult, but at Venoscorpion swamp base, the escort fleet will wait in space for an entire hour so that the protection fleet can join it. There's plenty of things that could be done in that 1 hour. More importantly, King Liu can get me the coordinates for the rendezvous point. We simply need to get there before they do and bide our time. Phantom was a little lacking in confidence, pensively saying, but have you considered this? Venoscorpion swamp is not even 24 hours from the insectoid capital. The closer to the capital's defense ring you are, the more dangerous it is. After all, that area is heavily guarded. If you can't quickly complete your robbery, you'll be in for a very hard time. Xia Fei calmly took out a star of ruin from his spatial ring and smiled. It would be great if I could get my hands on the treasure that Tananai had dug up for UTI. Something that UTI has gone to such great lengths to get can't be some low-quality item. Besides, it was dug up from Venal Galaxy, so it originally belonged to mankind. In my hands, it can be considered as having returned to its original owner. At worst, I'll use this thing to just destroy the escort fleet. If we can't get it, then neither can UTI. Phantom creased his brows. Hurry up and put the Star of Ruin away. Its effects are just too shocking. It's not going to just be a joke if there's an accident. Once Xia Fei put away the Star of Ruin, Phantom let out a sigh of relief. Since you understand the pros and cons, I have no objection. If we can steal it, and if we can't, destroy it. I trust in your ability to respond according to the situation. Whoosh! Vampire set off for this most important military base of the insectoid race, Venoscorpion Swamp. Hallie and Mingjing were also aboard. King Liu had already conceded and agreed to make Xia Fei a collaborator, sharing with him his side's intelligence and resources. His only demand was that he took Hallie with him. He said that this was for the sake of Xia Fei's safety. Hallie was a darkness ability user, and if something happened to Xia Fei, Hallie could sweep him up in the darkness and escape with him while remaining undiscovered. In the entire Guild of the Wise, only he could work with Xia Fei. King Liu had spoken so sincerely, as if he truly was concerned about Xia Fei. Of course, Xia Fei understood that this was simply a manner of check and balance they share, and it existed because they did not trust him enough. Therefore, Xia Fei did not object. Even he would have found it absurd if the insectoids had let him stand with them without condition, so he agreed. As for Ming Jing, as Hallia's ability was the only way of stopping her from communicating with High Priest Ryan, so they had been no other choice but to bring her along. Once the route was set, Vampire silently began making its way through space. Xia Fei placed his feet on the command deck and muttered, "What could have possibly been dug out from Venal Galaxy?" Chapter 427, The Escort Fleet. The flight was very quick. Vampire, which was fitted with a top-class Black Mamba 130 engine, could advance at around 120% the speed of an ordinary warship. 3 days before the escort's appearance, it arrived at the outer edge of Venoscorpion Swamp Base. Hallie had been very quiet the entire journey, remaining in his room and rarely emerging. Only during mealtimes would he chat a little with Xia Fei. Ming Jing had once more been thrown into a storage compartment, with little Pod taking care of her. Pod was very concerned about this young girl. Let alone providing her food and drink, he also helped her bathe, comb her hair, and change her clothes. Xia Fei had gone to the storage compartment to look once. After experiencing Pod's meticulous care, Ming Jing had more of a human odor about her. Her long golden hair had been coiled up, and she was wearing one of Xia Fei's old white shirts as she worriedly curled up in a corner. In truth, Xia Fei was also somewhat unable to bear it. Encountering a human in the insectoid territory should have been something to be happy about, and Ming Jing was a mute. This and her pathetic appearance could probably earn many sympathetic tears. However, this sort of emotion was quickly drowned out by Xia Fei's wariness. Currently, Xia Fei would not kill her, but he would not so easily trust her either. In short, Xia Fei no longer felt disgust for Ming Jing. Pod had sharp eyes, and every day, he would always bring exactly 3 of Ming Jing's questions. All of them concerned humans and the Pan-Human Alliance. Xia Fei did not answer perfunctorily to them as he did before, and had rather earnestly addressed all of Ming Jing's questions. He even stored a few books in Ming Jing's electronic notebook for her to read in her free time. Her electronic notebook was originally made from the insectoid technology, and it was not compatible with the equipment of the Pan-Human Alliance. Xia Fei had spent 20 minutes modifying it. For the constantly busy and tense Xia Fei, this was quite a good deal of attention. Books were man's best friend. There was nothing false about this phrase. In the past, when Xia Fei had been in the lower class, he had read tons of books in order to become an expert in electronics, machines, and warships. By reading, Ming Jing could also understand a little about human life. However, this made her only more curious about Xia Fei. Every day, she hoped that Xia Fei would come by the small storage compartment to see her. Alas, other than that one time he came by and nodded at her, he never appeared again. Do not leave too deep an impression with an enemy. This was a principle that all warriors understood. At present, Ming Jing was still his enemy, so Xia Fei continued to do firmly what he should do, keeping a distance from her so that they would avoid understanding each other. Still, he had no idea that Pod would frequently give Ming Jing pictures of Xia Fei living and fighting, satisfying her curiosity, so the more Xia Fei wanted his existence to fade from her heart, the more impossible it became. Gradually, the shadow he cast on Ming Jing's heart grew deeper and more distinct. Hallie emerged from his room and onto the command deck. Xia Fei was standing in front of the window, gazing at the distant mass of warships. They were rather close, so he could clearly make out the giant capital ships over Venoscorpion Swamp Base. Hallie frowned, walking up and saying, "We're too close to the base. It's better to create some distance to be safe. Although your warship can cloak, and there's also my darkness ability on the outside for concealment, it's still not safe." In truth, they were only able to get so close without being discovered due to the Estamel cloaking system. As for Hallia's darkness ability, while it could add an additional layer of protection to their ship, it could not block energy pulses and electronic signals. It could only block vision and abilities. Xia Fei nodded. "I went this close only to get a closer look at the movements in the base. You insectoids truly aren't simple. After dispatching several thousand ships to the Pan-Human Alliance, you still have so many capital ships back home." Hallie replied, These flashy ships are made from the blood and sweat of the common folks. The entire insectoid race have worked for thousands of years to construct all these metal monsters. The insectoids have far more territory and population than the Pan-Human Alliance, and they've been single-mindedly focused on developing the military, so it's only natural that we would have the upper hand in this war. In truth, I have hoped to have a resplendent culture and history, like your race, than to have all these warships. In the history of the insectoids, there's nothing to write about except war. A finger lightly tapped on the control board a few times, and the vampire flew into the distance, swiftly leaving this system which was packed with warships. Have the rendezvous coordinates been confirmed? Xia Fei asked. Hallie shook his head. Old Qing is still working on it, but it's not easy to pry at crucial parts like that. UTI is an extremely paranoid insectoid, and any insectoid whom he doesn't believe to be trustworthy will never be allowed into his inner circle. Xia Fei nodded. It has to be done soon. There are only 48 hours left. The minutes continued to pass, and the time of the escort fleet's arrival drew closer and closer, but King Liu was still unable to get the coordinates for the rendezvous point. It had to be understood that a warship could cross 50,000 light-years with every jump. If the escort fleet was not planning to join up with the security fleet at the base, then any point in the vast expanse of space could serve as their temporary mooring point. Unless one had the exact coordinates, one would find it very difficult to keep up with them in a timely fashion. Hallie grew increasingly nervous and started pacing back and forth on the command deck, constantly glancing at the encrypted communication device in his hand for news from King Liu. Meanwhile, Xia Fei sat in front of a computer and analyzed some data with a focused expression. Only 6 hours left. What is old Qing doing? We still don't know the exact coordinates of the rendezvous. What are we going to do? Hallie said in a panic. Xia Fei indifferently said, Don't panic. The ships of Venoscorpion Swamp Base have yet to move. Hallie answered, They have the coordinates, so they only need a few jumps to reach the rendezvous point. Naturally, they're in no rush. As for us, if we can't get the coordinates and execute our plan to get close, we'll lose the chance. He walked up to Xia Fei and saw numerous times and numbers on the screen. A countdown was currently jumping around, calculating the time of the escort fleet's arrival. What is this? Hallie curiously asked. The Venoscorpion Swamp Fleet sends a patrol fleet out at certain intervals. This is a record of their patrol times. What's the point in looking at that? Xia Fei raised his head to glance at him and smiled. The escort task is an extremely secretive mission, and UTI places a great deal of importance on it. If I were the commander of this base, I would definitely be very nervous. As for the place the escort fleet will soon stop at, it's surely going to be placed under heavy surveillance, so I may send several drones to inspect the area. If I can find places patrolled more frequently than once every 24 hours, it means that the schedule may have been altered. Hallie was startled. Xia Fei was right. Military patrols always had a set schedule, and the route and fleet composition would rarely change. If one place was suddenly patrolled more often, it meant that it was under heavy surveillance, which translated to that place possibly being the escort fleet's stop location. How is it? Did you discover anything? Hallie sternly asked, feeling some admiration for Xia Fei's meticulous mindset. It turned out that Xia Fei had already had a solution on what to do if King Liu could not get his hands on the coordinates. Xia Fei nodded. In the last 24 hours, the number of patrols coming and going in Venoscorpion Swamp has become much more frequent. 3 of these areas are being patrolled more frequently and with more ships. The closest is 67,000 light-years while the farthest is 140,000 light-years away. All of these areas are deserted and are capable of serving as an anchoring point for a fleet. 3 places. Hallie muttered to himself. That's rather strange. The radar system suddenly detected a fleet moving out from Venoscorpion Swamp Base. The points of light indicated that 3 fleets had launched from the base at the same time, heading off in 3 different directions, and each fleet had the same composition. Xia Fei clenched his teeth. UTI is truly cautious so much that he would even use decoys in his territory. Hallie helplessly said, That's really because of you. Ever since you used that unknown superweapon to destroy half a system, UTI has grown even more cautious. I'm afraid that you won't be able to use the same move this time. Phantom commented, The 3 fleets took off at the same time, so no matter which one you follow, you'll only have a 33% chance. Forget about this mysterious treasure and just use this chance to blow up the base. The loss of so many warships is certain to leave UTI furious. Xia Fei shook his head. Look here, all the warships are spread out. Besides a few by the port, the rest are scattered on the outer edge of the system. Even a star of ruin will only be able to destroy 1/12 of the fleet, and that's barely only a flesh wound. UTI probably specially arranged for it to be like this. I only have 2 stars of ruin, and I need to keep them for use on only the most crucial of moments. Phantom cursed. UTI was the smartest insectoid king in the history of the race and had an incredibly high IQ. He also knew how to spread his armies. The strange formation the ships of Venoscorpion swamp base had taken up was clearly aimed to counter Xia Fei's moves. The receiving fleet has probably set out. What do we do? Hallie anxiously asked. Xia Fei looked at the radar and smiled. Pointing at one of the fleets, he said, we just follow this one. Whoosh! Vampire followed this fleet at a leisure pace. After 3 jumps, they crossed 140,000 light years. This place was one of the areas Xia Fei had been watching. After sulking for a long while, Hallie asked, how did you determine that it's the real receiving fleet? Xia Fei casually replied, as they left 6 hours ago, it means that the destination of the receiving fleet must be within 1 to 5 jumps. The first 2 areas will only need 2 jumps, which is a trip of about 2 hours. Only this one requires 3 hours to reach. If it's just a trip of 2 hours, heading off 6 hours early is a little too hurried. Hallie was speechless. He could not say that Xia Fei's reason was absurd, but it also felt like it was missing something. Xia Fei stood up, leaving Hallie behind as he headed alone to the combat equipment room. This place was where his equipment was stored and maintained. Xia Fei took a star of ruin and installed it in a projectile mine, then he cautiously placed the mine into the launch tube. When the fleet arrived and Xia Fei found that there was no opportunity to infiltrate, he would use this ultimate explosive without hesitation and destroy the escort fleet. He would rather break the jade than leave the tile intact. However, Xia Fei really did not want to do this. After all, he was greatly tempted by that mysterious object. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he would be unwilling to use this plan. After 3 more hours had passed, more than 100 dazzling warp tunnels opened up, and the escort fleet carrying out this special mission arrived. Chapter 428, There and Back. More than 100 warp tunnels suddenly opened, and a massive fleet containing 2 capital ships appeared in the pitch darkness of space. The excited Xia Fei tapped on the control console and had his vampire slowly approach the escort fleet. Why does one fleet seem like it's going back? Xia Fei asked in surprise. Hallie replied, the first fleet is a border force. They aren't qualified to enter the Imperial Capital region, so they are switching out with the Internal Forces fleet. UTI has always been extremely cautious. Other than his personal soldiers, he forbids any other armies from approaching the capital, and those who do will be punished as traitors. Xia Fei nodded. This sort of thing was rather common since ancient times. It was no wonder the fleet had paused here for a little. It was for a changing of the guard. The 2 fleets had met here to reconsolidate. The massive warships began to turn their bodies and rearrange themselves clumsily, the formation both chaotic and orderly. The 2 capital ships were in the center of the fleet while the other warships were ringed around them in a layer of protection. What do we do now? While your warship can remain stealthed, let alone boarding, even getting close to the fleet is impossible. The defenses are too tight. A formation made of more than 100 warships is essentially unbreakable, Hallie nervously said. Phantom also said, stop hesitating. Regardless of what object was found in the Pan-Human Alliance, destroy it together with this fleet. The minutes flew past. After each jump, a warship required 50 minutes to readjust. Once the readjustment time was passed, they could set off again. If he wanted to use the Star of Ruin, it must be in this time period. Xia Fei had never been a hesitant or an indecisive person, but he was extremely worried today. First, destroying the fleet would require using one of his precious Stars of Ruin, and he only had 2 of these super explosives created by the ancient civilization left. Moreover, these might be the last 2 Stars of Ruin in the entire universe. Each was incredibly valuable, and Xia Fei had been planning to use them on UTI. Second, he was extremely interested in the mysterious object which UTI had gone at such great lengths to excavate from the Pan-Human Alliance. No one would believe that it did not have any value. If it had valuable information regarding the ancient civilization or if it concerned the mysterious 3 great laws, destroying it would be an irreparable loss. Thus, unless it was absolutely necessary, Xia Fei would not take this sort of action. We still have 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, the fleet will set off again. Any farther and it will be the Imperial capital's defense ring, Halley sternly reminded Xia Fei. Bang! Xia Fei placed his fists together and spoke as if he were venting his frustration. Their defenses are too tight. I truly have no chance to board the warship. Since that's so, then destroy it all. Activate all active modules. Prepare to open up a wormhole at any time. Direction 23595 full speed. Xia Fei furiously bellowed. Whoosh! The vampire accelerated toward the fleet. Under the cover of its cloaking system, it naturally approached silently like a ghost. Xia Fei tensely stared at the radar, looking for the best place to shoot. Now is the moment. Fire the mine. Start the stealth jump. Xia Fei loudly ordered. A cloaked warship could not do that much. Even launching an explosive would cause it to drop out of stealth. Thus, by launching the mine, Xia Fei was exposing himself. He had to leave at once. Whoosh! An ordinary and unremarkable mine was launched, descending at a leisure pace. At the same time, the protective layer around Vampire was discontinued, and as was its jamming of electronics and energy signals. Fortunately, the entire process required 30 seconds rather than being immediately revealed. Otherwise, Xia Fei would have been immediately locked on and obliterated by these numerous warships. The stealth wormhole silently opened, and Vampire charged in. Xia Fei had calculated that 30 seconds was just enough to complete this series of actions, launching the mines and then jumping away. After all, Vampire was only a frigate. When it came to speed and agility, it far surpassed the Impaler. Still, they were all still very nervous. They risked facing the attacks of more than 100 warships if they were discovered, so the consequences would truly be unthinkable. Halley felt his heart madly thumping, almost about to beat out of his chest. They were so close to those metal behemoths that he could even see the pitch-black barrels of their cannons through the command deck window. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The signal radius of Vampire grew larger and larger, and just when it was about to hit the radar range of the opposing ships, the end of the ship finally entered the wormhole. Whoosh! The wormhole immediately closed, and dazzling lights appeared outside the window, and then they began to streak backward at high speeds like comets. Halley sat back on the sofa and sighed. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and took a sip of tea. That thing you've just released is the superbomb that can destroy half a star system? Halley curiously asked. Xia Fei nodded. Halley muttered, it didn't seem that different. How could it be so powerful? Do you still have any more of those bombs? Xia Fei smiled. Those were ancient relics we dug up from some ancient ruins long ago. There were only 2 left, and both have been used up. If not, I would have used them on UTI. A pity, truly a pity, Halley muttered. Intense energy waves appeared on the radar. The energy waves created by the bomb were like boulders thrown into a lake, energy waves rapidly spreading outward, their power difficult to describe. Xia Fei, Halley, and Phantom all stared at the screen. Glancing at the timer, Halley excitedly shouted, "Success! The escort fleet must have been destroyed by such a powerful explosion." Whoosh! Vampire emerged from a wormhole. Hidden in the pitch-black darkness of space, it slowly moved forward. Halley sighed in relief. That sight just now was truly harrowing. I didn't think that controlling a warship would be even more stimulating than fighting barehanded. When you released that bomb above the massive ship, the nearest warship was only dozens of kilometers away. I almost thought you would crash into it. Since ancient times, whether it was the Pan-Human Alliance or the Insectoids, their warriors had all rejected technology, believing that martial arts strength was the strongest, but after today, Halley had a completely new understanding of these overlords of the universe that were warships, and he also grew envious of this vampire of Xia Fei's, which had a strange appearance and was also capable of stealth. Xia Fei said nothing, simply staring at the radar while in thought. Suddenly, Xia Fei stood up and ordered the smart computer, "Turn the ship around. Set the coordinates at 100 kilometers from the explosions just now. Shut down all unnecessary systems. Funnel all energy to the energy reserve." Pa! The lights of the command deck went out, and the temperature control system followed. The air gradually began to chill as all the energy was funneled to the warp engine. The refrigerator, the smart washing machine, and all of the modules which had nothing to do with navigation were shut down. Each jump would consume large quantities of energy. Energy was normally stored in the energy reserve, but once it was used up, it would take around 50 minutes to recharge. Xia Fei was mustering up all the ship's energy in the hopes that he could bring that time down to 40 minutes. Hallie was alarmed, speaking in a trembling tone, "Xia Fei, have you gone crazy? Returning to the site of explosion might result in us running into the emergency response fleets converging there. Everything would be over if that were so." Xia Fei coldly stared at the radar and said, "The nearest fleet will arrive in 72 minutes. If my calculations are correct, considering the time it takes to get there, we will have about 20 minutes to search and 20 minutes to escape the field." Hallie did not dare to believe his ears. In his eyes, casting that bomb into the enemy fleet was crazy enough, and now he was risking his life to go back? It was sheer madness. This entourage of warships was UTI's secret fleet. Now that it had encountered a problem, a large number of reinforcements were bound to arrive. Moreover, this place was very close to Venoscorpion Swamp Base. The fleets there were probably going insane trying to get here. Xia Fei stared at the radar, taking in the locations of every ship in the area. The AI was furiously calculating which warships would get there before Xia Fei. "A small patrol squad will arrive 3 minutes before us, but it's not too strong. Vampire can deal with it," Xia Fei sternly said, apparently hoping to soothe Hallia's worries. Phantom helplessly shrugged his shoulders. He had no plans of trying to persuade Xia Fei otherwise in the middle of his bout of madness, for he was well aware that once Xia Fei had made up his mind, he was as stubborn as stone. Hallie sighed. "Can you at least tell me why you want to go back?" Xia Fei casually said, "It's very simple. I'm unwilling to believe that the mysterious object was destroyed just like that. If that's really some sort of divine artifact, it shouldn't be that easy to destroy." Whoosh! Vampire emerged from a wormhole, appearing in the middle of devastation. That anchoring point for a fleet was now a graveyard of the universe. The Star of Ruin's power was immense, much of the debris pushed to as far as several million kilometers away. These pieces of debris were extremely small, like tiny snowflakes. Obliterating massive warships into dregs, this was the power of a Star of Ruin. Around 300 kilometers away, 2 insectoid warships looked at the wreckage in stupefaction, the crew members too shocked for words. Their passing by had been sheer coincidence. After noticing the massive explosion, they had rushed over to investigate. They had never imagined that they would be seeing such a gruesome scene. "Advance at full speed. Firing systems, lock onto the enemy warships. Energy shields up. Prep the boosters. Be ready to activate them at any time. Activate the energy drain system. Pulse lasers, give the targets a savage beating. Release the combat drones. Attack target number 1. Radar system at 100% operation. Scan for any suspicious targets in the vicinity. If there's any abnormal signal waves or energy fluctuations, or any object that's 3 times larger than the average debris size, I want to see it." Xia Fei issued a string of orders. As Vampire dealt with the 2 insectoid cruisers, it also began searching the sea of wreckage for that item UTI had so dearly desired. Chapter 429, Pulling the Chestnut Out of the Fire. The 2 insectoid warships passing through this area would have never imagined that they would be taking fire from a human warship so close to Venoscorpion Swamp Base. Vampire exited stealth and activated both its pulse lasers and energy drainers. The pulse lasers spat out white flames, while the energy drainers began crazily draining energy from the enemy ship. Both sides of this battle had just finished using most of their energy for a jump, and neither side had much energy, but as there were 2 cruisers on the insectoid side, they had the slight advantage in terms of energy reserve. Alas, Vampire reduced this advantage to nothing. As could be seen in its name, it could suck dry the blood of the enemy. Drink dry the marrow of the enemy. Activate the backup energy drainers. I want the energy of that second warship completely sapped. Xia Fei coldly ordered. Whoosh! The second energy drainer immediately got to work, and Vampire quickly began to take the energy of the 2 insectoid cruisers for itself, restoring power to the warp engine and ensuring that the energy shields could activate and that the pulse lasers could operate smoothly. As for the enemy, after firing a few shots, they did not have the energy to keep attacking Xia Fei. Even their energy shields failed. Vampire crazily fired its lasers and soon began to destroy their armor. The insectoid warships tried their best to gather energy, but the more they did this, the more their energy was drained by Vampire. Not only could they not counterattack, they only restored more and more energy to Vampire. One side weakened while the other side grew stronger, and these 2 cruisers, which were much larger than Vampire, were soon in a completely passive state. The powerful energy drainers of Vampire even made it impossible for them to escape. The lack of energy even caused the lights of the command deck to go out. Through the window, one could clearly see the insectoid soldiers running around the warship in a panic. While energy draining could not directly kill the enemy, it could disarm them, forcing them to either surrender or be beaten. It was undoubtedly the most sinister of ways for a warship to attack. Halia's jaw dropped. He found it impossible to believe that this ship he was on was so violently oppressing the two cruisers, which far surpassed it when it came to both firepower and armor. It had to be understood that frigates and cruisers were separated by two whole ship classes. They simply were not on the same level. Rumble. This battle ended without any suspense at all. The first insectoid cruiser exploded. Fire erupted outward. The two energy drainers targeted the second warship, draining it all of its energy, pushing it down so that it could be given a savage beating. This simply was not a fair fight. This insectoid warship had never been able to muster even the tiniest bit of energy. Meanwhile, Vampire gained more and more energy. A warship without energy was like a human body without blood. It could not attack, could not escape, and could not even send a help signal back to base. Vampire was a heaven-defying existence. Xia Fei was not focused on the two insectoid warships. He was well aware of how powerful his Vampire was. These two cruisers could not threaten him. The energy shield boosters and the energy draining devices made Vampire far surpass all other warships of the same class, becoming an existence that had transcended the frigate class. The radar system was still analyzing the debris floating in space. With each suspicious area it found, it would conduct a more meticulous search. As debris littered the surrounding several million kilometers, this analysis did not happen very quickly. The more time dragged on, the more dangerous it was. The surrounding debris would affect the STML cloaking system and was highly likely to render it ineffective. The radar clearly showed that more and more insectoid warships were converging on this area as quickly as they went. In a fight against numerous warships, even Vampire would have no chance at victory. Bang! In a massive explosion, the second insectoid cruiser turned into a ball of flame that illuminated the blackness of space. Halley almost broke out in an applause. To start outnumbered and annihilate two cruisers, Vampire had put on a splendid performance. Besides excitement, he also could not help but feel some confusion about Xia Fei. A bomb that could destroy half a star system, an unimaginably powerful warship, and speed that exceeded 30,000 meters per second. Such an elite warrior could not be a minor figure in the Pan-Human Alliance. It seemed that working with Xia Fei was not a completely unreasonable idea for the Guild of the Wise. A battleship is going to be here soon. 1 minute and 15 seconds, Xia Fei sternly said. Battleships have more firepower. Prepare for some turbulence. Phantom and Halley said nothing. At this point, what could they say? It was clear that anything they said would be unable to change Xia Fei's mind. All they could do was wait at his side and see how he dealt with the situation. Warm up the overclocking system. Have the energy shield booster array start storing up energy. Whoosh! As expected, about 1 minute later, a savage-looking insectoid battleship jumped out of a wormhole, appearing less than 500 kilometers away, its pitch-black cannon barrels frightening to behold. Get close! Vampire rapidly accelerated, its thrusters ejecting hot flames as it rushed at the battleship that had to be more than 100 times its size. Circle around it at a distance of 100 kilometers. Open fire! Energy draining devices, go! Work the energy shield booster array at 120%. Use the stasis web of fire and hold it down. Right after the insectoid battleship appeared, Vampire began circling around it and giving it a savage beating. This sudden assault made the insectoid warship freeze for a few seconds, and then it began locking onto Vampire, its massive cannons trying to track it. Bang! The insectoid warship finally began to fire. While Vampire's speed minimized the damage done, the insides of the ship still fiercely swayed. The sleeping furball on the sofa was hurled onto the ceiling. Energy shield booster array at 100%. Radar, keep searching. Xia Fei held a bumpy object on the command deck, not even looking at the enemy ship. His eyes were fixed on the search results from the radar. More and more enemies were appearing, and a prolonged battle was not wise. What was most important was to find that object and then immediately flee the battlefield. Bang! Another volley. Vampire shuddered once more, but the energy shield booster array continued to play a huge role. The 4 energy shield boosters created a powerful defense for the warship, and the energy drainers were constantly extracting energy from the enemy ship, ensuring that the energy reserves remained full. Warning! Insectoid fleet discovered. Estimated arrival on the battlefield at 30 minutes, the AI called out in a cold female voice. Hallie was nervous to the extreme. This one battleship was hard enough to deal with, let alone a fleet. Retreat. A large number of ships will be here soon, Phantom sternly said. Xia Fei shook his head, his expression focused. Vampire has a Black Mamba 130 engine. It only needs a few minutes to leave the battlefield. With the two energy drainers working away, the insectoid battleship was finally drained of power, its shield instantly disappearing. The pulse lasers began directly working against the armor. Xia Fei glanced at the energy readouts. This battleship clearly had much more energy than the two cruisers. His energy reserves were at 85%, and he could soon start a jump. However, the numbers were already beginning to slow down, as there was not much energy that could be absorbed from the battleship left. Reactor overclocking at 40%. I need to be able to start a jump within 5 minutes. Prepare for an impromptu jump. Xia Fei sternly ordered. Xia Fei had to leave the battlefield before the insectoid fleet arrived no matter what, even if he failed to find that object. The best result would be for his reactor to replenish the energy reserves before the enemy fleet arrived. Otherwise, he would have to use an emergency jump, using his current energy reserves to make a random jump. An emergency jump was extremely dangerous, for he had no control over the wormhole. The last time he had used an emergency jump, the cannon barrage from an insectoid fleet had caused the coordinates of the wormhole to shift, resulting in Xia Fei wandering around the insectoid territory. Unless it was absolutely necessary, it was best not to use an emergency jump. Suddenly, the radar indicated that it had found a strange object in the debris. The object was rectangular, about 3 meters long, its outer casing made of some metal alloy. Even though it had been through the explosion of a star of ruin, the outer shell was perfectly preserved, without even a dent. Hurry! Get close! Get the tractor beam ready! Accelerate the energy replenishment of the warp engine! Xia Fei ordered. A metal casing which could survive such an intense explosion unharmed could not be simple. Xia Fei's intuition was telling him that this black box was what he had been searching for. Whoosh! Vampire accelerated at full speed. Flying into the distance. That insectoid battleship had been beaten down to its last structural layer, fire gushing out of its enormous body. Bang! As Vampire was just about to leave, it launched a furious barrage from its lasers, piercing through the last structural layer of the battleship and destroying it. Hallie waved his fist in the air, his expression excited. He had completely forgotten that he was also an insectoid. The black alloy box was not that far away. Vampire needed only a few minutes to approach it rapidly, but there was still some distance until the tractor beam could pull it in. 1, 2, 3. Innumerable warp tunnels opened at the same time. The insectoid fleet was coming. Massive warships began emerging from the wormholes. The battleship had just sent information about an enemy ship on this battlefield to the main fleet, so the moment these ships appeared, they began locking onto Vampire. The radar flashed red. The situation was perilous. If these warships all opened fire at once, Xia Fei had no hope of survival. Open the warp tunnel. Overclock the engine, the tractor beam, and the energy shield boosters as well. At the final moment, that ancient overclocking chip played a crucial role. While overclocked, the tractor beam's range doubled. A white beam shot out and grabbed onto that black alloy box in the middle of a pile of debris, after which, the warship swiftly charged into a wormhole. Rumble! Just when Vampire was about to be shot down, it disappeared. Chapter 430, Planet Deiyou. In the darkness of space, Vampire continued to progress onward. In its cargo hold was a large black metal case, and it was flat like a mirror with not even a trace of defect and a golden lock to keep its contents secured. Let me try and open it, Hallie rolled up his sleeves and said. Xia Fei suddenly shook his head. Even a star of ruin didn't manage to blow the lock up. Do you really want to give it a shot? Hallie was speechless. The force of the explosion was enough to ruin half a galaxy, yet this case and lock remained completely intact. It was evident that the sturdiness of this case was unmatched and well beyond his wildest imagination. Wanting to get it open through brute force was no better than a fool's dream. Xia Fei glanced at Phantom. Can you sense anything? Phantom replied, this thing's like a black hole, I'm hardly getting any reaction. Thus, I can safely say that it isn't an energy entity, or at the very least, nothing inside contains energy. It should be purely metal. Xia Fei nodded. This was a very strange case, and he had only detected its presence through the ship's detectors. Furthermore, the signal was extremely weak, and there was absolutely no way of knowing what was inside. Be it Xia Fei's consciousness, Phantom's energy sense, or Halia's darkness ability, nothing seemed to be able to penetrate the case. The black metal exterior was preventing any attempts at probing what was contained within. Xia Fei gave the matter some thought and knelt to inspect that golden hexagonal lock. He noticed that there was no aperture for which to fit a key into, so it was impossible even if Xia Fei had wanted to try and pick this locking mechanism. There was a triangular groove on the metal surface, as if there was another item that could be joined together there, and it would either rely on a passcode or some energy reaction to unlock the case. Furrowing his brows, Xia Fei somewhat disappointedly stored the black case back into his spatial ring. That was when the communicator Hallie was holding rang, and Xia Fei knowingly left the cargo hold for the command deck. Hallie would always secretly hide himself away every time he took the call, and Xia Fei could not be bothered to find out who he was having a conversation with. Old Qing wants to discuss something with you. After a short while, Hallie uncharacteristically approached Xia Fei with this request. The screen expanded, and Xia Fei saw King Liu excitedly sitting across him, his weathered face completely red. You've really done it beautifully this time, single-handedly eliminating the escort fleets. You even managed to snatch something that UTI valued greatly. UTI is throwing a huge fit in the Golden Tent right now, and many officials have been implicated as a result of your actions. Even the commander of the Venoscorpion swamp base was executed on the spot. How wonderfully delightful! Xia Fei shrugged indifferently, not making a comment. The robbery that had happened hours ago was indeed alarmingly dangerous, but everything went exactly like how Xia Fei had planned it. After facing so many battles where he tethered on the knife edge of life and death, the concept of danger was no longer as thrilling as before. King Liu flashed Xia Fei a mysterious smile. I know that while you managed to get a hold of that thing, you lack the key, right? Xia Fei was slightly surprised, nodding. That is true. Could the key be with UTI? How did you guess that? Now, it was King Liu's turn to be shocked. He had not said a thing, yet Xia Fei had already managed to make an accurate guess of the key's location. There was no way King Liu could hide his surprise. UTI is a discreet and careful individual. Since he wants this thing very much, he should have the key to unlock it. There's a very high possibility that he intentionally arranged two separate fleets to bring back the items he needed. After all, if both were together, what would happen if someone managed to get hold of them and open the case? Xia Fei softly explained. That was his deduction the moment he saw the golden lock fixed on the case. King Liu nodded. What a keen sense of deduction. How did you realize it? One's character dictates their action. Shipping the two parts separately was perfectly in line with his character, that's all there is to it. Well, your deduction's right on the money. The key was secretly whisked away by another fleet. Even I just learned of this, so now we have this situation where one item is in your hands, while the key is with UTI. King Liu's words were layered with meaning, and Xia Fei responded in a grave tone. The key will naturally come to my possession once I kill UTI, and I'll learn just what's inside this case, but before I do that, I must first infiltrate the capital. King Liu was completely serious. Qingjian and I will be going on a trip back home to pay our respects to her mother the day after. UTI has already given her permission, so you'll be able to sneak yourself into our fleet when we make our return to the capital. However, I will have to make things clear first. High Priest Ryan is also in the capital, and mere words can't describe the power he wields. I know you have a super bomb in your hands that can destroy half a galaxy, but you definitely can't use that in the capital. Xia Fei pursed his lips. I've already used them all up. King Liu chuckled. I'm just trying to explain the fact that, even with the super bomb you have, it won't be able to kill Ryan, I am very certain of that. Xia Fei was slightly taken aback, wondering to himself, someone who can't even be killed with a star of ruin. Could that Ryan really be an old monster? Not only will you fail to kill him, if you anger High Priest Ryan as a result of your actions, nothing good will come to you or the Pan-Human Alliance behind you. He is a supreme expert, and I think you ought to know just what sort of damage he can make if he barges into the human territory. Xia Fei nodded. If High Priest Ryan was really an unbeatable existence similar to Yujiang and Yehua, he was of the belief that no one in the Pan-Human Alliance would be able to stop the insectoid, and that was definitely a situation he had no intention of seeing happen. Furthermore, though the golden tent where UTI resides may look like a tent from the outside, it can't be further from reality. Within the tent is a mystical artifact that the god of light left behind. It's called the spatial aegis, so though the tent's exterior appears to be completely unremarkable, it is actually a separate space altogether, so I doubt your super bomb has the capability of destroying space itself. Xia Fei said nothing. Just these two pieces of information he had just learned was enough for him to give up on the notion of using a star of ruin. It looked like if he wanted to slay UTI, the only way was for him to do it with his two hands. In any case, if we're able to get into the capital safely, don't do anything reckless. Let me arrange everything and search for the perfect opportunity to kill UTI in one fell swoop. As for High Priest Ryan, as long as you don't intentionally provoke him, I do believe he won't bother interfering with insectoid affairs, King Liu said severely. Okay. Xia Fei smiled. I promise you. From the side, Hallie asked, then what do I do, old Qing? King Liu pondered for a time before replying, you should come with us, too. Perhaps your darkness ability will come in handy. Hallie knitted his eyebrows together. What about Ming Jing, High Priest Ryan's disciple, whom I've still got with me? King Liu answered, there's nothing we can do about that. Bring her along, too. As long as you can guarantee that there's no way for her to contact the High Priest, I will personally pay the High Priest a visit to apologize on your behalf. I'll bear whatever displeasure that the High Priest may have about the matter. After a brief discussion over details about their next meeting, Vampire immediately continued its journey through space, and this time it headed for King Liu's home planet, Daiyou. The robot pod was intelligent, so he knew what Xia Fei was about to do would be extremely dangerous. As such, he did not continue sending details about Xia Fei's battles or his daily life back to the Alliance. After all, it would be a great threat to Xia Fei's safety if these transmissions were intercepted by the insectoid's secret intelligence and they learned that he had made it to the capital. The loss of news from Xia Fei caused plenty of people from the Pan-Human Alliance to feel disappointed, everyone worried over Xia Fei's safety, though Xia Fei himself hardly had any time to think about such things. The crucial step was upon them, and whether he could successfully kill UTI all depended on this one step. Vampire tethered itself on the outer orbit of a strange pink planet. The ocean barely constituted 10% of the planet's surface, and the rest of the planet was covered in that pink color, a rather enchanting sight to behold from outer space. Why is that planet pink? Xia Fei wondered aloud. Hallie laughed. Planet Daiyou is the homeland of the butterfly species, all 99% of the over 20 billion citizens there. Aside from the overwhelming majority of butterfly insectoids on it, the planet is also home to countless peach blossoms. They are as plentiful as the stars in the sky, and they can be found everywhere from the mountains to the plains. Plus, that's a type of peach blossom that flowers all year round, which is why it has become a pink planet. In addition, the butterfly species has the most beautiful female insectoids in our entire race. Want me to introduce you to some pretty ones to pass the time? The insectoid race was a lot more liberal in this sense than the Pan-Human Alliance, and it was a given for individuals to have such dalliance in their society. Even an expert like Hallie was no exception. Xia Fei shook his head. No need. Best if we maintain a low profile and prevent others from spotting me. Hallie patted Xia Fei on his shoulder. I was only cracking a joke. Lighten up. On the surface, a secret signal was detected. It was just as King Liu and Xia Fei previously arranged, and Xia Fei piloted Vampire to land accordingly. As he got closer, the pink peach blossoms became clearer and clearer. The houses of the butterfly species were all built close to peach blossom groves, and insectoids here had all their houses painted pink in order to match the scenery. From above, the wind rustling through the trees really made everything look like an ocean of pink. Xia Fei actually did not particularly like pink, thinking that the color was far too flirtatious. However, Avril had a soft spot for pink, and seeing this color all around made him involuntarily think of her cute smile, and he felt quite dejected as a result. The location this signal was coming from was amid a peach blossom grove, though it had been sealed within high walls of 100-mile radius, as if it was a private reserve. There was a male insectoid of the butterfly species dressed like a servant standing in the grove, and after receiving Xia Fei's response signal, he pushed a device in hand, causing the center of this peach blossom grove to part and a landing apron hidden underneath to reveal itself. After the warship parked itself, a metal hatch overhead sealed itself, so it appeared to be nothing more than a peach blossom grove from above. Stepping off from Vampire, they saw that a servant of the butterfly species was waiting for their arrival. Xia Fei was dressed in a black windbreaker, cap, and mask that concealed his face, while Furball was still sitting atop his shoulder. It was quite a strange sight, and that servant could not help but glance at him quite a few times. They went through a secret passageway, and in a dozen or so minutes later, Xia Fei and the bunch arrived in an elegant mansion, in an expansive courtyard with pavilions which were decked out in exquisitely carved beams and beautifully painted rafters. Xia Fei even mistakenly thought that he had been transported back to the Alliance. There was no one in the courtyard besides the countless fresh peach blossoms. It was obvious that all the servants had been sent away in advance. After winding a few more turns, the servant pushed open an inconspicuous door and invited Xia Fei respectfully inside a hidden room. Just as he stepped into the room, an enchanting and soft female voice called, "I've been waiting for you gentlemen for a very long time. Did you all have an uneventful trip here?" Chapter 431, Heading to the Insectoids' Imperial Capital. I've been waiting for you gentlemen for a very long time. Did you all have an uneventful trip here? Xia Fei looked in the direction of the voice and saw a beautiful female insectoid lying on a comfortable couch, peering at them with a pair of clear and somewhat watery eyes. There was practically nobody else inside aside from her. The scent of the room was alluring, and this woman was dressed only in a half-translucent chiffon gown. Her tender white skin was vaguely visible to anyone, and the two shapely lumps on her chest were a snug fit. This was a picturesque view of a stunning enchantress lying reposed. The sound, the atmosphere, and that inviting gaze would make anyone's heart stop. Even Hallie could not help but find himself rooted to the spot. Xia Fei frowned, his eyes vigilantly examining the interior of the room once as he lightly poked Hallie at his waist. It was as if Hallie had been roused from a dream, blushing awkwardly as he complimented, "Niece Qingjian is truly growing prettier and prettier by the day." Watching the servant leave the room, Hallie brought Xia Fei along as they sat themselves before a coffee table, quietly doing the introduction. "This here is the elite human warrior Xia Fei, killing well over 18 high-level sacred warriors. He's also the one who managed to get hold of the item that UTI found in the Pan-Human Alliance. He's now a friend of our faction, helping us mount our counterattack toward UTI." Qingjian glanced at Xia Fei, but the latter had covered himself up well, so the former could not help but be a little disappointed that she could not make out how he looked. "This here is our Qing family's ancestral mansion. All our servants have already undergone strict vetting, so why don't Big Brother Xia Fei take off your mask and relax?" Qingjian probed. Xia Fei shook his head. "I'm fine like this." Qingjian casually ran through her long hair with her hand, letting it fall easily behind her to reveal her fair neck as her chest bounced. "I merely want to take a look at you." Her voice was delicate and light. Hallie was nearly turning into mush sitting nearby, though Xia Fei simply replied, "Miss Qingjian, you ought to be older than me, so I should be the one calling you big sister." Qingjian's actions abruptly froze, and a flash of slight embarrassment appeared across her face. The seductive and sultry Qingjian would always make insectoids salivate no matter where she went, and Xia Fei was the first male who remained unmoved. Though what made her even more peeved was the fact that he had very discourteously pointed out her older age. Age was always a sore subject for any woman, and the older a beautiful woman got, the more concerned they were with their age. What they hated the most was to be acknowledged as older, and Xia Fei's one line was enough to piss her off completely. Two bad females were truly amazing creatures. The more Xia Fei showed he cared not about her existence, the more it piqued her curiosity. Hallie finally noticed the strange situation unfolding before him, so he deliberately coughed twice before asking, "Where's old Qing?" Qingjian's expression changed, sitting herself up. "Tomorrow is Mother's anniversary, so he's gone off to make preparations. He'll only be back later this evening." Tearing up, Qingjian suddenly bit her lip and bowed to Xia Fei and Hallie. "We'll still need to depend on you two to help perform the assassination of UTI, Uncle Hallie and Brother Xia Fei. Let Qingjian thank the two of you in advance for your efforts." Hallie hurriedly returned a bow, telling Qingjian not to worry. Xia Fei was secretly curious about this. It was as if Qingjian had become a completely different person, completely serious as her eyes watered, bearing a look of determination which was a contrast to how she had acted before. It made him wonder just what cruel deed did UTI do unto her. Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. Qingjian is the consort most doted on by UTI, yet she actually acts like this once she's no longer near him, Xia Fei quietly thought, becoming even more guarded toward this coquettish woman from the butterfly species. After exchanging a few more words, Hallie and Xia Fei both got up and left Qingjian's abode. "What's with Qingjian?" Xia Fei asked. Hallie sighed. It's a long story. There are plenty of beauties among the butterfly species, and every emperor of the Golden Tent will have a chosen consort from planet Daewoo. This has always been the norm. Several years ago, when Uti first succeeded the throne, tradition dictated that he must pick a female insectoid from here. Qingjian was merely 12 then, and her mother Myanmar had just turned 30, an age where her charm and grace was truly developed. By no means was she inferior to the youthful beauties in their late teens, and she possessed great comportment as a female, too. King Liu was the tribe leader for the butterfly species, which was why Uti stayed in this mansion. One night, Uti had too much to drink and infringed upon Qingjian's mother's modesty. Actually, such a matter was nothing to us insectoids, and it would hardly have caused much of a stir. It was part of the insectoid culture for the wife or mistress to be made available for a distinguished guest, not to mention the fact that this was Uti. Many of our race would have found it to be a source of pride had it happened. But Myanmar was a strong-willed insectoid and ended up hanging herself that night as a result. 2 years later, when Qingjian became 14 and blossomed into womanhood, Uti chose her as his consort and invited her to the Golden Tent, which was how King Liu saw a meteoric rise in status. Others would see this as an honor to the Qing family, but only the father and daughter knew the anguish of everything. They have only been secretly enduring everything all for the sake of getting rid of Uti, which is why Qingjian got so excited earlier. Xia Fei nodded. For Qingjian to have been made a consort at the age of 14, climbing her way until she became Uti's cherished woman, the forbearance and scheming she had demonstrated this whole time should not be underestimated. As night came, King Liu hurried back and began discussing the finer details of their plan with Xia Fei and Hallie before departing once more. Now that King Liu was such an important figure among the insectoids, many important figures came forth to pay respect on the day of his late wife's anniversary so that they could attempt to get close to him, which did not make his job any easier. The father and daughter would of course observe the anniversary as well, so it was the day after before dawn when Xia Fei woke up and returned to that room from before. The room had dozens of beautifully ornate metal boxes around, each of them filled with Qingjian's belongings. For this infiltration to the capital, Xia Fei needed to leave Vampire behind and hide in a small box. Hiding himself among Qingjian's luggage would allow Xia Fei to make it right into Uti's harem residence, and he would naturally have a better chance at finding an opportunity to kill Uti from inside than trying to patrol for a way in from beyond the capital. Meanwhile, Hallie would be following with King Liu's fleet. As a well-known sacred warrior among the insectoids, though he did not hold a position in the power structure, he should not have any problem going in and out of the imperial capital just based on his fame alone. In comparison, Xia Fei would have to bear an even greater risk, but considering that this might very well be the only chance he had to assassinate Uti, Xia Fei had to agree to King Liu's request. Picking out one of the boxes and opening it up, Xia Fei sat himself inside. The box contained plenty of women's undergarment, and the faint scent they gave off made the mind wander. Furball did not enjoy being in such an environment, knitting its eyebrows tightly as it refused to enter. Xia Fei had to take out a purple heart of spirit as an offering before he could hold Furball in his arms. Hallie handed Xia Fei a spatial stone. This here contains all the food and water you'll need. There are also a few other things inside as well. Sorry that you have to put up with such circumstances for this journey. Xia Fei nodded. I've been to hell and back before, so this box is nothing. Don't worry about it. Qingjian finger placed over her lips and then pressed it against the box, leaving behind a not too obvious red mark. She smiled. All right, Uncle Hallie, time to go. Slam. The room door slammed shut, and everything was quiet inside the box. This box was not of a man's height, so Xia Fei found it somewhat cramped to be hiding inside it. Furball was actually able to just sleep through everything, but Xia Fei was unable to find such peace. It is very risky. You'll be in big trouble if the Qing father and daughter sell you out. Phantom sighed. He had been against this plan to infiltrate the capital by smuggling Xia Fei in from the very start, but Xia Fei did not listen to his advice. Xia Fei replied, I've already done my own analysis and decided that the chance of being betrayed by them isn't high. But it's a huge risk. No risk means no reward. I'm afraid we wouldn't even have known about the existence of that mystical device of the Golden Tent had we attempted to go about this on our own. In any case, this agreement I'm in has both perks and drawbacks. While we're taking a risk, we will also be able to get very close to our target. Phantom patted his own head. You're such an obstinate person, so certain in doing something once you set your mind to it, but have you considered, even if you succeed in assassinating him, whether you can safely escape after or not. Not at all, Xia Fei honestly answered. Phantom shut his mouth, no longer saying another word. Xia Fei closed his eyes and rested, only extending out his keen senses to pick up on any disturbances around him. Bang! The room door suddenly opened as dozens of big and tough insectoid warriors walked in, picking up all the boxes without saying a word. Xia Fei was exercising his breath control technique, sealing his aura completely as he lay inside the box, not making a sound. Wobbling out of the room, Xia Fei was then tossed behind the back of a small hovercar, and the soldiers drove this car to the spaceport. The escort guards numbered well in the tens of thousands, and there were even plenty of butterfly species insectoids passionately sending the consort Kinyan off. The streets were completely packed. Qinjian's ride was an insectoid carrier, and there was also a combined fleet that acted as its convoy. After Xia Fei had ambushed the escort fleet the last time, UTI had stepped up his defenses and taken extra precautionary measures. However, even in UTI's wildest dream, he did not imagine that his most hated enemy would actually be sharing a voyage back to the capital with his beloved consort, ready to take his life at any time. Halt! These boxes need to be checked as well, called an unreasonable insectoid officer, stopping the hovercar at the entrance of the spaceport. Xia Fei felt his heart tighten, his finger inches away from his spatial ring, ready to pull out his celestial moon and October flying snow now that trouble came knocking. Slap! The soldiers with Qinjian were even more unruly than this officer, for he instantly slapped the insectoid right across his face the moment he got out of the car. Open your eyes and look carefully. These are the private belongings of the consort Qinjian. If even a single article within is lost, you'd better take care of that head of yours. The officer in charge of the spaceport's security instantly deflated, retreating to his corner while clutching his face. The hovercar which contained Xia Fei successfully made its way into the airport and was immediately loaded onto the ship. The soldiers had all these boxes placed upon the conveyor belt, ready to send them into the cargo hold. An attendant under Qinjian's charge came running over, locating that box Xia Fei was hiding in among the dozens of boxes and instructed the soldiers, "The consort has ordered that this box of belongings will be used for the journey back to the capital. Carry it to her bedroom." Understood. The soldiers hurriedly saluted and transported that box with Xia Fei in it onto a separate entrance. Phantom was giggling. "Looks like that insectoid shrew has no plans of letting you go." Xia Fei knitted his eyebrows. The journey to the imperial capital would take 7 days. Did that mean that he had to spend those days sharing a room with Qinjian? Chapter 432, Synthesized Abomination. That special courtyard of High Priest Ryan was not in the least bit affected by the blizzard outside. Ryan led his favorite disciple Mingzu down a small path to the back gardens. A single piece of rockery almost 20 meters high was there, and it contained a path which led underground. After a few twists and turns, the passage opened up to a hall, with an enclosure of transparent full-length glass windows at the center. This place was arranged like a medical laboratory, where there was a bed right in the middle. There seemed to be a humanoid figure on the bed, and a white bed sheet was pulled over him, making it impossible to make out his face. Countless tubes were connected to the bed, or to be precise, these tubes were all connected to the humanoid. There were several strange machines around, all of them powered on and in constant use. Peering in from behind the wall of glass, Mingzu asked, "Can this person be saved? After suffering such grievous injuries, he's practically a collection of limbs than a full being." Ryan said, "Whether he lives or not will depend on his good fortune." His warship suffered heavy damage as it entered a wormhole, causing the warship to break apart. The impact sent him hurtling into the wormhole. Most living creatures would have disappeared after such a catastrophe, so the fact that he still had some of his limbs intact was already very lucky. Mingzu furrowed his brows. "Master sure is kind to have saved this person from certain death, but is this person worth you doing so?" Ryan burst out laughing. "You can't put it like that. No getting up early if there's no benefit is a saying commonly understood across the universe. Were it not for his body resonating such a strong grudge and resentment, your master would never bother retrieving him. Though he is brain dead, his cells are still working fine, and given that it holds such a strong resentment with a savage intent of killing everything in his path, such a collection of limbs will make it most suitable for creating a synthesized abomination. Once complete, I'm afraid that even you will be no match for it." Mingzu was shocked. "You say that even I, your disciple, will be no match for it?" "Exactly. Most warriors will hardly be able to resist this abomination that has the genetic essence of 2 major races as well as the strength that comes from his powerful resentment." 3 more days and this synthesization process will be complete. Just wait and see. Right now, it all depends on if this fortunate soul can survive the next 3 days. The hard work of these past months all hang in the balance right now. Mingzu chuckled. If he manages to wake up and see how he looks now, will he go mad as a result? After all, his looks now are definitely nothing like his past appearance. Ryan mused. That's hard to say. The brain is extremely complex, and as soon as death occurs, brain cells will immediately begin dying, taking at most 72 hours before it completely collapses. Do you know that before the discovery of the warp engine, spaceships relied on cryogenics? Mingzu nodded. I've heard about that. Instantly subjecting lives to an absolute zero life preservation chamber, every single cell in the body will enter a state of hibernation due to rapid freezing, and hundreds or even thousands of years will pass before those in the life preservation chambers will be thawed, letting life continue to take hold. While such cryogenics technology is simple to master, the thawing process is what's abnormally difficult. At times, due to the rapid increase in temperature, whether it's too fast or too slow, the cell tissues end up getting damaged. The lucky ones will find themselves crippled, while the unlucky ones instantly will die as a result. Such cryogenics fell into disuse once the warp technology was discovered. Ryan nodded his head, seemingly quite satisfied with Ming Zhu. Though he appeared like a brute, like a savage who had yet to be uplifted, he was actually quite smart and could promptly memorize whatever he had been given to read. This was also one of the reasons why he preferred Mingzu over that mute girl Ming Jing. You got that right. The brain is very mysterious, and if it's only muscular damage sustained during the thawing process, then there will at least be ways to repair it, but if it's brain, even a deity will be incapable of treating it. When I found this brain, it had already been floating in space for at least 48 hours, so the cellular damage to the brain was very severe. Even your master here is unable to repair the damaged brain, so he may not necessarily have any memories of the past when he wakes up. Mingzu chuckled. Hearing you, master, say that, I really want to build a metal helmet to protect my head as suffering any injury to it sounds terrible. The master-disciple pair laughed sinisterly. Anyone who heard that would have found it creepy. Seeing that there was nothing strange in the laboratory, the two left the place soon after. Master, there's still no news from Ming Jing. Could something have happened to her? Ryan contemplated a good while after hearing this news and replied in a serious tone, those men who went with her also disappeared without a trace. I'm afraid that this matter isn't as simple as it looks. Mingzu saw Ryan's wrinkled and pudgy face and noted that his master was being unusually worried. Thus, he curiously ventured a question. Master, that human shouldn't be a law of space adept. I heard that he used a super bomb to ruin UTI's fleets, even piloting a spaceship to snatch some mysterious item that UTI found in the Pan-Human Alliance. His actions don't seem to be what a law inheritor will do. Ryan anxiously waved his hands. You mustn't underestimate the opponent. Most law adepts are of extremely odd character, and what if this happens to be one with a weird temperament? Perhaps he likes piloting warships and enjoys playing with toys like bombs. Ming Zhu wondered. Is there really such a strange law inheritor? To not use the power of law and instead rely on backward thermal weapons. How truly inexplicable. Just as he said that, the pair arrived back into their living room, and Mingzu poured a cup of tea for Ryan. Ryan drank it all in one go before saying, this universe is vast, and there are all sorts of strange individuals out there. I suspect that expert is doing all this out of sheer boredom, deliberately toying with us mortals. There's no telling when he will get tired of it, though. Do you mean to say that he will eradicate the insectoids? Mingzu was shocked. Perhaps. Law adepts are unpredictable. Besides, I suspect that strange law expert could tell that I left a brand on Ming Jing, so he probably opened a spatial door and sent her away, and that's why we haven't received any news from her on our end. Mingzu panicked. Master, by your deduction, wouldn't the insectoids be in trouble? Why would you just stand by and watch this happen without intervening? Ryan waved his hand. There used to be million others who cultivated with your master back then. Have you ever wondered why I'm the only one left? Why is that? Because your master is a lot more cautious than everyone else, much smarter, too. I will never do anything that may present an inkling of danger. Xia Fei had no idea that High Priest Ryan was rearing an abomination in his secret laboratory, nor was he even aware that Ryan had mistakenly believed him to be a law inheritor. Not long after the fleet took off, Qinjian beamingly opened the crate. Brother Xia, this journey's going to take some time, so I feel that it's a little disrespectful to have you cooped up inside. That is why I decided to take matters into my own hands and had you brought to my bedroom. I hope Brother Xia doesn't blame me for it." Xia Fei nodded. Now that everything had been set into motion, there was no way for him to continue hiding in the box, either. He figured that it was best to see just what tricks this foxy insectoid shrew had up her sleeves. A special aroma wafted in the air of this room, and no matter where Qinjian walked to, there would be this indescribable fragrance following. It was a very heavy scent as well, enough to cause Xia Fei's stomach to do somersaults, giving him this slightly nauseating sensation. The splendidly designed bedroom sparkled with magnificence and resplendence as if he had stepped into a palace. He watched as Qinjian took lithe steps toward the bed, where she proceeded to lay down, recumbent. The decorations in this room are all transported from the Pan-Human Alliance, perhaps it will give Brother Xia a sense of familiarity. Qinjian proudly boasted. Xia Fei looked all around the room. Agate-stained glass as screens, mahogany tables and chairs embedded with polycrystalline stones, the bed sheets and quilts made from long staple cotton, etc. While it was true that everything here was produced in the Pan-Human Alliance, Xia Fei was not someone born from a rich background, and he had always been very plain when it came to his tastes. Even the sportswear he frequently wore was the Li Ning brand. These luxury goods were completely foreign to Xia Fei, and he felt no sense of familiarity in them, unless it was not a sumptuous spread on the table but a bowl of fried paste noodles and shredded cucumber. It would be even more wonderful if there were 2 red tomatoes added. Frowning, Xia Fei asked, "Are you sure it's safe here?" Qinjian assured Xia Fei. "Absolutely. Those imperial guards of mine wouldn't dare get 500 meters near me without my order." Xia Fei walked over to the walls and knocked at it a few times. "And you're certain that the room is sufficiently soundproofed, so nothing will get out no matter what is being done in here?" Qinjian's heart beat wildly. Why would he ask me about the soundproofing of the room? Does he perhaps want to, with me? Qinjian was still a virgin when she first entered the palace at the age of 14, and she had only ever been with one insectoid despite already being in her 30s. Uti was just taller than Qinjian's knee as well, so it was impossible for him to satisfy Qinjian's needs no matter how powerful he was. Despite Qinjian looking as if she were a natural seductress and how she had the thought to be just that, she had never truly had the experience. Women in their 30s were like wolves and would become akin to tigers when they reached their 40s. Qinjian was presently well in that stage between a tiger and a wolf, and this mental pressure on her only increased her physical desire. Xia Fei's provocative words had immediately caused her pretty cheeks to flush red, and she could feel her heart rate spike. "Qinjian, what's wrong with you today? You've always been the one doing the teasing, so why is it Xia Fei's turn to do that to you now?" Qinjian was having such sweet thoughts to herself as Xia Fei slowly examined the room. Her eyes turned and shyly stared at Xia Fei. Humans and insectoids were vastly different. While Xia Fei would at best be mediocre looking in the Pan-Human Alliance, that was hardly the case here with insectoids. The only male Qinjian had been with was semi-handicapped, which was why the young Xia Fei was practically Prince Charming in her eyes. He was muscular and had a tough build. His eyes were sharp, and even his steps had a verve to them. "I'm sure he must be amazing in bed, right? Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked if the room had sufficient soundproofing. Does he think that I can't withstand his virility? Humph. I, Qinjian, will never admit defeat." Qinjian's thoughts were running wild, and she even promptly felt somewhat aroused by the prospect. Qinjian's room was a suite, and there was the exterior room and the interior room that they were currently in. Xia Fei carefully examined the setup before asking, "Is there someone staying outside?" Qinjian softly answered, "No. I've already sent my attendant away, so you and I are alone here in both the interior and the exterior rooms." She specifically emphasized the words "you and I," tightly clamping her 2 legs as she let her hair down her back, exposing her snowy white neck and the shapely outlines of her buxom chest. Xia Fei smiled and punched his fists together. "Perfect. That's silent enough, all right." Qinjian was very eager, moving herself deeper into the soft bed, giving Xia Fei more than half the bed as her 2 tender and fair thighs fidgeted restlessly. Xia Fei sat on the edge of the bed and used his right hand to tousle his hair even as he asked apologetically, "Then, I'll need you to tolerate staying in the exterior room for this voyage. I want to use this room for cultivation." Chapter 433, The Silent Veil Opens. 3 days later. High Priest Ryan led his disciple Mingzi down to that biolaboratory once more. He first examined all the devices around once before he said with great satisfaction, Not bad. His heart rate and blood pressure are completely normal. This person has been reborn. Mingzu, help pack up these things. He'll wake up from his stupor in a few hours. Mingzu nodded and quickly collected all the tubes and meters in the room, leaving just the bed and that abomination lying on top of it. Ryan and Mingzu stood together at the side of the bed and patiently waited. Time passed and that creature slowly regained his breathing. His forelimbs slightly twitched as traces of life slowly became evident. Unfortunately, his body was still covered by that cotton bed sheet, so there was no way to know how he looked or what his figure was now like. Suddenly, that living creature in bed abruptly sat himself up. He was breathing heavily, seemingly having just woken up from a nightmare. His head was covered by the white cloth, making him look like a ghost. Mingzu had quite a fright from this sudden movement, and one of his hands raised to block himself instinctively. Ryan patted his disciple on his back as he guffawed. What are you afraid of? Behold, your master's creation. Whoosh! When Ryan pulled away that white bed sheet, a strange being appeared before their eyes. This being had a human head, and his body was dark red in color with hard scales on it. His heart could be seen beating inside his ribcage, and one of his arms was thick and muscular, while the other was short and small, though it also boasted a degree of sharpness beyond comparison. His 2 healthy legs were like a bull's, but he had a pair of webbed feet. It was a very strange-looking creature which happened to be a synthesis of human, insectoid, and beast. His black pupils were empty and cold. Scanning around the room once, this abomination of a creature suddenly clutched his stomach. It was as if the air had turned turbid and brackish, which caused him to vomit for over 10 minutes. Ming Jing pinched his nose and was extremely displeased with the terrible smell in the room. Ryan chuckled. Hee hee. This is a very normal reaction from a synthesized abomination. He'll be feeling hungry pretty soon, can you go prepare something and bring it over? Ming Jing nodded and timidly hid behind Ryan. The abomination had given him too great a shock. He had never seen such an ugly and cruel creature his entire life. That abomination struggled to stand up. He looked to be taller than 2.3 meters, and that was at least a head taller than most even in the insectoid society. Get him food, Ryan said in a grave voice. Mingzu pulled out a cow's leg which was still dripping in fresh blood and tossed it far away. It landed on the ground with a splat. The abomination lowered its head and curiously examined that leg of beef. Squatting, he used a sharp finger to dig out a piece of meat and placed it in his mouth to taste. A silly smile spread across his face as he picked up that bloody leg of beef and feasted on it. It was evident that his teeth had already been modified, and its set of sharp fangs made it most suitable for tearing meat, just like an animal's. Ryan contentedly rumbled with laughter, full of praise for his latest handiwork. Xia Fei would have been greatly discomforted had he been here to witness this scene. That was because the face this monstrous abomination wore was one that he would distinctly recognize. It was the face of his nemesis, Li Mo. On the royal fleet headed to the imperial capital, the consort Qinjian was feeling the biggest disappointment she had felt her entire life. She had been chased out of her room by Xia Fei and was now staying in the little side room, which was originally meant for servants to stay in. What made her all the more indignant was the fact that Xia Fei seemed to be completely impervious to her seductive charms. Qinjian had always been very confident about her looks and grace, yet she had begun to doubt her figure and physical appearance today. In the bathroom, Qinjian was looking over herself in the mirror time and again as beads of water droplets slid down her immaculate and flawless skin. Steam slowly gathered around her, like a fairy that had stepped out from the bath. She proudly lifted her head and did a tiny spin with her toes, a veritable paragon of beauty and grace. All of a sudden, a pair of tiny wings appeared in the mirror, which was the only defect that the butterfly species had left after millions of years of evolution. Qinjian was disappointed. Full of anger and sorrow. She felt that the reason Xia Fei was disgusted with her was this set of wings. Ultimately, humans and insectoids were two completely different life forms, and having studied human culture since she was young, Qinjian had stubbornly believed that everything about the humans was excellent. The wings on her back gave her a deep sense of self-loathing. She gritted her teeth and pulled out a pair of scissors. She had a mind to snip them off right then and there. Tears fell freely as Qinjian softly sobbed while kneeling in the bathtub. I'm still an insectoid. Even if I cut off my wings, I'm still a lowly insectoid. Crunch! She stabbed the pair of scissors into the beautiful marble wall, its handle poking out as it stuck to it. Xia Fei was not in the least bit guilty for having commandeered Qinjian's bedroom for his own use. He enjoyed the scrumptious imperial feast being sent to Qinjian every day, and this caused quite a fright for the royal chef. The consort had never eaten much, and most of the food that he sent over would be returned, practically untouched. However, today was different. All 18 dishes of the standard lunch had been consumed without any leftovers. In fact, the consort had even asked for more, to the point that the imperial kitchen had decided to change the 3 standard meals of the consort into a 28-dish luxury banquet, so they could often be seen still making small snacks and such even well past midnight. Soon, the rumors about the consort being pregnant began spreading. Aside from this, there was simply no other logical reason to explain this sudden increase in appetite with the consort. It was said that the temper of a pregnant woman was mercurial and irritable. As such, the servants and guards were extra careful, afraid of angering her in any way. After all, the consort might be pregnant with UTI's child, and that would mean another royalty to the golden tent. You've reached the 5th stage of the delusion technique, which means you can now maintain your clones for up to 16 hours and are able to transfer up to 50% of your clone's strength. Phantom was joyfully celebrating in the consort's bedroom. Xia Fei opened his eyes and went to the bathroom for a shower. Afterward, he went over to the table and unleashed his ferocious appetite. Grueling cultivation exhausted plenty of his physical energy, which was why he needed to replenish it constantly. Recently, Xia Fei had been focusing on his delusion cloning technique. As Furball was gradually becoming stronger by the day, Xia Fei's need for the cloning technique was becoming greater as well. Delusion would not only allow Furball to become another Xia Fei, it would even allow Xia Fei to use a portion of Furball's energy as his. Even he had no idea just how much energy was stored in that tummy of his pet, and just considering the fact that he would on average eat about 1 purple heart of spirit daily made Xia Fei's heart hurt. If he were to truly find himself in a difficult fight, being able to tap into the rich energies hoarded inside Furball's body would be a great help to Xia Fei, far better and faster than relying on white dew or other such fruits to help replenish his own needs. After all, fruit and the ilk would require Xia Fei to digest and convert them accordingly, while Furball's energy was ready for immediate use. Knock knock knock. A series of knocks came and Xia Fei opened the door, only to find himself face to face with Qingjian's eyes which were filled with both sorrow and resentment. Is dinner here? Xia Fei asked. Qingjian giggled with a hand over her mouth. All you know is to eat. How cute. Xia Fei furrowed his brows and did not care to respond to her. Father has something important to tell us. Qingjian was now serious as she walked into the room. She took out a communicator, which was similar to a halo, and set it down on the table. It seemed that this small device was a dedicated communication device from the Guild of the Wise. The screen switched on, and they saw a very excited King Liu on the other end, his aged face flushed red. The heavens are truly on our side. The silent veil opened 2 hours ago. King Liu blurted out in his exuberance. Qingjian held his 2 hands to her heart happily when she heard the news. Father, are you telling the truth? Has the silent veil really opened? King Liu nodded vigorously. That's right. The entire golden tent is reeling from this. Every one of the insectoid race are. Xia Fei was completely clueless on what this meant, so he asked, what is this silent veil? What has it got to do with our plans? King Liu burst out laughing. Xia Fei, you may not know this, but this silent veil is the trial that our 2 black and white gods have left behind for the insectoids, and it's located in the imperial capital. The existence of the golden tent is also to help guard the entrance to the silent veil. A trial? So it's similar to the one on Black Peak Ridge? Xia Fei asked. King Liu waved his hand. The 2 are absolutely not alike at all. The Black Peak Ridge is completed by the god of Black Night alone and can be considered a place for training. Meanwhile, the Silent Veil is a mystical space that both the black and white gods created with the one entrance, and the time that it opens is irregular. I remember that the last time it opened was in the year 2316, and it's been over 7,000 years ago when that happened. Every time the Silent Veil opened, plenty of precious treasures and artifacts would be discovered. According to historical records, the last time that the Silent Veil opened, the insectoids managed to obtain over 1,200 precious treasures, no fewer than 400 mystical weapons and an inordinate number of medicinal ingredients. It was truly an abundant harvest for the race. King Liu was getting more and more animated, practically praising this Silent Veil as a treasure trove, as if gaining entry to the place would allow anyone to leave with a motherload of precious goods after. Xia Fei frowned. I still don't understand. What has it got to do with our operation to assassinate UTI? Qingjian was the one to answer his question. According to the rules, the Emperor of the Golden Tent must set up an altar to give worship to heaven and earth, the black and white gods, before personally leading an army into the Silent Vale. King Liu added. That's right. Back then, the black and white gods created this land and set this plan for the place to open at irregular intervals in these several thousand years to ensure that their descendants will be able to flourish and benefit in the future. Furthermore, the number of insectoids who can enter the Vale is set at only 100,000. When that time comes, UTI will personally lead 100,000 of the fiercest insectoid warriors into the Silent Vale. This is the rule that our ancestors set, and no matter how fearful of death he is, UTI will have no choice but to comply. Xia Fei was surprised, for he realized what the two meant. Do you mean to say that this is my chance to infiltrate the army, by joining those entering the Silent Vale and acting accordingly once inside? King Liu ground his teeth as he bitterly replied, not just you. Now that all the high-level warriors across the insectoid race have been called to the Golden Tent, there are also our allies among them. If you work with them, you'll be able to eliminate UTI and his bunch in one fell swoop. Once the insectoids enter the Silent Vale, the barrier will immediately turn on, so there's no way for anyone to know what's happening inside the Vale from the outside. If we manage to kill UTI and his companions, we will be able to put the blame entirely on the trial. We can say that UTI has been killed while participating in the trial, and no one will be the wiser. Looks like even the gods are standing on our side. They must truly want us to be rid of UTI but don't want to do so by their own hands, which is why the Silent Vale opened at this opportune time. Xia Fei was speechless. The so-called gods being unhappy with UTI was something completely fabricated, and there was absolutely no basis to it. However, this lie had truly been effective. King Liu and his people took it for a fact, and that strengthened their belief in eliminating UTI. Xia Fei suddenly thought of a serious problem as he asked gravely, wouldn't High Priest Ryan appear as well? Chapter 434, Humanity's Final Line of Defense. Wouldn't High Priest Ryan appear as well? Xia Fei asked gravely. There was no doubt that Ryan was the enemy that Xia Fei saw as the heaviest heavyweight among the insectoid and was the only one whom Xia Fei would be unwilling to be enemies with. If he were to take part in this battle, it would definitely be extremely not beneficial to Xia Fei's side. King Liu paused before replying, we don't know yet. Several minutes ago, UTI personally went to High Priest Ryan's place of cultivation and invited him to join him in the Silent Vale. We'll know a bit later whether he's joining in or not. Xia Fei nodded wordlessly. King Liu continued. If the High Priest joins, will you give up on the assassination plan? Xia Fei folded his arms before his puffed chest. He bore a self-confident smile. Give up? Those words don't exist in my dictionary. Go make your preparations. I will surely head to the Silent Vale and UTI will definitely die. He did not speak in a heavy tone, but the words still landed impactfully when heard. He seemed like he was giving orders to King Liu, issuing a statement of challenge. King Liu and Qinjian gazed at Xia Fei in shock, for he somehow radiated with calm and resolution. Qinjian eventually averted her gaze, having been momentarily dazzled. To the north of the Golden Tent was the mountain ridge of everlasting blizzard where High Priest Ryan resided. Coming here every time was a challenge, and it was no exception now. UTI stepped into the courtyard of Ryan's residence, patting off the snow on him as he heaved a long sigh before entering the main hall. A hair-raising laugh came from Ryan from far away. Congratulations! The Silent Vale has opened once more, and our race will again gain the blessing left behind by the black and white gods. Mingzhu brought over UTI a chair and some hot tea so that he could warm himself up. UTI said, Great High Priest, I've come here precisely because of the Silent Vale. Oh! Ryan nodded. I wonder just what might UTI have in mind. UTI held his two hands together respectfully. High Priest Ryan, every time the Silent Vale opens, a batch of top experts will be raised from among us, the insectoids, and plenty of products from the land will be brought back. As for how much we will be gaining, that all depends on the strength of the army raised. After all, the Vale is fraught with danger, and it will be difficult for us to extricate ourselves safely without powerful troops, not to mention bringing back any treasure of sorts. Ryan chuckled. Back when the black and white gods left the race such a secret territory, they did so for the benefit of the insectoids but also to test the strength and development of our race. With great power comes great rewards. That has always been the case. Now that the insectoids have been thriving under your leadership, great improvements can be seen in terms of military affairs and the standards of living among the citizens. UTI need not worry. When you lead your army into the Vale this time, you'll definitely be able to return with rewards aplenty. By no means will you lose to past monarchs. Uti pursed his lips. Ryan was obviously throwing courtesy words his way. He had heard the same praises in the Golden Tent countless times every day, it was so much so that his ears had been ground out. A difficult look appeared on Uti's face as he said, High Priest may not be aware, but the race is presently engaged in a war with the Pan-Human Alliance, all our elite warriors had been sent out, and it would be hard for them to make it back in time, while a good half of the experts that remained in the territory had practically been slaughtered by that human infiltrator. Right now, the race truly lacked the manpower in both soldiers and generals, we're very weak at present. I do not care if I am not recognized as a good leader, but how much we could get out from our expedition to the Silent Vale is a major factor that would surely affect the safety of the entire race. The Silent Vale only opens once every few thousand years. If we fail to obtain some treasures from the Vale this time, there's no telling when we would get another chance. That is why I wish to invite the High Priest to join us, no matter what. In order to ensure the continued prosperity of the insectoid, you must help us with this request. With that, Uti proceeded to give Ryan a deep bow. Logically speaking, Uti was the emperor while Ryan the subordinate. They were of different posts, so even if Ryan was a super expert, there was no need for Uti to bow to him like this. This made it apparent that Uti was not only smart but also someone capable of flexibility, not at all hesitating when he needed to act inferior. Ryan showed a distasteful expression before sighing. Uti, please sit down. It is not that I, Ryan, do not wish to help you, but that I can't. Uti was shocked as he furrowed his brows. Just what do you mean, High Priest? From the sideline, Mingzhu suddenly interjected as he buzzed. Emperor of the Golden Tent, you know how high my master's cultivation is right? Back when the black and white gods left the Silent Vale for the insectoids, it's to benefit the common folks. As for my master, he can no longer be considered among the common insectoids, so even if he wants to go into the Vale, he's not allowed. Aside from the entrance prohibiting my master, because he already possesses strength past the Silent Vale upper limit. Uti was shocked hearing this. Could Ryan have really transcended immortality and become an existence well beyond the common folks? In that case, why was he still staying with the insectoids and not headed off to the realm where gods resided? Shock and suspicion rose at the same time in Uti's heart, while Ryan was having a smug face of delight as he sat there all high and mighty. He spoke to Mingzhu with a smile. When were you qualified to speak in front of the Emperor of the Golden Tent? Quickly back down. Though it sounded like a reprimand, it was hard to get any sense of reproach from Ryan's tone. Instead, he sounded pleased and proud. Uti did not say another word and was now wearing a troubled expression. As a mortal king, he felt a deep sense of inferiority having to come here and look for Ryan. Furthermore, this was a sense of inferiority that he grew up with and hated immensely. Ryan was silent for a good while, seeing Uti with his wounded pride was something he took much glee in. It was clear from that smile still hanging on his face that he was saying, so what if you're the Emperor of the Golden Tent? Don't you still have to prostrate at yours truly's feet? When it was about time, Ryan now showed a difficult expression. This is truly a very troublesome matter, but my hands are not completely tied. Uti was slightly stunned and instantly understood what he meant. Thus, he smiled, may the High Priest speak plainly. As long as you are able to assist me, the race will naturally thank you very much for your kindness. Ryan had been waiting for this line. Ever since he felt the opening of the Silent Vale, he had already had this plan in mind. He was fine helping Uti, but he must get something in return for his efforts. Ryan nodded. I've recently taken in a new disciple. He's very talented and has unbeatable courage. You'll surely secure great success if you have him on your side. Uti concurred. That's of course good to hear. Ryan waved his hand, and Li Mo, already transformed into a monstrous abomination, came striding out from the dark. He was completely naked, holding a piece of raw meat as he tore a sizable chunk off it. Its fresh blood had yet to dry. Savage. Wild. Ferocious. These were the words to describe this half-human half-beast before their eyes. Uti was very shocked deep down, nearly leaping out of his seat. Seeing how panicky Uti had gotten, Ryan was even more pleased. Mingli, follow the Emperor of the Golden Tent into the Silent Vale. Act in accordance with Uti's request. Kill anyone he asks you to kill and die if he asks you to die. Do you understand? Limo nodded dumbly as he came to UTI's side, the hunk of raw meat in hand. The fresh blood splashed on UTI's luxurious clothes, and the heavy scent of blood made UTI feel slightly faint. Though Mingli looks ugly, he is very loyal, he wouldn't even hesitate to give you his own head if you ordered him to. Plus, I dare guarantee that there's no one among the insectoids that can win against his martial arts strength, excluding me, Ryan said contentedly. Unbeatable aside from Ryan himself? UTI was quietly surprised to learn this. Though he did not doubt the words coming from the high priest's mouth, UTI still found Li Mo's looks revolting. There was nothing left to be said on UTI's part, and no matter how ugly this creature was, this abomination was still a powerful and loyal aide to have. For someone like UTI, who placed his safety beyond that of the heavens, he would rather risk the ugliness of Li Mo than brave any degree of risk. Ryan next mentioned how he wanted to take the pick of 30 items from their expedition to the Silent Vale, which UTI agreed to as well. There was nothing more important than his life, or else UTI would not have come humbly begging this old monster. Sighing, UTI led away Li Mo from the High Priest Ryan's residence. The last time I brought back a mute, and this time I'm leaving with a monster. How ridiculous! UTI shook his head as he muttered to himself. Tai, we're already backed into a corner, Chief of Staff Pine Williams said with a restrained voice. The three men had been sitting in Tai's office for half an hour, and Williams had only said this after all that time. Leighton's northern fleet had been beaten back to the western front. He had lost more than half of the warships under his command, and the military's triumvirate had finally reconvened once more, except this time, not a single one of them was in the mood to laugh. I know that. Tai stood up and strolled to the window, gazing out into the deep darkness of space. Leighton stamped his foot heavily as he yelled, "Let's fight it out with them once and for all. Now that all our ships are gathered here by Westwind Defense Line, though we've taken significant losses before, our capital ship is still around, the Freedom Cavalry is still here. Since our Westwind Defense Line is still intact, we can mount a counterattack and make our final stand. If we retreat any further, we'll end up going into the NA6 territory." The room was silent for a good while. Only the sound of Williams crunching down on his maple syrup candy could be heard. Tai turned around and got back on his seat. "Thoughts, Williams?" Williams let out a bitter laugh. "Though I'm the chief of staff, with the current situation that we're in, there's not much I can do as a staff officer. 70% of the Pan-Human Alliance territory has already fallen, so you know the score well. We'll have to fight even if we don't want to." Tai nodded, silent. Williams continued. "If we fight here, we'll at least still have the Westwind Defense Line to rely on. Our 1,165 fortress planets are nothing to scoff at. If the insectoids plan to fight their way in, we'll at least be able to maim their forces severely if not outright kill them." Another brief moment of silence was shared among the three before Tai slapped the table, loudly declaring, "Fine. Set the Westwind Defense Line as our base and gather all our fleets. Prepare to fight to the death." Though the decision was made, there was hardly a trace of joy or excitement inside the office. After a pause, Tai sadly added, "Notify the Ministry of Civil Affairs. Get ready to send the citizens into NA6 territory to take refuge, or perhaps head off somewhere even further than the NA6 territory. The military shall do everything we can to hold the Westwind Defense Line until everyone leaves." Tears, which had been fought back this entire time, finally began bursting forth. The ever-straightforward Naval Admiral Leighton was crying like a child. They knew that Tai's decision was the right one. Even with the Westwind Defense Line included, the Freedom Cavalry, the military's intact 60% combat strength, it was still not enough to prevent the continued advancement of the insectoids. The military could only make their final stand and hold their ground, using all the remaining 168 billion soldier lives to bargain for a chance that an even greater number of civilians would succeed in fleeing. Humanity would now give up their territory and venture out into deep space again. There was no telling how long it would be until they made their way back or if they could even return. At the same time that this was happening, amid this atmosphere of great grief and sorrow, Xia Fei, still active in the insectoid territory, had officially arrived at the imperial capital. Chapter 435, First Floor of the Holy Realm. Silent Vale. 100,000 elite insectoid warriors set off. Insectoid flags flew everywhere in that empty valley. The place was quiet, with not even a single gust of wind blowing. Xia Fei was mixed in with the army together with Hallie. UTI's transport was at the back of this contingent. This Emperor of the Golden Tent was actually unwilling to lead by example, and he was only heading into the Silent Vale because he had no other choice. After all, every time this holy land opened, it had always been the Emperor of the Golden Tent who led the army onward, so of course UTI was not going to be an exception. He was seated in a golden hover convertible, one hand supporting his head, seemingly contemplating something, his expression looking somewhat displeased. Beside him was the apex expert among the insectoids, not including Li Mo, as well as the remaining 2 members of the 7 sacred champions, Fini and Tome. The other 5 were either killed by Xia Fei or died due to his actions. There was also Nimuni and Bilal, both top-grade ability users that UTI had called in at the last minute. These 2 were members ranked in the top 30 of the Sacred Warrior leaderboard. Because Hallie was not serving the royal family, he was considered a free agent. It's said that the Silent Vale is an open space that the black and white gods built together, split into a total of 5 floors, each floor is heavily guarded, with even exotic beasts patrolling the place. When we enter the Vale, we shall be on the 1st floor, and the exit on the 5th floor would open 14 days later. If we can't make it to the 5th floor within this time, we'll be forced to stay in this holy realm for the rest of our lives, turning into untethered ghosts roaming the land, Hallie presented to Xia Fei. Xia Fei was wearing the uniform of an insectoid elite guard, with a helmet and a mask. He followed behind Hallie as if he were his underling, and he had his breath control shield his presence, which was why he hardly attracted any attention amid the troops. Furball also hid himself in Xia Fei's clothes, so Xia Fei merely looked like a fatty to anyone else. Xia Fei nodded. Enter the 1st floor, leave on the 5th. I'll remember that. Hallie continued. Everyone will be given a guide map and a point counter. Each enemy you kill will give you a certain amount of points, making it past the natural barriers that the 2 black and white gods set, as well as any secret that you uncover on this land, will also grant you points. Everything is noted and tabulated, for you to see easily. If you survive and make it to the 5th floor, then you'll be able to exchange the points you earn for whatever item with the priests from the Holy Temple. Normally, whatever you exchange will go to the Emperor of the Golden Tent, but if UTI dies this time, of course that's another story altogether. Xia Fei furrowed his brows. Everyone will be earning points, so does that mean if I'll be able to earn points if I kill the others? Hallie shrugged. Maybe. However, the Emperor of the Insectoids have always been the one leading the expedition to the Silent Vale, and that's to prevent the entrants from killing one another, but since the profits will all go to the Emperor at the end of the day, the situation that you're speaking of has never occurred before. All of a sudden, Xia Fei felt a chill run up his spine. He vigilantly glanced back and noticed the abomination Li Mo staring blankly at him. Though he had already lost his cognition, that limitless resentment he harbored for Xia Fei was still present, and given that his senses had been greatly enhanced after the synthesis, he would look over more than a few times toward this distant figure whom he was once familiar with. Xia Fei could not help but feel his hair stand. He would recognize Li Mo even if the latter got reduced to dust, it was just that his current savage and hideous body did not even look half human. It was practically a ferocious monstrosity. Let's go further in front, Xia Fei said in a low voice. What's the matter? Leave your questions for later. I've got a nemesis among the troops. Hallie did not dare to say anything more and just quickened his pace as he made his way forward. Xia Fei, who was acting as his underling, stuck close to Hallie with his head lowered. Master Hallie. We'll have to rely on you quite a lot this time around, Elder. Plenty of these elite warriors, who had gathered here from all parts of the insectoid territory on such short notice, recognized Hallie. After all, he was an exceptional being who was ranked 3rd on the Sacred Warrior leaderboard, so the whole lot stepped to the side and made way for him, greeting him as he passed, while they ignored Xia Fei who was following right behind him. Important characters would often be mysterious and others hardly knew what to make of their actions. They acted weird, so having an insignificant underling following behind him was hardly noteworthy. Besides, Xia Fei's breath control made it seem like he hardly existed. Everyone's attention was all drawn toward Hallie and the mass of darkness he was dragging, but no one could have imagined that this mass of darkness actually contained Ryan's disciple, Ming Jing. In order to eliminate UTI, the risk that Hallie bore was huge. Even ignoring everything else he had done, just taking away this disciple of the high priest was enough to sentence him to death several times over. Slowly, Xia Fei and Hallie made their way to the front of the contingent, forming a separate small team with several dozens of vanguards. These insectoids all recognized Hallie and walked beside him while trying to get close. By noon, they had finally reached the end of the quiet valley. Before them was a massive gate reaching up to the clouds constructed to the side of a mountain. Half of the door was black, and the other was white. There were plenty of strange and ancient patterns carved on it, which gave everyone an extreme sense of awe. We've reached Serenity's Gate. Look over there, that's the entrance to the Holy Realm. Send a report to the troops behind. Tell them that the vanguard team has already reached the destination. The dozens of insectoid warriors were all elated, for these individuals only cared about the treasures that they could get their hands on once they got in, completely forgetting that this gate also represented the danger that awaited them. Looking up in the sky, Hallie said profoundly, "This gate's called Serenity's Gate. The left is black in color, while the right is white, representing the black god of night and the white god of day. Dusk will be when the two doors open, and it will activate once more at the same time 14 days later. Remember, the last chance you can leave this place is at dawn, 14 days later. Otherwise, this gate will disappear, and by then, even an immortal will have been left for death, trapped inside the god's realm." Xia Fei nodded. "Will all communication devices fail upon entering this place, all contact to the outside cut off?" "Yes, that's indeed the case." "Then that's good enough." Xia Fei smirked. "Remember, the members of the Guild of the Wise will wear a white armband on their left when it's time to act. Best not to harm them accidentally." Hallie nagged about their action guide, but Xia Fei was no longer listening. This was because he suddenly felt a wave of numbing pain creep up his left arm, as if he was being bitten by countless small bugs. This was especially true for the design that the Black God of Night had branded him with. It pulsed with a level of pain that made it unbearable to even walk. It seemed to be vaguely calling Xia Fei, beckoning him to get closer and closer. Xia Fei approached the black half-door on that huge gate in his groggy stupor. This half-door was hundreds of meters tall, thick and wide. It was as if Xia Fei could hear a voice coming from behind it, calling for him to come closer, while the similarly sized, white half-door was completely inert. Xia Fei took several steps to the black door so that he was now right in front of it. Those other insectoid warriors were still busy communicating with the rest of the contingent behind them, and not one of them noticed him get nearer. Meanwhile, Hallie had been caught in a conversation with someone who had managed to catch up to him from behind, the two having an intimate exchange as if they knew each other. It was in this little mess, while no one was paying any attention, that the unseemingly underling of Hallie disappeared. Zing! The moment Xia Fei regained his senses, all he saw in front of him was an open plain that was fit for horses to gallop freely on. There was sparse woodland growing out in the horizon, the grass and leaves all withered yellow, and there was even the sound of insects buzzing from time to time. He turned back to find Serenity's Gate behind him. Xia Fei had no idea when he had managed to cross into the realm behind Serenity's Gate. What's going on here? Xia Fei furrowed his brows. Phantom found this situation both hilarious and exasperating as he sighed. "You're asking me? Who the heck would I be asking? You appeared to have lost your rationality moments ago, heading straight for Serenity's Gate. You were about to collide with the thick, metal doors, and you couldn't seem to hear me no matter how loudly I called you, then guess what happened?" "What happened?" "At that exact moment you reached the black metal half-door, you actually went right through it." "What? Are you telling me that I went through that thick metal half-door?" "But of course. I'm thinking that you practiced a secret technique behind my back since even Furball got taken through the door by you. Wasn't that the case?" Xia Fei shook his head, puzzled. He reached where the design was on his left arm, the burning sensation still lingering. "My left arm started hurting badly earlier, and I could just barely make out someone calling me. I've got no clue what happened after that, too," Xia Fei said heavily. Phantom exclaimed, "Your left arm? Isn't that where the Black God of Night left an imprint on you?" "It's precisely that. That design on your left arm is something the Black God of Night left behind, and the black side of the gate was created by him as well. Perhaps there's some connection between the two, which is what allowed you to pass through." Xia Fei nodded. "There doesn't seem to be any better explanation aside from that." He took off his coat and let Furball out while also examining that design on his left arm. He saw that the black image remained as before, seemingly unchanged. Furball yawned lazily and hopped up Xia Fei's shoulder, doing his best to stay alert. That was because Xia Fei had already told him through his mind that battle was about to begin. Though this pet of his was usually very crafty and indolent in nature, Furball had never once skived off during battle, acting as if he was born to do battle. All of a sudden, A mass of light coming from afar began closing in on Xia Fei, and it was accompanied by the piercing howl of wind. Xia Fei wanted to dodge it, only to find that he was rooted to the ground for some reason, as if someone had pinned him where he stood. Bang! The mass of light struck Xia Fei squarely on the body, transforming into a rain of lights as they dissipated into shining bright lights around him. Xia Fei felt his left hand and wrist tighten, as if it was being held by a pair of large and strong hands. He lowered his head to look, only to find a watch-like device on his left wrist with a shiny golden exterior. The face of the watch was larger than that of a real watch, looking like the old-styled large display of an electronic watch, with numbers and images shown on it. Furthermore, he now held a very complex map in his hand. Mountains, rivers, and roads were all depicted accurately on it. There were even packs of strange animals appearing all across the map. Lightly tapping on the map screen, Xia Fei realized that he could magnify or minimize it to view how he deemed fit. The map could be considered a smart device. This must be the point counter and map that Hallie talked about, Phantom stated. Xia Fei nodded. Yeah, that seems to be the case. So what do we do now? Xia Fei smiled and looked around his surroundings. UTI and his contingent will only be able to enter this holy realm several hours later. We've managed to arrive before them, and that's an opportunity for us. Look at the packs of exotic beasts here on this map. It's clearly indicating the areas where those exotic beasts are active in. If I'm not mistaken, the trial here on this first floor should be related to these ferocious beasts. What comes to your mind when I talk about exotic beasts? Hunt them down to gain points. Phantom made a guess. Xia Fei shook his head, bursting out laughing. Don't forget that I've got the Beast Spirit Codex. That's the best chance for it to shine. The corner of his mouth broke into a sinister smirk. UTI, I shall leave you a very deep impression with my welcoming gift. Chapter 436, Ambush. The power of an exotic beast army. Whoosh! Like a lightning bolt, Xia Fei went speeding toward the nearest exotic beast enclave depicted on the map. By a meandering river, Xia Fei became stationary. He watched several giant rhinoceroses staying on both sides of the riverbed, these powerful creatures lazing in the hot sun as they soaked themselves in the muddy banks. These are iron-armored rhinoceroses. Like their name implies, their skin is as sturdy as iron, and the sharp horn above their nose is strong enough to flip an armored tank. There must be over 10,000 of them here in this huge herd, right? Phantom was shocked. Xia Fei silently crept up to this herd of rhinoceroses, while Furball snorted with contempt. As a holy beast, he was of course qualified to look down upon these iron-armored rhinoceroses. The rhinoceroses in that river noticed Xia Fei and Furball, and while the former was fine, when these creatures discovered Furball's eyes sweeping across them, many of these exotic beasts, which weighed well over 5 tons, found themselves trembling. None of them dared to leave, lacking even the guts to mount an attack, so all they did was dumbly remain stationary. Xia Fei patted Furball on his head. Think of a way to make these guys listen to me. Furball stuck out its tongue unhappily. Holy beasts naturally had their kingly pride, and Furball thought being made to interact with these insignificant iron-armored rhinoceroses was a very shameful act, but it could not go against Xia Fei, either. In the end, Furball lazily let out a low roar, not at all too loud, though it contained great penetrative power. More than half of these thousands of iron-armored rhinoceroses instantly collapsed on the ground, some even beginning to cry. Even the most persistent souls which remained upright were trembling greatly. Furball was angered, finding it incredulous that there would still be creatures that would dare to remain standing in the face of his command. As such, he let out an even sterner roar. A woo! It was a majestic yet terrifying roar. With this one roar, aside from the biggest rhinoceros in the horde, every other sprawled on the ground. Their heads and eyes were looking down to the ground, and not one of them dared to look Furball in the eye. Xia Fei was very curious on why the black rhinoceros appeared to have no reaction at all to this display of might. Could that be the leader of this horde of rhinoceroses? Could it be of an even higher grade than Furball? Xia Fei made his way to the black rhinoceros and circled around it twice before bursting into laughter. It turned out that this creature had already died standing. He did not think that the largest rhinoceros out of the pack would actually be the most timid. This was not the first time Furball had managed to frighten an exotic beast to death with just its voice, so Xia Fei did not find this strange. After all, he had signed a blood contract with Furball, and he was even happier knowing the ball of fur had such capabilities. Xia Fei shut his 2 eyes tightly, and when he next opened them, the Beast Spirit Codex had caused his eyes to turn exceedingly bright, a dark red that made people's hearts pound. Even Furball could not resist but fight with himself. Back then, Furball had been compelled to sign a contract with Xia Fei due to his Beast Spirit Codex, and thinking back on how he had been tortured by Xia Fei's hands back then, a feeling of fear welled up in the King Beast's heart. To make even a holy beast like him feel fear, that was the might of the Beast Spirit Codex. Meanwhile, Xia Fei's Beast Spirit Codex was merely at the 6th stage, so if there was a day when Xia Fei managed to get his hands on the full manual and cultivate the last 3 stages, who knew what a terrifying existence he would become. Furball could not withstand the power of the Beast Spirit Codex at the 6th stage, so of course these rhinoceroses were all the more terror-stricken by it. The human and Ball were both exerting the strongest pressure these exotic beasts had ever experienced. If only there was a hole around them, these rhinoceroses would surely not hesitate to burrow themselves deep within. "Follow me, we're driving these beasts to another location 9,000 paces away from Serenity's Gate," Xia Fei ordered loudly. Xia Fei's ocular cognition as well as Furball's roar, which contained the aura of a king of beast, worked in tandem. Tens of thousands of iron-armored rhinoceroses went stampeding in masse. Like an ocean of beasts crashing into land, the very ground shook from this mass migration. Trees in their way all got uprooted, while the roads got trampled into muddy grounds. There was nothing that could stop this horde. The clouds of topsoil churned up by this horde of rhinoceroses was enough to obscure the sky, looking like a sandstorm. Rumble. These tens of thousand rhinoceroses rampaging across the land were driven by Xia Fei to a location some 9,000 paces away from Serenity's Gate, its sealed double doors in sight. "Stop!" Xia Fei darted over in front of the rhinoceroses, his daunting gaze oppressing the rhinoceroses as they came into a halt. Unfortunately, plenty of these rhinoceroses were unable to come to a complete stop in time, so several hundreds of them ended up crashing into one another, injuring themselves and the others in the process. Nevertheless, they would rather die as a result of this crash than go against Xia Fei's command and take another step. That was the power of the Beast Spirit Codex. "Hey, Xia Fei, you're planning to drive these beasts right into their midst. UTI and everyone will immediately be thrown into a frenzy the moment they pass through the gate by this horde of rhinoceroses. This is a truly devious and diabolical plan." Xia Fei thought nothing of it, looking up at the sun in the sky. "There's still some time before dusk. I'll go wrangle up some even more dangerous and powerful exotic beasts over," Xia Fei said. Phantom got excited. "Great! Since we're going to be devious, we might as well go all out and kill that bastard." With that, Phantom posed another question. "But what about those insectoids from the Guild of the Wise among them? What are they gonna do?" Xia Fei waved his hand dismissively. "There's no way for me to account for them all. This is too good a chance to miss. I want to kill off some of the powerful individuals around UTI, annihilate him in one fell swoop. Sacrifices are unavoidable when achieving great things." Whoosh! Xia Fei repeated what he had done and managed to drive a pack of cunning short-tailed blood foxes from the west. The short-tailed blood foxes had the cunning and intelligence of foxes and the speed of leopards, with the sharp fangs and claws that wolves possessed. Such a pack of exotic beasts had great prowess in combat, for they were accustomed to cooperating and hunting their prey in packs. Therefore, it was difficult for warriors to take on one if they were not at least of the star domain rank. This pack of short-tailed blood foxes numbered well over 50,000, looking like a massive inferno that had dyed this wide plain red. "This is great. We have 10,000 vicious iron-armored rhinoceroses and now these 50,000 crafty short-tailed blood foxes. Such a force is enough to make UTI tremble. So what if these are elite warriors? We've got 60,000 elite beasts." Phantom chortled with glee. Xia Fei was unfazed. "This still isn't enough. I want to prepare for them an even more sumptuous arrival banquet. It shall be a gift that they won't forget." Phantom froze. These exotic beasts are enough to kill UTI and 10,000 of his elites. "You still think they're not enough?" Xia Fei extended 3 fingers as he declared, "My goal is 30,000. Serenity Gate rumbled loudly as it slowly opened up. UTI led his 100,000 elites and arrogantly stepped into this holy realm. Hallie was somewhat worried because Xia Fei had suddenly disappeared. Without this peak speed ability user and exceptional killer on their side, a shroud of gloom was overcast on the Guild of the Wise's plan to eliminate UTI. The gigantic doors of Serenity's Gate were equally noisy as they closed up, and UTI's heart could not help but pound a little. Looking ahead, the situation in front of him appeared to be somewhat bizarre. Far away into the distance were two large groups of exotic beasts, each guarding a direction, two prongs that were facing toward Serenity's gate. However, these exotic beasts appeared to be quietly supine on the ground, not at all appearing to be a threat in any sense. Standing on his hovercar, UTI cleared his throat and prepared to give a rousing speech to everyone present, so that these 100,000 would feel emboldened to stake their lives for him. UTI had spent several days preparing this speech, ruminating on how he could achieve the greatest effect with the easiest to understand words. After all, these warriors were not exactly very cultured, and most would likely be confused if too superfluous words were used. He deliberately coughed twice, and the squad leaders in the contingent immediately called their men to take note and listen. Elites of our insectoid race. Just as UTI began his first sentence, something strange happened. Those two groups of exotic beasts made their move without any warning, and they were charging recklessly right at UTI and his men. The thunderous sound of their footfalls, stirring roars and bellows filled the air. Quick! Form into a defensive formation. The beasts are attacking. The entire scene was unusually chaotic. These elite insectoid warriors were not soldiers. They were used to fighting on their own, so of course they had no idea about military formations and the ilk. Before UTI was done with his preparations, the iron-armored rhinoceroses and short-tailed blood foxes had formed into an exotic beast army. Crash! The iron-armored rhinoceroses used their sharp horns and rammed into any enemy which was standing in their way. An elite insectoid warrior, who did not manage to evade this charge in time, ended up getting gored by one of these beasts' horns. There were even some that got turned into paste after getting swallowed up by the stampede and trampled underneath their foot. It was a gruesome sight. Though the short-tailed blood foxes were not as unrestrained as the iron-armored rhinoceroses, they were exceptionally sinister and malicious. They had split into small packs and hunted down the insectoid warriors, one or two acting as bait as the others circled around their targets to ambush them from behind. Heavy casualties abound. The 60,000 exotic beasts had attacked the 100,000 elite insectoids while they were caught off guard. All of a sudden, a long screech filled the air. It sounded harsh and caused all their hair to stand on end. This is bad. A flock of golden-crowned eagles are coming. A massive black shadow far away came screeching from the sky. 20,000 golden-crowned eagles gathered and practically blotted the sun. Whoosh! One golden-crowned eagle came diving down from the air, grabbing onto an insectoid warrior who had no means of avoiding the beast and was carried off in the air. Its sharp talons had that warrior tightly in its grip, as several of its fellow eagles came swooping to tear into their prey in unison. That warrior was shredded into pieces in a matter of seconds, and what was left of his bloodied body parts rained down on the ground. This army of 10,000 iron-armored rhinoceroses, 50,000 short-tailed blood foxes, and 20,000 golden-crowned eagles were not done yet. Without making a sound, millions of mice came bursting out of the ground. If the experts were able to fend off these large exotic beasts, then there was no way for them to defend against the small and agile mice. Zing! Countless black bodies leaped from beneath the ground, their sharp teeth strong enough to shred metal as they pounced on their enemies, biting their way through the bodies in a matter of seconds as they emerged from the other side. Blood rained across the area. The exotic beast army brought about immense losses to UTI's 10,000-strong elite insectoid warriors. Death came from above and below senselessly. Even in UTI's wildest nightmare, he would have imagined that he would get caught in a trap that Xia Fei had set up beforehand. The battle carried on from dusk until dawn. By the time the sun had risen, the entire plain was coated blood red, impossible to differentiate between the blood of the exotic beasts and the warriors. There were even more limbs strewn all around than there were wild grass. Amazing! This one battle finished off almost 50,000 of UTI's elites. There's only barely a third of their original strength after all that. Phantom was thrilled. Even the most pessimistic person would never have thought it possible to lose more than half their manpower on just the first day of stepping into this holy realm. How satisfying! So goddamn satisfying! Xia Fei nodded as he looked down and noted the point counter on his wrist. The warriors would earn points when they killed exotic beasts, but since they died from those beasts, their points all ended up in Xia Fei. Xia Fei had barely lifted a finger yet he had already collected over 80,000 points. This was an absolute inspiring result from just the first day. 86,000 points. That should be enough to swap for plenty of good stuff, yet. Phantom exclaimed. Xia Fei did not say a word as he strode away from the battlefield. Where are we off to now? Phantom asked. We're off to the second floor. It's about time we prepare the second course of the banquet for UTI. This time, I want him to regret being born. Xia Fei said viciously. Chapter 437, Evil Spirit Tree. Westwind Defense Line, the final refuge of the Pan-Human Alliance. More than 1,000 asteroids had been hollowed out and fitted with large cannons and fortifications. They were like warships that did not move, ready to defend against any enemy invasions. A long time ago, when the other neighbor of humanity, the Na6, made their move, the Alliance had relied on these natural asteroids to build bunkers. Many years had since passed, and the Na6 no longer invaded the Pan-Human Alliance, and it was instead the insectoids, their much farther neighbor, who pushed their way to the Westwind Defense Line. The last 600 fleets under the Alliance command, including the super-capital ship fleet, Freedom Cavalry, as well as the forces from both the Adjudicator Union and the Monastic Order, were all in formation by the Westwind Defense Line, ready to fight against the insectoids to the death in an effort to protect the civilian fleets from leaving as soon as possible. The soldiers used what time they had left to call or write to their families, while those who had lost their family due to the war kept cleaning their weapons. The atmosphere was extremely tense and grim. Command room. Reconnaissance report after reconnaissance report came flowing into the room, non-stop, as the military triumvirate faced their task ahead with great solemnity. The situation is bad. The majority of the insectoid fleets did not rush in as we hoped, but instead are warping over to the Westwind Defense Line 6 and gathering. It looks like they are preparing to rely on their superior military strength to break past our defensive line in a single assault. At present, over 1,000 fleets have gathered, and they are all combined fleets. Chief of Staff Williams said after setting down the phone. 1,000 combined fleets were far stronger than the forces the Pan-Human Alliance had gathered here. Just the number of capital ships they had under their command numbered over 2,000. Engaged in positional warfare, the defense and firepower of capital ships were the deciding factor in achieving victory. In terms of the number of capital ships, the Alliance was no doubt at an absolute disadvantage. Even though the Alliance had their Freedom Cavalry, the dozens of super capital ships they had stood no chance against an attack from over 2,000 normal capital warships. More importantly, 1,000 combined fleets were hardly all of the insectoids' military strength. By the time they were really done gathering and launching their assault, there might very well be 1,500 combined fleets in total. That was 2.5 times the military strength of humans. Tai's left eyelid twitched as he somberly said, "No matter what, the Alliance can't give up on this defensive line and take the initiative to attack. Our fleets have to work in concert with the war asteroids in order to maximize their combat power. After all, none of these asteroid fortifications can move. The defenses of the fortification will decrease drastically without the warship's mobile assistance. Meanwhile, warships will lose half their fighting power without the support of the fortified megacannons. As the situation stands right now, all we can do is make our last stand and defend this place to our death." Williams chuckled, tossing a maple syrup candy from his pocket to his mouth. "You're absolutely right. Our goal is to help protect and secure the departure of the civilian fleets, giving the Pan-Human Alliance a seed of resurrection. The longer we drag things out, the more beneficial it is for us, so let's just keep on waiting." At the end of the first floor of the Holy Realm was a circular platform, an ancient stone structure that looked like it had weathered against time and nature. Just like Serenity's Gate where everyone first entered into this space, the platform was also split in both black and white, each taking a side. "This should be the way that leads to the second floor, so why aren't there any stairs or gates?" Phantom asked quizzically. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and replied, "We'll know once we get on." The platform was wide enough for thousands of individuals to stand on top of it. In a matter of seconds after Xia Fei got on, a beam of white light shot down from the sky and trapped his entire body within. In the next moment, all Xia Fei could feel was a wave of warmth rush over him as his entire person swiftly flew upward with a whoosh. By the time the beam of light dissipated, Xia Fei had already arrived on the second floor of the Holy Realm, and the scenery all around him had changed. What a mystical power! It's almost as if some power instantly pulled you into a different space. Phantom exclaimed. Xia Fei also found it equally inconceivable. In the moment when the space around him changed, aside from that brief instant of emptiness around him, his body did not feel anything else out of the ordinary. Could that have been the use of the law of space? Before him was a large swamp, the black and brackish water coming up to his knees. Some gnarled trees were growing out of this water, half submerged and the other half above the water surface. These trees were too peculiar, their black tree branches had no barks or leaves, and each was oddly shaped and untamed, like a dark forest in which a magician would live in legends. A gaggle of one-eyed crows was perched upon the branches, staring at Xia Fei. Upon seeing Furball perched on Xia Fei's shoulder, though, the one-eyed crows all began crowing loudly. Some even fell into the water in panic, while the rest began flapping their wings wildly and fled as if their lives depended on it. The point counter on his wrist vibrated for a while, and Xia Fei noticed that his score was still climbing, already about to pass the 100,000 point threshold. What was shocking was it also indicated that he had arrived on the second floor. A quick look at the map showed that the second floor of the Holy Realm was smaller than the first floor by some, and there was practically no exotic beast living here. The only thing around was the trees and the swamp. Getting to the third floor would mean getting through this approximately 1,000 miles of swampland, and there was no way around it. Phantom shook his head. What a pity. The second floor doesn't have any exotic beasts, so you can't pummel UTI's troops like what you did with the exotic beasts from the first floor. Xia Fei casually said, using the same method again might not yield as effective of a result. Let's try and think of another plan. In any case, we'll try and get rid of as many of the guards UTI has around him as possible, all the while keeping myself protected. As we slowly whittle their number like this, by the time we reach floors 4 and 5, UTI will probably not have too many people with him, and that's the perfect time for us to strike. Phantom looked all around, unhappily stating, this second floor is far too quiet, with almost nothing we can use. That's not necessarily true. Look. Phantom looked at where Xia Fei was pointing and saw a tree vine slowly binding up the carcass of a one-eyed crow, its movement very slow. By the time the carcass was less than half a meter away from it, a big gash on that tree trunk suddenly opened to reveal its sharp, yellow teeth. Oh, heavens! That tree actually has teeth. Just what strange creature is that? Phantom was shocked. Xia Fei observed it carefully and realized that every tree here had a gash, with most having only one, though some of the thicker and sturdier trees had 2 or even 3 gashes on them. These gashes, which were about the size of wash basins, were hardly noticeable when closed, looking like the mark left when someone had previously tried to chop away at the tree trunks. However, these marks were definitely not as simple as they looked because inside them hid circular mouths. The sharp teeth were like the enlarged version of what man-eating sharks would have. They moved very, very slowly. That strange tree picked up the carcass of the crow and sent it into its mouth, and this half-a-meter distance actually took several minutes to complete. Crunch! The sharp teeth made contact with the crow as blood spurted out. In the instant that the scent of blood was released into the air though, that tree actually moved as if it had come alive. It waved its flexible tree branches like an octopus, while letting out blood-curdling growls. The nearby trees seemed to have been infected by this growl, for all of their movement abruptly sped up. They fought to snatch the carcasses in the water, and because the trees did not differentiate friend from foe, they actually began fighting with one another. Phantom was speechless. What just happened? Those trees were as slow as snails just moments ago, yet they all turned so fast and vicious in the blink of an eye. Could something have triggered them? It must be blood. Xia Fei excitedly said. I dare to say that these strange trees aren't your usual biological organisms. Before we entered, these trees could already move, except they did so very slowly. Were I not closely observing them, I wouldn't notice that these trees will only explosively reveal their true nature after they get stimulated by the presence of blood. If they're so bloodthirsty, why haven't they tried to attack you? Xia Fei chuckled. I have breath control shielding me, so my presence barely registers, but UTI and his men won't be the same. With that said, Xia Fei went dashing out like a burst of lightning. Celestial moon. Swoosh. Circular blades flew out. Several one-eyed crows, which were flying in the sky, instantly got sliced and diced by the 18 circular blades, causing blood to rain down from the sky. The trees in the swamp instantly went berserk after smelling the scent of blood in the air. They fought over the carcasses of the dead crows, their vines dancing wildly as the entire dark forest appeared to have gone insane. There were hardly any living creatures in this swamp. Aside from the crows, there were also a few chameleons and several strange-looking crocodiles. Xia Fei's celestial moon slew them all, and the scent of blood quickly spread across the entire dark forest. The blood mixed in the water was slowly being propagated in such a fashion. This produced a chain reaction, and the eerie silence turned demonic. The large swamp slowly became even more chaotic as more and more of these strange trees awakened from their slumber, eager for life force, thirsting for blood and kills. Bang! Xia Fei tossed a crocodile king, which was over 20 meters long onto the platform, and Celestial Moon began working like a meat grinder. It did not take long for him to turn the crocodile meat into minced meat, and Celestial Moon smeared it on the entire platform. Anyone who arrived from the first floor would immediately be stained in the blood and its sanguinary scent, becoming a target for the Dark Forest's assault. By the time UTI managed to climb out from the pile of dead bodies, it was already evening. On the first day of entry into the Holy Realm, his 10,000 elite insectoid warriors had been the recipient of the most insane attack from exotic beasts. The faces of the survivors were pale and their steps were heavy. The wails and cries from the injured could be heard, dead bodies and fresh blood were everywhere. It was a devastating sight to behold. Li Mo sat atop a large boulder, his hand holding onto meat coming from unknown origins. He was taking bite-sized chunks out of it with great relish, and UTI could feel his stomach doing backflips just looking at this, nearly vomiting from the gruesome sight. Fini, one of the 7 champions, handed UTI a bottle of alcohol. In order to keep a clear mind, UTI would normally abstain from drinking, but today had been such an ordeal that he could not resist taking that bottle and having a fitful swig. "How's our casualties looking?" UTI asked in a grave tone. "Nearly 50,000 dead. Most had lower cultivation and barely experienced much real combat. Our main force is still intact," answered Fini equally solemnly. When UTI heard that the main force was still intact, he felt slightly better. Looking all around, UTI asked, "We've lost quite a bit of people, haven't we?" Fini laughed bitterly. For some reason, it appears as if the darkness ability user, Hallie, including the 5,000 insectoids under his command, has disappeared after the fight. Disappeared. UTI's expression momentarily paled. Hallie had a very high cultivation, so if even something happened to him, it was not hard to imagine the severity of the trouble they were in. Fini saw his master's worry and consoled him. "Emperor, actually, no matter how many warriors we have, most are just cannon fodders. What's important is that the 2 experts we have hidden among the insectoids and High Priest's disciple are still around. As long as they're here, I'm sure that you can make it out of here without any problems. The plan right now is still to make it to the 5th floor as soon as possible. According to historical records, there are some evil spirit trees on the 2nd floor, so as long as we clean ourselves off any scent of blood, we'll very easily make it through the floor." "Easy?" Fini was completely unaware that Xia Fei had already set up a flawless trap on the 2nd floor, so getting through this level would not be as easy as he claimed it. Chapter 438, A 3-Sided Chaotic Battle. In the history of the insectoid race, they had made plenty of attempts to challenge the Holy Realm, so they had a fairly good grasp of it. Though this spatial plane that the black and white gods made would often change, the variations done were all within the acceptable range, which was a great benefit to the insectoids. Unfortunately, Xia Fei, the interloper's appearance, had caused the situation to change greatly. UTI washed himself clean of any traces of blood by the river, applying the white powder that he had previously prepared all over his body. The powder gave off a pungent spicy smell, which completely overpowered the scent of blood on his body. This could help him avoid being assaulted by the evil spirit trees. UTI had the 5 expert guardians, Tome, Fini, Belao, Nimuni, and Li Mo, around him. There were also 2 mysterious figures, hidden among the troops, a good distance away. They too were always maintaining a short distance from UTI. UTI, who was a very cautious insectoid, planted 2 guards with unfathomable strength in the midst of the common troops and had them follow him around. Even when they got surrounded by a host of exotic beasts earlier, the 2 experts still calmly fought with the others while taking care not to reveal themselves. He heaved a long sigh. Though the beast's rampage had dealt a severe blow on the insectoids he had brought, UTI had not lost much of his confidence. Historically, whenever the Emperor of the Golden Tent sallied forth to the Holy Realm, there would always be heavy casualties. Losing 50,000 lives was plenty, but it was not unacceptable. At the very least, the experts whom he had brought were still around. Ultimately, he could only rely on these masters if he wanted to get through all 5 floors, and most of the troops he had were nothing more than cannon fodders. Waving his slender arm, the troop carried onward, ready to enter the 2nd floor. The injured warriors were of course unable to follow the main force forward. The scent of blood on them would cause the evil spirit trees to go berserk, so Fini had already taken care of them on the sly, letting them die a painless death. Furthermore, Hallia's sudden disappearance had also led to the decrease of approximately 5,000 insectoids, leaving UTI with an army numbering just around 40,000. UTI seemed to have vaguely sensed a scheme brewing. Being ambushed upon entering this realm was very unusual, but he had to carry on this expedition no matter what. After all, making it through all 5 floors in these 14 days left was the only way he could get out, and there was no shortcut to this. 20,000 troops acted as vanguards and used the teleportation platform to reach the 2nd floor in advance. Fini told Uti, "Emperor, let's be on our way as well." Uti nodded. His 5 bodyguards surrounded him so he was in the center, and with a whoosh, a beam of light shot down and brought Uti and his entourage right to the 2nd floor. When they looked around, the scene that greeted them shocked every single one of them. Monsters had all gone berserk. Countless evil spirit trees had the platform completely surrounded, and tens of thousands of vines and branches acted like sharp knives raining stabs at the 40,000 insectoid warriors relentlessly. The 20,000 vanguards, which had just arrived, got raided, and more than half had been killed. Due to the Holy Realm disabling any use of communication devices, they were unable to inform Uti that the 2nd floor was dangerous, so all they could do was hold out as best as they could. Xia Fei had left quite a lot of blood here, inciting all the evil spirit trees greatly. When the insectoid vanguards finally arrived, the scent of blood they carried only worsened the situation, and all the trees practically went berserk. This was truly an unbelievable sight. The vicious trees were surrounding the warriors as if they had gone mad, looking like a scene out of a fantasy novel. "My emperor, let me protect you as you leave this place," said Fini and Tome in unison. Both insectoids held their weapons aloft as they sandwiched Uti from the front and back, while Belal and Nimuni took the flanks. Roar! Li Mo let out a guttural roar and went charging forward. It was as if being surrounded by so many enemies only got him more excited. High Priest Ryan had given him a mountain axe, which weighed well over 500 kilograms, and the weapon was double-edged. It was not too useful against the agile exotic beasts before because the mountain axe was unwieldy despite its great power, but it was perfectly suitable for use against such tall and humongous trees. Crash! The mountain axe actually had a flame attack when swung, and Li Mo's single chop sent an entire row of evil spirit trees toppling to the ground. Furthermore, the fire lit several trees nearby aflame, but because these evil spirit trees grew in water, it was hard for the flames to persist, and it did not affect the trees too greatly. Splash! Li Mo jumped into the swamp as he chopped away wildly, determined to kill his way out of the predicament. "Emperor, that weird disciple of the high priest sent with us sure has a move or two." Just as that statement was made, an evil spirit tree used its branches, which were as thick as an arm, to strike Li Mo from behind. The attack was both powerful and extremely quick. Most were hardly able to withstand such a blow and most likely to have their bones crushed even if they did not die from it. Bang! The branches that struck Li Mo's back actually broke upon contact, with wood fragments flying everywhere. However, it was as if Li Mo hardly had felt a thing, though he did end up taking an extra step forward reflexively from that strike. Everyone was dumbfounded. Li Mo was actually uninjured after taking such a powerful blow? Could his body be made of iron? Indestructible. Emperor, High Priest Ryan's disciple is an indestructible ability user. These branches of the evil spirit trees can't harm him at all. We're saved. Fini fought fiercely as he informed Uti. With everyone working together, especially with the indestructible Li Mo clearing the way for them, the insectoids slowly found their footing and managed to make their way toward the teleportation platform for the 3rd floor. Swoosh! A vine shot out and bound a straggling insectoid. Its sharp branches then danced about and quickly turned that insectoid into minced meat. The other evil spirit trees hurriedly made their way over to snatch this sustenance, relishing in the fresh blood. Uti's eyebrows tightened. The flanks and the rear were extremely dangerous positions to be in this contingent, with warriors dying every second. It must be known that these 100,000 elites were the collective strength of the entire insectoid race. Aside from Tananai and the elite warriors he was leading as they waged distant war, these 100,000 insectoids were about 40% of all insectoid warriors, with grade 3 cultivation being the worst among them, which was equivalent to the Pan-Human Alliance's star domain rank. They had pretty much lost most of the contingent just as they reached the 2nd floor, and Uti could not help but feel somewhat pained by it. All of a sudden, the teleportation platform not too far behind them got activated. Halley and his 5,000 warriors, who were loyal to the Guild of the Wise, ambushed them from behind. Uti was completely caught off guard by this. Darkness ability. Halley bellowed, and a mass of black surged from his hands and spread out like a net. In the blink of an eye, dozens of insectoid warriors got swallowed as the darkness came falling from above. These pursuers from behind all had pieces of white cloth tied to their arms to differentiate themselves. They chased after UTI, killing their way from behind. Under the command of the third strongest insectoid Halley, though they lacked in numbers, they held the advantage when it came to the fervor they displayed. The troops who were guarding the rear of UTI's contingent were momentarily thrown helter-skelter by the ambush, suffering heavy losses as a result. "Halley, are you attempting a rebellion?" Tome, who was eager to defend his master, pointed at Halley while yelling. Halley let out an uproarious laughter as the glow of darkness kept dancing in his two hands. "Yours truly has indeed rebelled. What can you do about it?" Everyone was ashen-faced sure enough. No one aside from High Priest Ryan's disciple, Li Mo, would be a match for Halley. That was when two individuals in all black stepped out from the crowd. One was tall and fat, while the other was short and skinny. The masks they wore, along with their black cloaks, made it impossible to make out their faces. "Brother Hal, since you've decided to rebel, then you can't blame us brothers from being discourteous." The pair took off their masks as they said this. "That's the group brothers, Grux and Grui. To think the brothers have been among our contingent this whole time. Grux and Grui are experts ranked 4th and 5th on the Sacred Warrior leaderboard respectively. If they were to fight together, perhaps even Halley would be no match for them." "That's right. We're saved now." The morale of UTI's troops increased tremendously. With the group brothers by their side, there was of course no need to worry about their combat strength. Halley panicked. No one would have expected that UTI would actually invite the group brothers who had been living in seclusion for many years as part of his personal escort. There was also High Priest Ryan's disciple, Li Mo, the 7 champions Tome and Fini and Nimuni and Belal, who ranked 9th and 11th on the Sacred Warrior leaderboard respectively. No matter how he looked, UTI's side clearly held the superior strength here. Halley gritted his teeth. "To think that you two are here as well." Grux barked, "Years back, we brothers were defeated by you and had to settle for rank 4 and 5 on the Sacred Warrior leaderboard. After the two of us have devoted ourselves to cultivation for the 2 decades and are now ready to exchange pointers with you again, you've actually come knocking at our door." Halley displayed the spirit that a high-ranking warrior of the insectoid should have, swiftly gathering 2 masses of darkness in his 2 hands as he shouted, "Enough talk. Let's fight." Boom! Battle resumed once more. The evil spirit trees, the loyalists of the Guild of the Wise under the command of Halley, and the contingent protecting Emperor UTI, these 3 forces were soon embroiled in combat, causing the terrain around them to be thrown into constant chaos. UTI waved his hands as he called Nimuni to his side. "The stage is set. Immediately break out and head to the 3rd floor. Confirm if there are still enemy traps there." 2 hours before the chaotic battle on the 2nd floor, Xia Fei arrived on the 3rd floor, and here were plenty of rocky walls hundreds of meters high, twisting and turning in such a way which made it apparent that he was in an endless labyrinth. "Any indication on the map?" Phantom asked in a heavy tone. Xia Fei glanced at the point counter on his wrist and shook his head. "Nope. The way to the 4th floor is still far away, and the display around us is all blank. Looks like the 3rd floor is a labyrinth." Phantom furrowed his brows. The walls were high, and reaching the teleportation point to the 4th floor would require them to traverse through this labyrinth which spanned well over hundreds of miles. The walls themselves were gloomy and covered in moss, so there was no telling how many traps could be hidden within. Bang! Xia Fei pulled out bloodthirsty screech and made a wild swing to one particular rock wall. Just as his blade was about to make contact, a film of energy, invisible to the naked eye, held bloodthirsty screech in place. Such a wild swing was actually completely incapable of leaving any trace on the wall. Phantom spoke. "It's no use. There's an energy shield protecting the wall, so there's no way you can carve out a path by force. There's even an energy shield sealing off the top, so the only way you can reach the teleportation platform which will bring you to the 4th floor is by solving this labyrinth." There was not just the one entrance to this labyrinth. Xia Fei went sideways and discovered a withered corpse from another entrance. Due to the amount of time that had passed, the corpse itself was left with just bones that would disintegrate into dust with the slightest poke. There was a large hole on his chest, which obviously meant that this individual had died through being pierced by something hard. Xia Fei pointed at the withered corpse and said, "There must be many traps in this labyrinth, and this guy probably died from one of those." Phantom nodded. "That looks to be the case. Let's go and see just what's so unusual about this labyrinth." Xia Fei screwed his eyebrows together and went dashing like a gust of wind. Clunk! The ground suddenly rumbled in the several steps he managed to take, then countless metal spikes rose quickly from the ground. Each and every spike, which was rising fast, was more than 10 meters long. Crafty approach. Xia Fei's body abruptly became extremely limber, evading these spikes as he navigated between the thousands of them while continuing his way forward. His physical agility was simply inconceivable. Once he was finally able to stand firmly on the ground again, Xia Fei looked back at the rusted spikes and frowned. That was close. The speed of these spring traps was much faster than what I initially thought. Chapter 439, A Battle Between Top Speed Ability Users. The straight line distance of the third floor was around 900 miles, yet Xia Fei had spent nearly 10 hours in the labyrinth, which covered almost 6,700 miles. This was evidence of just how inscrutable the labyrinth was. That was close. Phantom was gazing back at the endless high walls behind as he whistled. Xia Fei nodded. Indeed. The complexity of this maze is really unbelievable, and the traps are even more sinister. Had it not been for my crafty approach and my speed ability, I would have probably died back there. Phantom concurred. It's a good thing that we made it through. I felt some strange energy fluctuations just now. Did you also feel something like that before? Xia Fei nodded. Yeah, I felt something strange just now as well. Perhaps they came as a result of the traps being triggered. Before them was the same teleportation platform, made up of both black and white stones, as the ones before. However, the size of this platform was smaller compared to the others previously, most likely because the black and white gods also believed that there would not be as many warriors who could successfully reach this point, which was why they had deliberately shrunk it down. Xia Fei looked at the point counter on his wrist. Do you know how many points I earned getting through this labyrinth? How many? Phantom curiously wondered. 1,000,000 points. 1,000,000. The points you earned before were barely over 100,000, yet just clearing the labyrinth awarded you with 1,000,000 points. This time, you'll surely be able to exchange it for something good at the temple on the 5th floor. It might even be possible for you to get your hands on an immortal grade weapon. Phantom was excited. Xia Fei replied, I'll still need to survive till the end. The points earned from my mobilization of the evil spirit trees to attack UTI's forces are actually tabulated to me, and now I've got a total of 1.4 million points. Looks like this holy realm actually encourages insectoids to kill one another. The two chatted as they stepped onto that teleportation platform. Whoosh! The beam of light shot down from the sky, and Xia Fei was instantly transported to the 4th floor. He felt scalding warmth all around him, as if he were inside an oven. Before him appeared a scene of moving lava, with magma slowly flowing like an ocean, wave after wave lapping against the shore. The fiery red color was reflected onto the white stalactites which had formed on this cavern's ceiling. Were it not for his combat suit, he would probably get roasted just by standing here. Furball suddenly opened his eyes. The beast's whole body was bathed in the fiery glow around, and he looked like he was feeling very comfortable. He had been sleeping the entire time Xia Fei was traversing that labyrinth, not even sparing a single glance at the traps around them. To actually have been able to sleep so soundly despite the dangers around them, Xia Fei could not help but admire this pet's strong nerves. Xia Fei took his mask and wore a pair of protective goggles in place to prevent the scalding temperature from harming his eyes. There was just lava and even more lava ahead. He had no idea how he was supposed to get through this. The point counter on his wrist displayed the environment of the 4th floor, and the location for the two teleportation platforms were across this almost 1,000-mile lava pool, and there was no way across except traversing through this hot lava. Just how are you supposed to get across? Even if you are able to fly, you can't possibly fly all the way just like this. The scorching temperature this lava emits is enough to cook you alive. Phantom was scratching his chin as he wondered. Xia Fei also had his eyebrows scrunched together. They were 5 miles away from the lava, and the heat wave it was diffusing was already unbearable. There was no need to mention directly being on top of the lava pool itself. Anyone with even the slightest bit of common sense would know that heat rose. Suddenly, a dour voice spoke. Are you that human warrior? Xia Fei turned in the direction of the voice and saw an insectoid warrior dressed in a grey combat suit walking out from the forest of stalactites just a distance away. Xia Fei had superhuman senses, but he had not realized when this person arrived. Recalling the slight energy fluctuations he had sensed back in the labyrinth on the 3rd floor, Xia Fei finally understood where they had come from. It turned out that this insectoid followed him to the 3rd floor and had reached this 4th floor's lava trial ahead of him. Since the insectoid warrior, who had managed to hide his presence, arrived before he did, it appeared that he was not anyone simple. Xia Fei nodded calmly. His feet shifted slightly as he carefully guarded against this newcomer. Furball yawned, its eyes glancing carelessly at a black shadow behind the insectoid, which looked to be a large spirit cat with spotted fur. My name's Nimuni. Xia Fei was surprised as he chuckled. So you're the expert who's ranked 9th on the Sacred Warrior leaderboard, the fastest speed ability user among the insectoids. It's an honor. Nimuni was equally light on his feet as Xia Fei, and the two now circled each other. When he spotted his spotted spirit cat shivering in fear, Nimuni remarked, "Your exotic beast is very powerful, to have scared my lil spot until she's unable to move. I wonder what kind of exotic beast is it, and what grade it's it." Xia Fei flashed the insectoid a cheeky smile, and Nimuni was slightly shocked by it deep down. Furball appeared to be very reluctantly standing on Xia Fei's shoulder, opening its mouth to let out 3 consecutive growls. All were directed at the spotted spirit cat. The first growl caused the spotted spirit cat to tremble all over, its ears standing up in alert. The second growl made the spotted spirit cat's 2 amber eyes roll upward as it collapsed to the ground. By the time Furball's 3rd growl came out, that spirit cat had already died, looking completely terrible as it did. "It's called Furball." "No grade," Xia Fei casually answered. Nimuni's expression changed greatly. Scaring his exotic beast to death with just 3 low growls was proof of Furball's unfathomable grade. "Your exotic beast may be very powerful, but that doesn't mean that you are, too." Nimuni stood still as he pointed right at Xia Fei. "Do you know why I'm the strongest ability user in all of the insectoids?" Xia Fei shrugged nonchalantly. "It's true that you having broken the speed of 30,000 meters per second is an impressive feat, but my speed's much faster than yours. Take this." Zoom. With that, Nimuni dashed to Xia Fei as a steel hook extended from his wrist. The hook had a rather peculiar appearance, with it looking like the talons of a falcon. His speed was very fast. Much faster than Xia Fei's. His speed is over 40,000. "Be careful, Xia Fei." Phantom was utterly shocked. Just as he shouted this, Xia Fei was already exchanging 100 moves with Nimuni. It must be stated that this was a match between 2 top speed ability users, and to describe this fight as a visual blur was an understatement. Clank! October flying snow and Nimuni's steel hook clashed, and an ear-piercing ring sounded. The two backed off as they retreated to a corner of the battlefield. Nimuni laughed loudly. "Now, you know. When 2 speed ability users clash, the victor shall be the one with the faster speed. While the reaction speed you've just demonstrated is very quick, your speed is slower than mine. I'd like to see how long you can mentally last against me." Whoosh! The fight resumed. Both parties were actually able to attack and retaliate 500 times every second. Even the most advanced high-speed camera would have difficulty capturing this battle. When both parties disengaged, a very small cut appeared on Xia Fei's left thumb, which dripped with quite a bit of blood, while Nimuni remained unscathed. Xia Fei's expression turned severe. What Nimuni had said was correct. When 2 speed ability users fought, it was only naturally for the one who had the higher speed to win. Xia Fei was basically 25% slower than his opponent, and such a difference in a battle that rapidly changes every second was essentially fatal. Fortunately, Xia Fei still had his crafty approach and his superhuman mental reaction time. As such, he was more or less able to hold on, and victory was still in sight. Furball howled anxiously, watching Xia Fei get injured yet being unable to help. That was because his energy balls were not fast enough to catch up to Nimuni and his 40,000 meters per second of speed. Even if he tried, there was no way that his attack would be effective. Is this the strongest speed ability user mankind has to offer? I'm truly disappointed, Nimuni guffawed. I have yet to use my full strength. Once I go all out in attack, I'm afraid that you won't even last a full minute. Xia Fei was unperturbed. His brain was working overtime as he sought to come up with a strategy against this. If you surrender now and show willingness to crawl between my legs, I promise to spare your life. Nimuni spread his legs open as he treacherously taunted his opponent. A smug delight could be seen from both his words and action. Xia Fei knitted his eyebrows and easily let out a slight laugh. With a light tap of his right arm, Xia Fei released the safety switch for his celestial moon. Nimuni laughed. It's no use. That set of circular blades on your right arm's useless. You've already lost when it comes to speed. Xia Fei calmly extended two of his fingers and wagged them. There's something you're mistaken. What is it? I'm not the fastest speed ability user among all humans. Nimuni coldly snorted. I doubt it as well. With your cultivation, you aren't even fit to wash my feet. Xia Fei flexed his muscles a little, seemingly unconcerned with Nimuni's arrogant claim. However, Furball could not stand it, shooting out 3 energy balls at that moment. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Nimuni was left an afterimage of himself as he darted aside by 100 meters, causing Furball's attack to miss. Kiddo, don't you know that speed is the hardest ability to deal with in this universe? You're clearly no match for me, and neither is your master, Nimuni teased. Furball understood what the insectoid said, and he howled wildly, his eyes turning bloodshot from anger. Xia Fei reached out and patted the beast on his head. There's no need for you to do anything. If I can't even deal with such a trivial enemy like this, I hardly qualify as your master. What arrogance! It was Nimuni who castigated Xia Fei. You clearly can't beat me, so what's with all that nonsense you're spouting? Humans are truly so despicable. Xia Fei remained unfazed, his finger beckoning Nimuni, as if telling the latter to come and attempt an attack. Nimuni was furious. 40,000 meters per second versus 30,000 meters per second. Xia Fei losing was only a matter of time, and he simply could not understand where the latter was getting his confidence to be smug. Then let me show you what's true power. Pa! That grey combat suit of his suddenly tightened, his well-defined muscles became obvious underneath, and his combat boots shone brightly. Speed ability users were highly reliant on their combat suit, and without them, their superhuman speed would most likely have them charging out of orbit once they accelerated. Take this! Nimuni's body arched, his steel hook before him as he came charging right at Xia Fei like a bolt of lightning. Meanwhile, Xia Fei actually stood rooted where he was and remained unmoving. Could he have already given up? 1,000 venerables! Xia Fei suddenly bellowed. Just as Nimuni's steel hook was only 100 meters away from Xia Fei, an inexplicable scene unfolded. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Celestial moon suddenly turned the sky silver and glittery as it came howling outward, surrounding the entire battlefield in the eye of an airtight tornado. This was the third-tier combat technique of psychokinesis, 1,000 venerables. It was an insane AoE attack skill. The 18 circular blades, which made up Celestial Moon, suddenly turned into 180,000 blades. It covered every corner and every possible gap as it attacked. Nimuni, who had already accelerated, did not have that inexplicable physical agility Xia Fei's crafty approach had, so he had no way of evading this insane Tier 3 psychokinetic combat technique. The faster his speed, the greater the damage Celestial Moon inflicted upon him. Ping! The number 1 insectoid speed ability user Nimuni turned into a bloody corpse as he suffered these heavy and relentless cuts. His entire body got perforated by the countless connecting edges. Nimuni's corpse flew up high before landing heavily on the ground, no longer breathing. The corners of Xia Fei's lips curled into a wicked smile as he told himself, I didn't get to tell you, I'm not the fastest, but I'm the only dual ability user of mankind. It was beautifully done. Phantom and Furball both cheered loudly. Chapter 440, The Lava Ocean Blockade. What a pity! That combat suit of Nimuni wasn't too shabby and should be at eternal grade. It boosted the speed attribute, too, but it was torn to shreds by Celestial Moon and couldn't be worn anymore. Phantom frowned. Xia Fei shrugged. He picked up the hook with a silvery curve and retrieved Nimuni's spatial necklace. Victors plundering the spoils of war from the defeated was expected, and Xia Fei was not about to let this chance slip away. His points counter went up by another 1.08 million points, the points that Nimuni gained from clearing the third-floor labyrinth, as well as the exotic beasts and evil spirit trees he killed on first and second floors, were now all in Xia Fei's hands. Suddenly, the teleportation platform flashed into activity once more. Hallie came staggering forward before finally collapsing down onto the ground. He was pale and had plenty of injuries all over, seemingly having experienced a grueling battle. Xia Fei quickly went over and helped Hallie up, feeding 3 white dews and a single snake-eye berry into his mouth to help him recover his strength. About 2 minutes later, the miraculous fruits began working their magic and color slowly returned to Hallie's face, his breathing normalizing. I finally found you, Xia Fei. How did you get past Serenity Gate? Xia Fei chuckled. He still had no idea what design the Black God of Night had given him was, and telling it to Hallie was not a smart move, which was why he decided to remain mum about it. Hallie was no fool, so he changed the topic when he perceived that Xia Fei would not elaborate. I take it that you're behind the exotic beast rampage on the first floor and the evil spirit trees going berserk on the second. Xia Fei nodded. That is correct. What happened to you? How did you end up looking like that? Hallie got up to his feet and dusted himself off. There was a black fog orbiting around him as if to treat his wounds. Is his darkness ability capable of healing injuries? Xia Fei was quietly surprised by this. What an amazing ability! When the exotic beasts rampaged after we passed through Serenity's Gate, I led the approximately 5,000 insectoids from the Guild of the Wise and slipped away from the main contingent amid the ensuing chaos. Since the beasts were all going for UTI, there's no need for us to be cannon fodders for him. Xia Fei responded, avoiding unnecessary casualties while letting UTI's troops bear the brunt of the assault was indeed an opportune strategy too good to miss. What happened next? We launched our assault on UTI when they arrived on the second floor, the evil spirit trees, UTI's troops, and we were all locked in a three-way battle. In the end, none of us managed to gain an upper hand. I'm the only one left from our faction, while only a handful remain on UTI's side. Hallie was grinding his teeth, and while Xia Fei did not witness this fight with his two eyes, it was not hard to deduce from Hallie's expression just how terrible the fight became. Did Mingjing fail to escape? Xia Fei asked. Hallie nodded. Mingjing's merely a mental traceability user, hardly powerful combat-wise. I didn't care to pay any attention to her during the fight, though I inadvertently saw her get caught by an evil spirit tree. She's probably... Xia Fei did not really react to this news. Mingjing was nothing more than a pitiful stranger to him, the fact that Hallie had managed to escape with his life was nothing short of a miracle, so of course he barely had any energy to care about anyone else's well-being. UTI's troops were much stronger than what I first thought, Hallie said. Aside from Tome and Fini of the 7 champions, there's also the fastest speed ability user Nimuni and the rock control ability user Belal. Those 4 are ranked in the top 30 of the Sacred Warrior leaderboard, some even rank in the top 10. However, what's unbelievable was that the group brothers, ranked 4th and 5th on the Sacred Warrior leaderboard, had actually been hiding in the crowd, pretending to be common warriors, so I ended up somewhat at a disadvantage in the fight before. There's also the disciple of High Priest Ryan, that monstrous abomination who's an indestructible ability user, no one managed to injure in the least. That being probably has a cultivation even higher than the group brothers. Xia Fei was shocked. He did not remember Li Mo having that indestructible ability before, so it was apparent that it had been provided to him by High Priest Ryan. Beyond turning Li Mo into the abomination that he was, that Ryan had transformed him into this indestructible evil monster. Pointing at the corpse, Xia Fei said, Nimuni's already dead. I was wondering why I didn't see any trace of him during the fight. Turns out he made it to the 4th floor. Did you kill him? Yet. Hallie's gaze on Xia Fei suddenly turned ocean ring hot. He was of course well aware of just how quick Nimuni was, it was no easy feat for Xia Fei to have slain him thusly. However, his gaze soon dimmed. You killed Nimuni, while I disposed of Belal and Tome. Despite this, UTI still has 4 great experts by his side. Grux and Grui, High Priest Ryan's disciple, Fini of the 7 champions. None of these 4 opponents are easy to deal with, and we're the only 2 left on our side. This did indeed sound like a major problem. They were all warriors who were about the same rank, so in a 2 versus 4 situation, the side with numerical disadvantage would clearly be the ones handicapped. How much longer till they reach the 4th floor? Xia Fei asked. Hallie spent a few seconds mulling over the question before answering, 3 to 6 hours, tops. Xia Fei continued. We need to use what time we have to cross this ocean of lava as soon as possible and get to the 5th floor. We can rely on the terrain there to prepare an ambush for them. If my deductions aren't wrong, most of UTI's followers will be trapped here by the lava, so if we're able to set up some traps, perhaps we'll still be able to slay another bunch of them. It's not the best time to face off against UTI, so what we can do is eliminate the effective strength on UTI's side. Hallie grimaced. Do you know how we can get across this ocean of lava? Xia Fei shook his head to indicate his cluelessness. Hallie pointed at the white stalactites to the side. Touch those rock formations and you'll understand. Whoosh! Xia Fei darted to one stalactite 500 meters away and slowly placed his hand on it. A burst of icy sensation flooded Xia Fei's body completely, its frigidity even reaching the very marrow of his bones with just that one touch. How cold? These stalactites are actually extreme cold, so much so that it can penetrate your very body. Hallie nodded. Look up and you'll see these inverted stalactites hanging from the ceiling above the lava. As long as you hug these stalactites tightly, anyone will be able to get past this ocean of lava and make it to the teleportation platform of the 5th floor. This is set up so that individuals will have to quickly pass through the stalactites, pausing even briefly will cause you to be scorched by the heatwave the lava's giving off. Therefore, this isn't only a test of an individual's physical agility but also the warrior's willpower. After all, below is the deadly lava, where even one's bones will be turned to ash if they end up falling into it. The insectoids come to this holy realm every few thousand years, which is why we've already thoroughly researched what's to expect inside. The hardest test is actually the labyrinth on the 3rd floor, as it will change in every visit, with plenty of traps hidden throughout. Passing through it takes quite some time and effort, but once one makes it through, no high-ranking warrior will be stumped by this 4th floor. Xia Fei was speechless. If it was truly as Hallie said, then this floor would hardly be a challenge for experts like Grux and Grui. Then what about the 5th floor? Would we have any chance of killing what's left in one fell swoop up there? Hallie let out a bitter laugh. The 4th floor teleportation platform will send individuals straight to the 5th floor temple, and killing isn't allowed in the temple. That is to say, if UTI gets past this floor, we'll be out of options. Xia Fei was surprised, wondering quizzically. There's no test on the 5th floor? How could that be? Hallie replied, the black and white gods left this holy realm to benefit the insectoid race, not to finish off our elites. Xia Fei was at a loss for words. Hallie was right. The black and white gods were protectors of the insectoids, so there was no reason for them to create such a strange space just to finish off the elite insectoid warriors every few thousand years. That would have been far too outrageous and a distinctive departure from the initial intent of helping the insectoids. The 1st to 4th floors are all to test a warrior's qualities, their determination, martial arts strength, resilience, and so on. Any qualified warrior will be granted the right to step into the 5th floor, and that's when they can receive rewards. There are plenty of strange beasts around the temple, and warriors can stay and feast in the temple as they wish. At a set time, they will be allowed outside to hunt the beasts, and the more they hunt, the more points they will get, increasing their rewards even further. Serenity's Gate will reopen 14 days after, and everyone can bring what rewards they earn from inside the Holy Realm outside. Previous expeditions into the Holy Realm always saw plenty of deaths not because of the severity of the tests but because of the greed of the past emperors of the Golden Tent, forcing their underlings to hunt and kill on the 5th floor day and night, all so they could exchange for even greater rewards. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and took several puffs, gravely saying, I get it now. The 4 floors are all to test a warrior's cultivation, and as long as they can prove themselves, they will be given the chance to obtain rewards on the 5th floor. If we plan to kill UTI, we can only do so here. The situation was dire. Forget the remaining insignificant warriors, just the 4 experts still with UTI were more than enough to beat up Xia Fei and Hallie soundly. There were no other options. Xia Fei must eliminate UTI here on the 4th floor. Getting up to his feet, Xia Fei smoked his cigarette even as he examined the environment around them. The tobacco turned pungent after getting itself toasted in this scorching heat, and the smoke left a slight burning sensation as it entered his lungs. Waves of lava lapped endlessly against the shore, with the countless white stalactites hanging on the ceiling of this enormous cavern reflecting the red fiery glow of the lava. Something popped up in Xia Fei's head, and then a plan slowly took form in his mind. Follow me. We'll first have to get across this ocean of lava. I've come up with a way to deal with them from across here, Xia Fei said sternly. What way? You'll know once we get across. Whoosh! Xia Fei took the lead in leaping high and grabbing hold of a stalactite. Icy coldness instantly traveled across his whole body, while a burning pain blossomed on his back. Like a nimble monkey, Xia Fei deftly made his way across the ceiling of the cavern, leaping from stalactite to stalactite. Furball stuck close to Xia Fei like glue. This pet was completely unbothered by the heat and, instead, felt very disinclined to go anywhere near the cold stalactites. Ice and heat entwined. The part of him that came into contact with the stalactites felt a biting chill as if he were trapped in an ice cave, while the part of his body exposed to the lava's boiling heat had already turned red. This was no doubt a test of his willpower. Only concentration, endurance, and speedy movement could get him across this ocean of lava. Crunch! Xia Fei lightly landed on the ground, and Hallie soon followed. A mass of darkness had enveloped him to prevent the heatwave from getting to him. The injury he suffered from this crossing was less than what Xia Fei had sustained. What now? Hallie anxiously asked. Xia Fei flashed a slight smile, and the 18 circular blades that made up Celestial Moon on his right arm came flying out. Unleash your darkness and envelop the nearby stalactites such that they would not be able to make out their way forward. Meanwhile, I'll be using my Celestial Moon to attack them from afar. This move is called continuously beating the enemy while they're down. Chapter 441, Psychokinesis's Tier 4 Combat Technique. In order to cross this ocean of lava, one will have to rely on the stalactites attached to this cavern ceiling. I already tested it out while we were crossing through. These stalactites are very sturdy. Just the two of us don't have enough power to destroy them, so attempting to break these stalactites to leave them all stranded on this floor isn't a viable option. However, passing through the ceiling of this cavern is extremely dangerous. Just a moment of carelessness is all one needs to fall into the churning ocean of lava below. If you're able to use your darkness ability and seal off a few miles of stalactites, such that they will have no way of advancing, we can delay them for a minute and even end up causing them to make mistakes and erroneously fall in the lava below. Beings tend to get nervous and panic when they are facing extreme danger. With you and me here on this shore, just the psychological pressure we exert is enough to be fatal. After all, they have to face both the peril of the lava below and the looming threat that we present. With your darkness ability sealing off their way forward, and my Celestial Moon doing aerial attacks, all these factors put together will most definitely cause tragic deaths among them. We don't have to seek to eradicate them. As long as we can take this chance to diminish their numbers in a way that will be evenly matched, we can then take them face to face. Xia Fei said as he pointed to the ocean of lava. Hallie nodded. That's a great plan. My darkness ability becomes more powerful the more concentrated it is, so I won't be able to kill anyone if I unleash it on a large area, but it's more than enough to leave them disorientated in the darkness. Still, I wonder how far you can maintain control of your circular blades and if you are able to attack the enemies from very far away. The shock Hallie was feeling inside heightened further. He finally understood that the floating weapon Xia Fei had in hand was not a martial arts technique but rather a good to honest ability. Hallie felt very honored to have someone with a dual ability like Xia Fei on his side. Xia Fei smiled and patted Furball, who was perched on his shoulder. Don't worry. Furball and I here are both able to deal ranged attacks, and since the 5th floor's teleportation platform is behind us, this shall be our last chance. We'll have to fight even if we don't want to. With the discussion over, Hallie began unleashing plenty of his darkness. The ocean of lava covered approximately 30 square kilometers of land on this side of the shore, and the 5th floor's teleportation platform was part of this. Black fog gushed out of Hallie, floating like clouds of darkness as they rapidly gathered. Dozens of minutes later, the entire 5th floor's teleportation platform was engulfed by darkness. In doing so, it would prevent UTI and his underlings from getting past Xia Fei and Hallie's defense and heading straight for the 5th floor. After all, the two of them would lose the chance to hunt down anyone who managed to get onto it. The black fog increased in volume as time went by, and after it covered the ground, it began ascending to the sky. Slowly but surely, the stalactites within their 3-kilometer radius all became shrouded in darkness, creating quite a strange sight. Like destructive black clouds pooling together in a boundless night sky which lacked any starlights, this portion of the cavern ceiling became completely covered in darkness. If the fiery red ocean of lava, the black darkness upon the ceiling, as well as the sporadic white stalactites far away were added in the picture, the entire environment of this floor looked as terrifying as hell itself. Wiping sweat off his forehead, Hallie said in a serious tone, I've now reached my limit, having done all I could to cover this much distance in darkness, so I'm no longer able to do anything else, much less fight. The best I can do now is maintain everything, but I don't have any strength left to help you anymore. Whether we can deal with UTI and his experts or not solely depends on you. Xia Fei took out 4 white dews and 2 snake eye berries from his spatial ring and gave them to Hallie. Thank you for your hard work. This is already enough. Eating these will help you recover more than half of what energy and strength you expended. Leave everything else to me. Sure. Hallie took all 6 fruits and shoved them into his mouth. What miraculous fruits you've got. We insectoids have never had anything like these growing in our territory, or else I would have stored a load of them for myself, having them at the ready when needed. Xia Fei responded, I've still got plenty of those, so you can relax. Right now, you have no combat strength to speak of, so it's best if you keep yourself hidden. It's not too late for you to make your move if anyone does manage to get ashore. Hallie nodded and retreated into his darkness, leaving not a trace of himself. Phantom furrowed his brows. This darkness formation he set up isn't bad, what next? Xia Fei sat down cross-legged on the ground, closing his eyes as he regulated his breathing. We wait. The heat from the lava made one feel anxious, and Xia Fei regulated his breath control to keep calm, his legs folded to conserve energy for the upcoming fight. All of a sudden, Xia Fei's keen senses picked up sounds coming from far away, and Phantom's exclamation soon followed. They're here. 147 individuals in total. Xia Fei opened his eyes and stood up, coldly staring into the distance. Several minutes later, over 100 figures came crawling like lizards on the cavern's ceiling. They discovered the darkness ahead and, thus, stopped where they were to discuss strategy. UTI was being hugged by this strange bug, his entire body coiled around a piece of stalactite to keep his temperature down. He had a nervous expression and looked totally pale. On his sides were Li Mo and Fini of the 7 champions. The shape of the bug was extremely weird. Possessing 8 sharp and hard long tentacles, the bug looked like a spider with its diamond-shaped body and 2 heads. Its black body had a hardy carapace, and there was hair growing on its joints. However, because of the lava's temperature, this hair was all but singed. Its countless spikes, much like the ones found in a hiker's boots, were deeply inserted in the rocky ceiling. Xia Fei was very intrigued as he had not seen this kind of bug before. That was when Hallia's voice sounded from the darkness. That bug's the transformation of the Gru brothers, Grux and Grui. They're both shapeshifters, and due to them being twins, they can merge as one after changing form, becoming a shapeshifter several times more powerful than their original forms. Xia Fei nodded and did not make any comment. There was no need for him to overthink this too much anymore. Anyone who came should be treated as an enemy. Li Mo had already noticed Xia Fei's presence from afar, and the remaining memories and resent he had for the man told him that there was a nemesis a distance away whom he must kill. Now that Li Mo was closer to being a beast than human, he of course had natural bestial awareness toward his enemies, and with how High Priest Ryan had further enhanced the resentment he was feeling inside, the moment he spotted Xia Fei, an overwhelming amount of animosity surged in him. Letting out a loud and hostile roar, his 2 eyes turned bloodshot, and his whole body shook uncontrollably, as if the rage in him had gone on overdrive. Charge! Li Mo recklessly charged towards Xia Fei, his mouth ajar as his saliva flowed freely. Xia Fei could clearly see that bloody meat and half-masticated fingers were still caught between Li Mo's teeth. Don't make any rash move! UTI shouted to restrain Li Mo. As Li Mo's master, High Priest Ryan had once ordered him to listen to every command from UTI, which meant that he was not about to go against any command even at the risk of death. However, the undeniable resentment in his heart was difficult to keep restrained, and it was telling him that he must kill Xia Fei. A great internal battle ensued. Finally, it was his animosity towards Xia Fei that emerged victorious. UTI's instruction became nothing more than fetters, and Li Mo became even more enraged after breaking out of his chains. Nothing could stop him from dealing with Xia Fei any longer. Roar! Another powerful bellow was unleashed. Li Mo was now completely insane. Nice timing! Xia Fei's 2 eyes blazed as he yelled. The debts of your past life come to bear, let's settle everything once and for all, here and now. Pew! Before Xia Fei could even act, Furball had already fired a ball of light. Li Mo was huge in size, his footsteps lumbering and slow. Just as that ball of light connected, Li Mo instinctively felt the danger of the attack and actually managed to escape the safety of the stalactite by springing forth. It bore mentioning that, with the raging hot lava underneath, the body still needed to maintain contact with the icy stalactites, or else anyone would easily find themselves burned to a crisp from the heat. Whoosh! Li Mo's body was in the air, and by using the power behind this charge, he actually managed to swat Furball's attack away. However, the insectoid behind him was not as lucky, his flesh was instantly turned into imperceptible motes of energy by the attack and disappeared in the air. Thunder Fury! Celestial Moon howled as Xia Fei unleashed the Tier 2 combat skill of Psychokinesis, Thunder Fury. Celestial Moon suddenly turned into a bolt of lightning which went slashing outward. The immense sound caused the ocean of lava to churn and roll as if a typhoon had struck. The speed of his Thunder Fury was simply too fast. Li Mo had no way of evading it. Who would have thought that the abomination would just puff out his chest and reveal a mocking smirk, though? Clap! Like a mass of lightning that came crashing down from the heavens, the blow struck Li Mo squarely on his chest. A glaring flash of light appeared, so bright that no one could bear to keep their eyes open. Crap! Your Thunder Fury hardly injured Li Mo at all. He's got a body augmented by the indestructible special ability. Phantom said. Thunder Fury merely caused Li Mo to stagger forcefully, but he soon recovered, staring at Xia Fei with hate-filled eyes once more. Have another. 1,000 Venerables. Xia Fei retracted Celestial Moon and changed to the Tier 3 combat technique, 1,000 Venerables. Whoosh! 1,000 Venerables was a matchless violence. Celestial Moon transformed into countless beams of light, which shot forth in a dense concentration. It was an indifferential, comprehensive assault. Shat! The over 100 experts, who were still alive by UTI's side, were without a doubt the elites of the elites, but this one attack from Xia Fei had left them all at a loss on what to do. Even the final surviving member of the 7 sacred champions, Fini, had his left eye pierced as a result of failing to avoid Celestial Moon in time. His entire body bent and fell into the ocean of lava, dying right there and then. Unfortunately, 1,000 Venerables was not a technique that could harm Li Mo. The abomination was already within the darkness, nowhere to be found. Even the Grux and Grui brothers had also disappeared without a trace. Xia Fei, I'm not too certain about that disciple of High Priest Ryan, but the Gru brothers' strength will increase by several-fold upon shifting. While such a level of attack can injure them, it won't kill them. Hallie said solemnly from behind him. Retract your ability. There are just the 2 of them now, so let's go up 2 versus 2. Leave Ryan's disciple to me, while you can deal with the Gru brothers. Got it. Hallie answered. The speed by which he retracted his darkness ability was by no means fast. It had been initially used to obscure the enemy's way forward, but now that both Li Mo and UTI were in the darkness, it instead became a slight problem to Xia Fei, for he had no idea where his enemies could be hiding in the darkness. Zoom zoom zoom. Furball indiscriminately fired energy balls, but because he could not see the enemies, these attacks were hardly effective. Calm down and use your keen senses to detect him, Xia Fei told himself. Slowly, Xia Fei actually shut his 2 eyes. This was such a crazy move to make. To think he would actually dare to keep his 2 eyes shut, relying on his senses to face such a powerful foe. Xia Fei's senses were like a net, slowly widening the area it covered. This continued unceasingly until even the slightest movement could be detected. Suddenly, Xia Fei felt a powerful force rushing toward him. It turned out that Li Mo had already used this lull in the battle to get almost 500 meters closer to Xia Fei. In his anxiety, Li Mo did not wait to get close but, instead, relied on his 2 legs to come pouncing over, flying straight to Xia Fei. Here he comes. Psychokinesis, Tier 4 combat technique. Fearless. Xing. Xia Fei abruptly opened his 2 eyes, and Celestial Moon rattled noisily, forming a cross that rammed straight. Indeed, it rammed straight. The powerful force from this technique was enough to split an entire mountain. The strong were fearless, and no mortal could resist the strike. There was no way for Li Mo, who was still hurtling through the air, to avoid this, and the abomination crashed right into Celestial Moon. The impact of this collision sent Li Mo spiraling away. He grasped madly in the air several times before falling straight into the hot lava with a splash. Chapter 442, UTI's Secret. Li Mo had been knocked away by the Tier 4 combat technique of Xia Fei's psychokinesis ability and was sent flying right into the rolling waves of lava. Splash! His huge frame caused lava to fly everywhere, and after a few moments of struggle, he gradually sank into it. Though Li Mo had died, Xia Fei still did not let down his guard. That was because the shape-shifting brothers, Grux and Grui, were still alive. When the 2 merged into one, the strength they possessed was simply unimaginable, and perhaps even the Tier 3 skill, 1,000 Venerables, would hardly harm them. If he wanted to win, he must unleash an even more powerful attack. His left wrist slightly shuddered, and that was the repercussion of using the fearless combat technique. This was how it worked with psychokinesis, and its prowess meant that it took quite a toll on the body. Given Xia Fei's present cultivation, this Tier 4 combat technique was a strain to use. Fortunately, the effect it created was decent, and it allowed him to shove Li Mo into the ocean of lava before the latter could even begin fighting him, taking care of the enemy in advance. Hallia's darkness ability was slowly receding, using it over a wide area like this heavily impaired his ability to fight. As he took back the clouds of darkness in the surroundings, Hallie managed to recover half of his expended energy, which was why he could stand side by side with Xia Fei when he stepped out of the darkness. Xia Fei suddenly remembered that large black metal casing he had obtained and how the key to it was still in UTI's possession. This point alone made it not a bad idea to let the group brothers come on shore. At the very least, he now could have a chance of obtaining the key. Had UTI and the group brothers ended up falling into the lava like the others, Xia Fei would have therefore lost the chance of ever learning what was enclosed in the case. Let them come on. We should be able to defeat the two if we work together, Xia Fei said. Hallie nodded. Suddenly, a huge, black figure leaped ashore, and it was of course none other than the group brothers. The two worked as one to form that huge and strange bug which held UTI close to its bosom, protected by layers of dense carapace. Hallie took a step forward and yelled, "Don't you two wish to challenge me? I'll gladly satisfy your request." The group brothers laughed uproariously, their two heads seemingly making the same movement. Even their expressions were the same. Back then, we brothers had yet to perfect the technique of joining our bodies as one. Now that we do, you wish to spar with us despite the injuries you've sustained? You must be tired of living. Whoosh! The two immediately joined in battle without another word exchanged. Because Grux and Grui still had to protect UTI, they very quickly became at a disadvantage after a few rounds, their middle leg taking repeated stabs from Xia Fei's October flying snow. However, because of their hard carapace, even a powerful weapon like October flying snow could not completely penetrate it. Butterfly serpent. Swoosh! Xia Fei did not let the opportunity slip and hurled his immortal-grade weapon, Butterfly Serpent. Just as the weapon swiftly serpentined in the air, seeking to bind the group brothers, something strange happened. The group brothers split in the middle and became two strange bugs, evading the attack from the Butterfly Serpent. Xia Fei furrowed his brows. Since I can't bind the both of you, I'll just bind you one by one. The expressions of the Grux brothers changed immensely. They shared both weals and woes together, so as long as one of them got eliminated, the other who survived would be completely incapable of taking on Xia Fei and Hallie. Their shape-shifting ability was only at its most powerful when they merged with each other. Xia Fei retrieved his butterfly serpent. He was preparing to send it out anew when he suddenly heard a blood-curdling bellow from behind. He turned around to look. Unbeknown to him when, Li Mo had managed to crawl out of the ocean of lava. Though the clothes and that giant battle-axe of his were dissolved by the lava, his body, which was resistant to the scorching heat, had stubbornly crawled his way back from hell. That indestructible special ability sure is something. Looks like you're in for trouble this time now that Li Mo has become a monster with an undying body. Phantom said. When the group brothers saw that they were getting a powerful aid on their side, they let loose another raucous laugh. While it was true that the twins could not match Xia Fei and Hallie individually, the jury was still out with the abomination Li Mo added into the equation. At the very least, no one out there was strong enough to break that indestructible body of his. UTI was also reinvigorated by Li Mo's return. He loudly yelled at Li Mo to join in the fight, ordering him to kill both Hallie and Xia Fei. However, Li Mo completely ignored UTI's instructions. His body was now like a heated piece of steel, the ground sizzling and emitting thick smoke with every step he took, searing out two deep holes. No one dared to go anywhere near him. Li Mo's bloodshot eyes glared at Xia Fei hatefully as his teeth gnashed in fury. He was blind to everything around him, and the only enemy left in his vision was Xia Fei alone. I'll leave the group brothers to you. Looks like this monster and I have some old scores to settle. Xia Fei flexed his wrist as he coldly remarked. Hallie was slightly stunned but promptly nodded. Take care. Just as the last syllable of the word left his lips, Xia Fei and Li Mo attacked. Hallie unleashed a mass of darkness which enveloped UTI and the group brothers, then he moved to join them in the darkness. Sounds of fighting reverberated in the massive cavern. No one knew how they were able to fight while blanketed in that darkness, but from the urgent sounds, the fighting must be very intense. On the other side of this battlefield, Xia Fei was holding October flying snow in hand as he ran in circles around Li Mo. Speed was king in the martial arts world. Li Mo was wildly swinging his two arms, but he was never able to get anywhere near Xia Fei. October flying snow contained rime frost, and the surrounding air gradually turned cold. Even Li Mo's body temperature was slowly lowering. Ping ping ping. Xia Fei's assault had begun. In the span of a second, Xia Fei rapidly unleashed 763 attacks successively. Every attack was blocked by Li Mo's body, and though he was unable to deal any damage, a layer of ice had begun to form over his body, which was the unique trait of October flying snow. Furball also fired energy balls relentlessly from the sidelines. With how cumbersome Li Mo's body was, he was momentarily at a loss on what to do now that he was expected to dodge both Furball's attacks and deal with Xia Fei's pestering. However, Li Mo did not relent. Now that he had transformed into his monstrous self, he was completely devoid of the concept of death or injury. There was but one thought in his mind: fight. Fight. Keep fighting. Xia Fei's speed climbed, and a layer of frost was left after October flying snow made contact with Li Mo's body. In the blink of an eye, Li Mo had already sustained over 16,000 cuts from Xia Fei. An utterly astounding number of attacks. Though Li Mo was uninjured by them all, his body was slowly becoming slower and slower. The chill of October flying snow was slowly freezing him. A sinister smirk spread across Xia Fei's face. How would Li Mo know that, right from the very start, Xia Fei had already come up with a way to deal with his indestructible body, and that Li Mo was slowly being led deeper into the abyss Xia Fei had prepared. At this point, Li Mo had sustained 30,000 cuts. Like a clumsy bear, Li Mo was fierce and vicious, yet his movement was slowly becoming rigid over time. Zing! Xia Fei leaped away from the fight and arrived next to Furball. He patted his pet on the head. "This guy's so slow, if you're unable to hit him, then you can't be my exclusive beast." Furball pouted in disdain and took a deep breath, ready to unleash his energy ball. It was already too late even if Li Mo realized what was going on. Xia Fei's continuous attacks were not done in an attempt to kill this monstrosity but to freeze him in place through the frostiness of October flying snow so that Furball could calmly unleash its attack. Phew! A small energy ball shot forth and struck Li Mo right in his chest. Li Mo rapidly disappeared, beginning from his toes, as his body disintegrated bit by bit. Bang! The change sped up, then Li Mo's body exploded. Quite a lot of energy was contained within Li Mo's body, but Furball ignored it all. He deemed that energy from Li Mo as too dirty and was unworthy of consuming. Xia Fei sighed and pulled out a purple heart of spirit, tossing it to Furball. The creature proceeded to very ingratiatingly express his approval to Xia Fei before gobbling it up. On the other side, Hallie was still in the middle of an intense fight with the group brothers. They were surrounded by a mass of darkness, so there was no way for Xia Fei to jump in and lend a hand. All he could do was watch and wait. Xia Fei tossed 3 white dews into his mouth. While the fight before did not appear to be executed with much difficulty, the fact was that he had devoted every bit of strength in it, and every cut he struck came with the force of 1,000 ton. Were his opponent not Li Mo and someone else, they would most likely quickly turn into paste. All of a sudden, Hallie got expelled from his darkness while coughing fresh blood. There was a gash from his left shoulder down to his waist, the result of a particularly fierce blow landing, practically cleaving him in half. It ought to be known that Hallie was wearing an immortal-grade combat suit to protect himself. Xia Fei was slightly shocked, hurriedly approaching to assist him. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Hallie struggled to tell Xia Fei something, but he was choking on the blood pooling in his mouth. "I originally wanted to keep this secret hidden, but you ended up finding out about this." An icy voice could be heard coming from the darkness. Xia Fei let go of Hallie's corpse and turned to that mass of darkness. He had no idea who killed Hallie or whom this sinister voice belonged to. Hallie was already dead, so the darkness soon dissipated. Xia Fei screwed his eyebrows together as he felt a powerful killing intent, which he could not ignore, coming about. Inconceivably, the insectoid standing before Xia Fei was actually UTI. The group brothers were both on the ground, their bodies completely covered in black markings, most likely eaten to death by Hallie's darkness ability. Meanwhile, UTI was currently standing there with a small smile. His height barely reached 1 meter, yet in his hand was a 2-meter-long transparent scimitar, forming a bizarre sight. "You're a warrior?" Xia Fei asked skeptically. UTI laughed loudly. "Human, do you find it very strange?" Xia Fei nodded. "Indeed, I do. To think that the Emperor of the Golden Tent is actually an immortal rank warrior, I'm sure that even your fellow insectoids don't know this. You've really managed to hide too deeply." "Actually, they know, but what they don't know is that both UTI and Tihofu are one and the same insectoid." UTI waxed lyrically. That transparent scimitar suddenly disappeared from his hand, and it was unknown how he had conjured it in the first place. "UTI, Tui," Xia Fei muttered to himself. "It's really a good name. Even if anyone manages to link the two together, they will never believe that the insectoid is both you. Who made you Emperor of the Golden Tent?" UTI chuckled and patted his bald head. You've got no clue? No matter. Those who learned of my secret before ended up dying, and you're no different. Xia Fei's expression hardened. Tuofu, second on the Sacred Warrior leaderboard, known as the Supreme War God, a grade 7 Windblade ability user, equivalent to an immortal rank human warrior. I did find it strange how there's not one piece of information about the warrior who stands atop the food chain when I first arrived in the insectoid territory, as if the insectoid doesn't really exist. Now, I finally understand, it's because there are some who don't wish their existence to be known. UTI cackled. He. Since you've figured it out, do you still wish to fight me? My ability is the natural bane of any speed ability user. With a cold stare, Xia Fei ran his finger through his hair and plainly stated, what do you think, UTI, or should I call you His Eminence Tuofu? Chapter 443, Furbal's Promotion. The entire insectoid race had 2 immortal rank experts. Xia Fei never would have imagined that UTI would actually have 2 identities. He was both the Emperor of the Golden Tent and the second-ranking, immortal expert, Tuofu. Of course, High Priest Ryan was of an even greater rank than immortal. Though that mysterious insectoid would not care to dabble in the day-to-day matters in the insectoid society and could at most be considered as someone born from the race, he was not comparable to Hallie or UTI. Hallie died by UTI's wind blade, and that 1 meter cut, which had fatally wounded him, was the greatest testament to UTI's might. Xia Fei was extremely nervous, and sweat was already seeping out freely from his palm. However, he remained as calm as ever on the outside, looking far more determined than before. Some people were like this, able to demonstrate a level of bravery and determination when backed into a corner. Even though he knew very well that he was no match for the opponent before him, he was not about to admit defeat or simply give up. UTI widened his stance as he limbered up his 2 short legs, seemingly doing some strange exercise. It's been too long since I moved, so even my whole body feels quite lethargic. UTI was speaking to himself aloud. Only fools will depend on martial arts prowess instead of ordering others around, which is why I'd rather win with my intellect. Your teacher ought to have told you before that every warrior should leave themselves with something in their back pocket, so I've kept my special ability hidden until now, only using it as a last-minute killer move. This isn't because I look down on martial arts strength, rather, my intellect alone has always been enough to solve every issue until today. Just the fact that you've managed to make me reveal my hidden trump card is enough proof to say that you've succeeded. Xia Fei said softly, that's quite the trump card you've kept hidden in your back pocket all this while. The universe is vast, everyone ought to be cautious. UTI stood firmly as he spoke. His posture was upright, with his 2 legs digging into the ground like steel spikes. He was like a separate insectoid from UTI whom Xia Fei had seen previously, exuding the air expected of a bona fide martial arts practitioner. You have 2 things of mine in your hands. Hand over the blood demon claw in the black chest, and perhaps I'll let you live, UTI said coldly. Xia Fei shook his head. First off, the blood demon claw isn't on me right now. Second. Xia Fei suddenly made his move as he was in mid-speech. His figure darted to the left, going straight for the nearby 5th floor's teleportation platform at an oblique angle. UTI lightly beckoned with his finger, and a windblade wall formed in mid-air. Countless invisible short blades went flying out, preventing Xia Fei from getting onto the teleportation platform. Wind blades were short for wind-sharpened blades, and they were actually a form of ability that controlled airflow. Each one of the wind blades that UTI had conjured was as sharp as a honed edge, and it was at a standard that only an immortal rank expert could manifest. Any mortal would not remain standing if they were hit by such blades. Thinking of running away? Not so fast. The path Xia Fei was on made it appear like he was running straight for the teleportation platform, yet his figure suddenly made a sharp turn, as if he was relying on the impetus of his dash to throw his body forward. Whoosh! Like a bolt of lightning, Xia Fei, who was originally running obliquely forward, suddenly pounced on UTI. It turned out that the escape attempt was all but a ruse. Xia Fei's goal was to fool UTI into thinking that he was fleeing as he made use of that extra distance to accelerate further, also he could charge right at UTI with his fastest speed. Oblique acceleration. What nimble physical agility! UTI casually commented as he raised a wall of wind blades in front of himself. Like a waterfall that was going upstream, the wind blades surged from the ground to the ceiling of the cavern. The transparent wind blades were both quick and sharp. If Xia Fei were to ram into this wall of wind blades at his present speed, his body would most definitely be minced by the countless wind blades. Whoosh! His figure changed yet again. Xia Fei stomped the ground with one foot and leaped away horizontally, pulling himself back from that wall of wind blades just as he was about to make contact with it. Thousands of meters apart, Xia Fei and Uti were once more standing opposite each other. Uti's eyes flashed as he marveled in delight. What amazing physical agility! No wonder even Nimuni, who possessed a higher speed than you, got defeated. It's rare to find a speed ability user who can maintain their dexterity at top speeds. Just this point alone makes it evident how much stronger you are compared to him. You've got a quick reaction yourself. Xia Fei wiped his forehead with his sleeve as he casually responded. Uti laughed. But of course. The speed ability is hard to cultivate, but once done, the resulting might is startling. Though you're only a grade 5 warrior, your combat strength is well above grade 6, which is why the grade 6 warriors I sent before were all slain by you. However, I hope that you don't forget that I'm a grade 7 warrior, which is equivalent to an immortal rank warrior by human standards. No matter how you look at this, I'm just that bit stronger than you. His expression changed instantaneously. No longer was he showing a cheeky smile, instead, he was now displaying a sinister countenance. There's a limit to my patience. Hand over that black metal case and the blood demon claw, or else die. The choice is yours. Xia Fei propped up Furball and then began using his delusion technique, quickly conjuring an energy ball in his right hand. Pat! With a flip of his wrist, Xia Fei injected the ball of energy into Furball's body. He watched as Furball's form rapidly swelled, and in less than a second, the holy beast turned into another Xia Fei. Not only did they look alike, they even wore the same gear. Even their expressions and actions were identical, impossible for anyone to tell them apart. Oh! A cloning technique! Uti exclaimed in surprise. That's indeed a good move, but to me, having one or two of you won't change anything. The outcome is all but decided. Furball seemed to be very uncomfortable with the human form he had morphed into. He tried to limber up his body but found the movement very stiff. Uti waved his hand and sent two wind blades screeching right over. One was aimed at Xia Fei and another at Furball. Crushed stone went flying in every direction as the sharp blades left two deep gashes on the ground. Whoosh! Furball and Xia Fei ducked to the right and left respectively. Xia Fei was very quick, and he had crafty approach to assist him. He could safely evade this blade, but Furball was not that fortunate. While he managed to dodge most of the attack's brunt, the blade succeeded in cutting his right leg, causing fresh blood to flow freely. Roar! Furball was angered. He was a holy beast, yet a mortal had managed to injure him. This was simply too great an insult. Though Furball was young, far from his peak state, he still had the kingly aura that a holy beast possessed. Uti could not help but take 2 steps backward. He felt an immense pressure coming from Furball's roar as if an entire mountain was pressing down on him, making it hard for him to breathe. 2 bloodshot eyes. A bright halo glowed from around the Xia Fei that Furball had morphed into. This halo enveloped his body as it constantly orbited and moved. Ping! Uti could feel a powerful threat coming from Furball, so he released 3 wind blades successively, each one larger than the last. Seeing as these wind blades were about to hit him, Furball did not dodge or evade, instead, he puffed his chest and took them straight on. Ping ping ping! These transparent wind blades connected with Furball's halo and instantly shattered. Xia Fei, Furball has been promoted. I felt the energy count in his body doubling. Phantom excitedly announced. Xia Fei nodded vigorously as he joyfully looked at Furball. His pet had always given him the most unexpected surprises in the most coincidental of circumstances. Furball was not at all injured by the wind blades. Uti's attacks were completely useless to him. Uti was, of course, gravely shocked by this turn of events. Roar! Furball was no longer presenting the naivety it used to show but was now showing a look of sheer savagery. It suddenly accelerated and went pouncing on Uti with the glowing halo still up. At the same time, he kept firing shot after shot of energy balls from his mouth. Pew pew pew! Uti's wind blades were turned into nothingness upon touching these energy balls, while Furball kept shooting, forcing Uti to send wind blades non-stop in an effort to counter his attacks. Kaboom! Furball collided with Uti. The latter had a wall of wind blades shielding him, while Furball had his glowing halo around him, which was what had come into contact with the said wall. The two were approximately a meter apart when the ear-splitting sound of an explosion rang out. It was as if a pair of bulls had locked horns, neither refusing to let go. This is an opportunity, Xia Fei quickly judged. Firbolg's sudden promotion and frenzy was actually a close match to the might of the immortal ability user UTI. However, it was important not to forget that UTI was just by himself, while Xia Fei had himself, a ball, and a phantom. Fearless. Swoosh. The 18 circular blades of celestial moon went flying, forming the shape of a cross in mid-air as they rapidly went for UTI. Boom. Another explosion and the rocks around these combatants began falling. It was as if the very foundation of this entire cavern had been shaken by that explosion. The ocean of lava a good distance away went tumultuous. Firbolg's glowing halo and Xia Fei's celestial moon worked in tandem, pinning down UTI's wall of wind blades. Shatter! Xia Fei yelled, just as Firbolg let out a sharp screech. Two beings meant two separate forces forcing UTI to retreat. His two arms were already buried deep into the ground. With Xia Fei and Firbolg's dual effort, UTI's legs struggled to remain rooted, but the rock beneath his feet were cracking and fragmenting. This was the purest form of showdown, the apex display of a clash of strength. UTI kept backing away, leaving behind two potholes with every step he took. Thud. UTI felt himself coming to an abrupt stop. He had been forced to the edge of the cavern. On the other side of this clash, neither Firbolg nor Xia Fei looked as if they were stopping. The duo was still devoting all their strength in keeping him pinned down. A man, a ball, and an insectoid. All their eyes were bloodshot red. Such a pure clash of strength was very awkward, and there was no technique to speak of. Both sides were unleashing all the strength they had, leaving nothing behind. As long as they continued in such a fashion, the side that let up first would be the one turning into mush by the force of the energy expended. Cough. Xia Fei spat a mouthful of blood. The combat technique, fearless, strained his physical and mental energy severely. Using this combat skill was already a great pressure on Xia Fei, what was more of the fact that he needed to maintain it for several minutes. This was essentially a very harsh test to him. The test here was not just a matter of cultivation but also willpower. Whoever could hold on the longest would emerge victorious. The angered Firbolg made Xia Fei inexplicably realize this side of the beast that would not give up even in the face of death. With their life force intertwined, Xia Fei could sense Firbolg becoming weaker and weaker, but his willpower was not any inferior to Xia Fei's. Firbolg and Xia Fei were like two enraged bulls, recklessly increasing their pressure on UTI, completely disregarding all possible consequences. There was no denying that the immortal rank expert, UTI, was way stronger than Xia Fei, but Xia Fei was not taking this battle alone. He still had the holy beast, Shatterstar, on his side. Young as Firbolg was, no one could deny that he was born to one day be an existence that could rule tens of thousands of beasts all across the universe. A young Shatterstar beast was still a holy beast. UTI was slowly being squeezed down into the rock. As an intellectual, UTI's brain had plenty of thoughts crossing his mind, such as just how am I gonna get myself out of this insane situation, what would happen if I died, what strategies can I employ to make Xia Fei give up, etc. However, Firbolg and Xia Fei were like two maniacs who did not care for their lives. Thoughts? Xia Fei and Firbolg were completely devoid of any. They only had a single shared belief, and that was never to give up. This fight would either end with their deaths or UTI's. Chapter 444, Victory, Reward, Strangeness. This situation was extremely dire. Xia Fei and the young Firbolg were fighting every fiber of their being against this immortal rank expert before them. Though the two working together were not weaker than UTI, achieving victory was still a distant outcome. Cough. Xia Fei coughed another mouthful of fresh blood. Extended use of psychokinesis's Tier 4 combat technique was causing fairly severe damage to Xia Fei, be it mentally or physically. Therefore, Xia Fei was now on the precipice of collapse. He gritted his teeth once more and endured, his tenacious spirit never giving up on supporting his physical body to keep up with this fight. He was already stepping beyond range that normal people could bear. By his side, Firbolg was also beginning to weaken, with his breathing labored, but the holy beast's character to destroy everything in his path remained. Perhaps this was because he had spent so much time around Xia Fei, but the usually lazy and crafty Firbolg began to demonstrate maniacal and relentless traits on this battlefield. A man and a ball. These two maniacs were putting their lives on the line as they clashed against UTI. UTI's expression was ghastly. With him being pressured to the point that he was burrowing several dozens of meters into the ground, it was as if he was manually clearing out an underground tunnel. As the battle progressed, this tunnel was becoming deeper and deeper, which went to show just how brutal this assault from Xia Fei and Furball was. Gradually, Xia Fei's vision began to blur. This was when the tattoo the Black God of Night had imprinted on his left arm started burning painfully again, as if tens of thousands of insects were digging into his skin and flesh. In his state of grogginess, he could vaguely make out a voice saying, "You need to learn how to twist. Chaos itself is originally created out of disorder. Twist it. Twist it." Xia Fei seemed to have an inkling of what this meant, and his palm began to twist slowly. The shape of a cross that Celestial Moon had adopted began to shift and change due to that slight twist of Xia Fei's hand, causing the shape to become more and more peculiar. Kaboom! This small motion actually created an unimaginable effect. UTI's body was pushed backward, the rocks behind him cracking and fragmenting due to the squeezing and crushing pressure. UTI's two arms trembled, clearly feeling the pressure from his opponent heightening by several fold. Way higher and stronger. As a measure of his consciousness returned to Xia Fei, he felt quite stunned. Twist it! Twist it! Xia Fei could hear his mind repeating these two words. His hand movement became faster. Celestial Moon repeatedly formed all sorts of strange and peculiar shapes, its power becoming stronger the more it reordered itself. Boom! When the quantitative change accumulated to a certain extent, it created a qualitative effect to his attack. Like a raging tornado, Celestial Moon forced its way forward. The power within this move was practically unblockable. Furball retracted his attack and turned to stare at Xia Fei in great shock, watching his master becoming stronger and stronger. There was no need for him to lend a hand any longer, as Xia Fei had enough power in his palm to drive UTI deep into the rocks all by himself. A horrible shriek could be heard as the sound of a body getting grounded echoed. Xia Fei could only see darkness around him, but his ears were still working. Cough! He spat another mouthful of blood, though Xia Fei did not feel even the slightest sensation of pain. Instead, his body felt a sort of joy as if he had just finished basking in the sun. In the next second, Xia Fei lost his consciousness and collapsed onto the ground. It was unknown how much time had passed before Xia Fei slowly opened his eyes. Next to him was a warm ball of flesh tightly hugging his face, constantly sticking out a tongue to lick him. "Get off me!" Slap! Furball got swatted away by Xia Fei. The latter sat upright and did a stretch. It was as if Xia Fei had awakened after a restful dream, feeling completely comfortable all over. "That was a nice nap," Xia Fei muttered to himself. "Nap?" Phantom rolled his eyes at Xia Fei. "Do you know what you've done?" Xia Fei looked completely innocent. "What have I done? Wasn't I taking a..." Xia Fei very quickly recalled what he had been doing before he could even complete his words. He dreamed that he was sound asleep on board Vampire, but the situation he saw before him was most definitely not that. He was in a deep and dark tunnel of about 5 kilometers long. He was lying in the center of this tunnel, and he even noticed that there were traces of blood on the ground. "Oh, right. UTI." Xia Fei leaped to his feet, his two eyes widening as he adopted a defensive stance. Furball did not show the least bit of anger after having taken a slap from Xia Fei. He simply jumped onto Xia Fei's shoulder and licked Xia Fei's ears for a good while, tickling his master relentlessly. "UTI's already dead." "You killed him," Phantom said with his hands behind his back. "I did what?" "That's right. His body is at the end of the tunnel." "Oh, right. You're the one who dug out this tunnel, too." Xia Fei was shocked. "This tunnel is at least 5 kilometers long. Did I really create the whole thing? Just how great of a martial arts prowess did it take? When did I become so strong?" Phantom was puzzled. "Did you really forget? When you and Furball were fighting against UTI, and when you couldn't hold on any further, you inexplicably began lightly twisting Celestial Moon, and that ended up causing a tornado-like force. UTI was instantly shoved into this tunnel for 5 kilometers, his entire body squeezed right into the rocks." Xia Fei shook his head. "I don't recall at all. All I remember is a voice in the void telling me to twist, and everything else after that is just a blank." He raised his foot and began making his way to the end of the tunnel. All he saw was a small and skinny organism, which was plastered into the rocks, impossible to differentiate which was rock and which was meat. Like a wall painting, a look of abject fear and incredulity could be seen in its two small and beady eyes. Its mouth was gaping wide, with half an incisor still poking out from the rock wall. Shock. Extreme shock. Xia Fei simply could not believe that he had done this. To have compressed an immortal rank warrior into becoming one with the rock and formed a 5-kilometer-long tunnel with a single strike required an imaginable amount of power. It was just too damn strong. Next to UTI's corpse was some circular blades, which belonged to Xia Fei's celestial moon, also embedded deeply into the rocks. With October flying snow in hand, Xia Fei pried out celestial moon one by one. A spark of recognition bloomed in his eyes when Xia Fei discovered that UTI was wearing a triangular metal trinket around his neck, which looked very much like the lock for the metal case. Using his dagger to chip at the rock around, Xia Fei retrieved both the key and a small green spatial ring from UTI before he turned to depart from this tunnel. It was lucky that none of these items had been crushed after that insane attack from Xia Fei. "How long have I been asleep?" Xia Fei asked as he made his way out. "About 20 hours or so." Xia Fei nodded and began examining that metallic triangular key he held in his hand. He noticed a baffling imprint on the back of the item, like a mass of powerful beams shooting across the universe, emanating a startling power. Stepping out of the tunnel, the boiling lava was still thrashing as usual. However, for some reason, Xia Fei did not find the heat as intense as before. In fact, he felt rather relaxed. He took out that mysterious black metal case from within his spatial ring. Because Xia Fei's spatial ring did not have too large of a storage space, he had to take out plenty of items he originally kept inside just so this item could fit. Casually inspecting that small ring he had looted off UTI, he noted that the green spatial stone's size was about the size of a soybean and that it was fairly plain looking. At best, it could be called exquisite, though it lacked the lavish designs that would be expected as an item belonging to an emperor. Xia Fei thought this would not have too large a storage size, yet the moment his finger touched the spatial stone and his consciousness reached into the space, he was completely stunned. It took him a good, long while before he could recover from his speechlessness. What? Anything good inside? Phantom wondered. After all, UTI was the emperor of the Golden Tent, so it was only natural for him to have some quality items in his personal collection. Xia Fei nodded. There are some but not a lot. However, it seems that the space of this spatial ring is a little strange. Phantom furrowed his brows. Strange? How so? Let me have a look. Whoosh. Phantom's face turned green as he yelped, "Heavens! I'm afraid that the space within this spatial ring is more than 1,000 cubic meters. This is some super spatial product you've got. Xia Fei, you're rich." Most spatial rings would provide at most a single cubic meter of space, and even something a little larger, about 10 cubic meters of space, would be considered a top grade. Meanwhile, this nondescript small ring that UTI used to possess actually had over 1,000 cubic meters of space. It was practically a top-grade item among top-grade items. It was essentially priceless. Transferring all his items into this green spatial ring, Xia Fei twirled his finger gently. The ring's appearance was simple and unassuming, which was perfectly in line with Xia Fei's aesthetic. Furthermore, it had over 1,000 cubic meters of space. Xia Fei would not have to worry about having too many belongings on him anymore. It was most definitely a rare and indispensable tool. Xia Fei, don't you find it very strange? With how powerful UTI was, it took both you and Furball working together just to match him in strength, yet all you did was twist the position of Celestial Moon and you actually managed to pull off such an astounding effect. Isn't that a little outrageous? Phantom's brows were wrinkled. Did you feel anything else right when you unleashed that powerful attack? Xia Fei mulled on the question and answered, I did feel excruciating pain from that tattoo the Black God of Night branded me with. With that, Xia Fei took off his combat suit. This combat suit Yahua gave him had gotten torn in several areas due to the overly powerful force he used, and Xia Fei could feel his heart aching when he saw the damage. That black tattoo on his left arm was still as mysterious as ever, filled with lines that no one could decipher. Furthermore, the design had seeped deeper into Xia Fei's flesh, but nothing else out of the ordinary could be seen from it. Phantom's eyebrows were knitted together for the longest time. Doesn't seem to be anything strange. How about you use Fearless once more? Let's study it closely. All right. Celestial Moon arranged itself into the shape of a cross mid-air, and Xia Fei rotated his wrist to twist it. That's strange. Where has all the power gone to? Can you try that again? Xia Fei also felt that it was strange. While Celestial Moon was indeed twisting, it did not create too great a force, not at all reaching the power required to kill an immortal rank warrior in a single blow. About half an hour later, Xia Fei called back his Celestial Moon. It was clear from this that he had only managed to pull off the move during that desperate situation earlier by chance, and he was unable to reproduce that tyrannical power under normal circumstances. Perhaps unleashing such a burst of power requires me to be on death's throes. Xia Fei wondered to himself darkly. He glanced at the points counter on his wrist. He originally had a total of 2.8 million. With the addition of the 147 insectoid experts and Halia's over 1 million points all transferred to Xia Fei, his total points had now reached 173 million. Master, are we really leaving this place? Mingzhu furrowed his brows and asked. High Priest Ryan rolled his eyes at Mingzhu. A surge of law of chaos power came from the silent veil. I believe that it's from that human warrior. If we don't leave now, are we going to wait until that super expert, who has a grasp of the law of chaos, comes knocking at our front door? Quickly pack your things. We'll be leaving first thing tomorrow morning. Mingzhu asked, is the law of chaos that powerful? I've only heard of law of space, and this is the first time I've heard that such a strange law exists. Slap. Mingzhu took a heavy blow on his head. The universe is vast and filled with wonders, so how will you know just how profound the law of chaos is? Life is split into yin and yang, and even in the universe, there are black and white holes. The law of chaos is a bizarre reversal of yin and yang, a strange law that creates chaos within all things. Only experts who have both a righteous and evil personality are able to learn it. All right. Enough with all this nonsense. Anyone who can master the law of chaos is a maniac and doesn't discern between good or bad. Now that your master is at the critical juncture of getting promoted, I have no intentions of making enemies with such a deranged person. Quickly pack your things and follow me. Saving our lives is far more important. Chapter 445, The Most Unreasonable Law. A dozen or so white dews and snake-eye berries entered Xia Fei's stomach. Using psychokinesis's Tier 4 technique, Fearless earlier had consumed a great deal of Xia Fei's physical strength. As his rank increased, Xia Fei felt the limits of the energy the white dews could provide him more and more. It was as if this miraculous fruit was becoming less capable of meeting Xia Fei's energy needs. Furball did not have the same problem. It took energy from purple hearts of spirit. Purple hearts of spirit were exceptionally valuable, so they naturally had a better effect than the white dews that Xia Fei ate. Alas, the energy within the spirit hearts of purple was too violent for Xia Fei. While the text he had taken from the assassin sect's secret chamber showed him a method for extracting energy from hearts of spirit, it required a complicated energy conversion device, which Xia Fei had never had the time or materials to construct. While his imagination ran wild, Xia Fei took the teleportation array to the 5th floor. The spacious temple was silent, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. 9 round pillars of black stone stood in a row, each one 100 meters tall, and the roof was also round. The walls, pillars, and floor were all covered in mysterious designs, like a constellation. To stand here felt like stargazing during a silent night. 100,000 elite warriors, but in the end, only one lives, and it is a human, a grumbling voice said. It was a very soft voice which sounded as if it had come from a crafty woman. The deep voice of a man spoke. You can't say that. After all, this human possesses techniques handed down by our master. He has a fated connection to us. Humph. The god of night is your master, not mine. Why should I care about him? This is clearly a gift left for the insectoids. Is there any reason to hand it over to this human? This. Xia Fei found it very curious. It seemed that a man and woman were speaking. The man sounded like he was a very simple and honest person, and he seemed stumped on how to respond to the woman's rumbling, but when Xia Fei looked around, he could not see anyone, nor could he tell where the voices were coming from. Just as he was planning on walking out of the temple, 2 giant parrots flew in, one black and one white. They both exceeded 2 meters in height, and their wingspan was at least 10 meters. They had protrusions on their heads which looked like crowns. The black parrot even had a beard under his chin. Discourteous human, you've come to the temple, yet you don't pay respects to the black and white gods, and to think that Master Black gave you the important law of primal chaos. The white parrot landed on the ground and harshly spoke. The black parrot lightly flapped his wings at the white parrot and kindly said, "You said too much." "Oh, no." The white parrot hastily covered her mouth, her 2 golden eyes frantically looking about. "Curses! I accidentally told him about the law of primal chaos." The black parrot repeatedly sighed, apparently helpless to do anything about the white parrot's harsh and chatty mouth. The two parrots proceeded to bow towards Xia Fei, spreading out their wings and pressing their heads against the ground, appearing very polite. Xia Fei was baffled. These two birds had just been criticizing him a moment ago, so why were they being so polite now? Hastily helping the birds rise, he asked, "Honorable birds, what are you saying? Please, rise." The white parrot immediately grew frantic, saying in a piercing shrill, "Human, why would we be bowing to someone as rude as you? We're bowing to that one on your shao." The black parrot prodded her with his wings before she could finish. The white parrot unwillingly glared at Xia Fei as she used her wings to cover her mouth. Xia Fei understood. These two parrots were bowing to Furball. On his shoulder, Furball had a scornful look, its head raised so high that it was practically looking at the ceiling. Furball gave a light cough imposingly, and the two parrots immediately stood up straight. Xia Fei was utterly speechless. He looked in shock at Furball, wondering what abilities this fellow had that the pet birds of the black and white gods would be so polite. It was far too bizarre. "Lord Shatterstar, I'm called Blackie, a guardian of this plane left by the god of night. The one next to me is called Whitey, appointed here by the god of day. To guard this domain is our duty. If there's something you find lacking in consideration, Lord Star Shatter, please forgive us," the black parrot respectfully said. Furball gave a slight nod, indicating that he did not care. Xia Fei stared at Furball and asked, "You're called Shatterstar?" Furball's expression immediately changed, putting on a sweet smile as it nuzzled against Xia Fei's neck, appearing incredibly cute. That aloof and imperious appearance it had shown to the two parrots was completely gone, the shift so fast that it could make one's jaw drop. "The name Shatterstar doesn't sound nice." "Furball is cuter," said Xia Fei after some thought. Furball repeatedly nodded, believing that Xia Fei's words were as true as could be and showering him with even more favor. The black parrot was flabbergasted by the scene, not at all believing that the mighty sacred beast Shatterstar would be so obedient to a human. Meanwhile, the white parrot was suppressing her rage, muttering to herself, "Giving Lord Shatterstar as crude a name as Furball, this human's brain must be broken." The voice was not loud, but the temple was so quiet that everyone could hear it clearly. Furball glared at the white parrot in displeasure, and the bird frantically lowered her head, not daring to meet Furball's gaze. The black parrot sighed. Whitey had always been a blabbermouth. The two of them had lived together for many years, and he had grown used to it. In their youth, she had caused many problems with that undependable mouth of hers. According to the rules, upon arriving at the temple, you must first pay respects to the black and white gods. "Please follow me." The black parrot extended his wings and made a gesture of invitation as if he were a human. He led Xia Fei through an arched door and into a room at the back of the temple. This room was also circular, and it was even larger than the previous room. The domed roof rose to a height of 300 meters, and the floor space covered several square kilometers. Two giant stone statues majestically stood there, one black and one white. Their heights were identical, and both wore masks which covered their faces, while long jackets that tightly covered their bodies. Xia Fei bowed to the statues, his attitude one of deep respect. The black parrot gave a slight nod in praise, while the white parrot continued to be harsh and unforgiving. After giving a cold glance at the statues, Furball ceased to pay attention to them, but the two birds ignored this. It seemed that Furball had a status on par with the black and white gods. Once he had paid his respects, Xia Fei was led by the parrots back to the room before. The black parrot produced a cup of fresh water from out of nowhere, and once Xia Fei drank it down, he became immediately refreshed, an indescribably comfortable feeling spreading throughout his body. "Brother Blackie, what did Brother Whitey mean with the law of primal chaos?" Xia Fei curiously asked. "What, Brother Whitey? Can't you tell that I'm a woman?" The white parrot exploded in rage, shrilly rebuking him. Xia Fei hastily bowed in apology, calling her Lady Whitey, instead. The bird refused to let the matter go, and it was only after a few furtive glances from Blackie that she finally let Xia Fei off. Her sharp and unkind personality was such that anyone would get a headache when dealing with her. The black parrot looked at Whitey and sighed. "Master gave you that tattoo, but he told you nothing about it, so he must have his reasons. Unfortunately, as Whitey exposed it earlier, I presume that the master won't blame me if I tell you the meaning of the tattoo. However, I will only say what is my duty. If it is not what I should say, then I will not speak of it, even if you ask me. Naturally. If it should not be asked, I will not ask," Xia Fei smiled and said. The black parrot pointed at Xia Fei's left arm. This tattoo is called the law of primal chaos, one of the many profound and abstruse laws of the universe. All things in the universe have a yin and a yang. The power of the law of primal chaos is in its ability to reverse this yin and yang, throwing all things into disorder. Thus, it is also called the law of disorder. Xia Fei did not quite understand. The black parrot pointed at Whitey and said, "Look here, I was born with black feathers while Whitey was born with white feathers. If you can control the law of primal chaos, you'll be able to turn my feathers white and hers black. Reverse black and white? Doesn't that make it unreasonable?" The black parrot heartily laughed. The law of primal chaos is none other than the rudest and most unreasonable law in the universe. In that, you are correct. Whitey, who had not spoken for some time and had long ago reached her breaking point, used this moment to interject. "Master Black probably saw that you have the potential to unreasonably break rules, so he placed this most unreasonable law of the universe in your body, hoping that you will one day comprehend the mysteries of the law of primal chaos and become just as unreasonable and unruly existence as Master Black." Xia Fei was speechless, saying to himself, "Do I really seem that barbaric?" Bystanders could not hear this, but Phantom could. He repeatedly nodded. "These birds are quite right. You're truly a person who doesn't follow the rules, and you're also too unreasonable. You really do have potential in that field." Xia Fei rolled his eyes at Phantom and refused to respond. The black parrot was clearly displeased by Whitey's words. He solemnly told Xia Fei, "The law of primal chaos is not entirely as Whitey described it. The universe has various kinds of rules. Life will emerge, and it will die. The celestial bodies will move, white holes will radiate, and black holes will devour. These are all rules. The common folks only know how to follow the rules, but very few people ever wonder why it is that white holes don't devour or why black holes don't radiate. The law of primal chaos exists to break these rules of the universe, making the impossible possible. Common folks perceive the law of primal chaos as unreasonable, but that's just because they've been deeply influenced by things like reason and rules, so they are unwilling to think about why reasons are what they are and why rules can't be broken. Thus, the law of primal chaos can also be regarded as a sort of rebel spirit, representing a tireless pursuit of the truth, the investigation of the root of all things. It appears like a rebellion against orthodoxy, as departed as it can be from the law of origin, but in truth, the law of primal chaos shares a connection to the most profound law of origin by necessity. Xia Fei slightly nodded. Questioning rules and reasons was something that made sense to him. Xia Fei had always been a person who liked to break the rules and walk the path that had never been walked before. Choosing to become a small librarian upon first entering the universe served as his finest example of breaking the norm. Also, he had proven that breaking the rules and walking alone was not an impossible path to tread, and it was this path that had allowed Xia Fei to see things many others had never seen before and reach his current level. "I've only ever heard of the laws of space, time, and matter. This is the first time I've ever heard about the law of primal chaos or the law of origin." Brother Black's words are truly enlightening to Xia Fei, he said sternly. The black parrot chuckled. "You have yet to interact with the world of law adepts, so it is natural that you wouldn't know. This is all I can tell you. The rest will depend on your efforts and luck." Chapter 446, Sweeping Through the Stone Formation. The world of laws and law adepts was too far away from Xia Fei. He had some vague inclination that he had probably used law energy to kill Uti. Alas, Xia Fei's mind had not been very clear at that time, and his fragmented memories were not enough to piece together the mysterious law of primal chaos. He looked at the points he earned displayed on the points counter. His current problem was how to exchange these points for actual items. He had been through the most difficult of battles, and it was high time that his efforts were rewarded. "Brother Blackie, I heard that I can exchange points for items on the 5th floor of the Holy Realm." Xia Fei raised his wrist as he asked. The black parrot grimaced, while Whitey was much more straightforward. "Keep dreaming. The items in the temple are graces the black and white gods left for the insectoid race. Unless you prove that you're an insectoid, there's no chance." Xia Fei was very embarrassed. It was truly very difficult to prove that he was an insectoid, and Xia Fei neither had the ability nor the desire to turn himself into an insect. After a momentary daze, the black parrot extended a wing and pulled Whitey far away from Xia Fei. "This human has a connection to our master. How could we refuse his request of exchange? Back then, our master said nothing about forbidding other sapient life forms from participating in the trial and exchange. Doing it this way doesn't seem very reasonable. After all, it's the insectoids themselves who were foolish enough to let him in the realm. Whitey tidied her feathers and said, Master did not say anything about forbidding other races from participating in the trial, but did he say anything about permitting them inside? Moreover, this realm was opened jointly by your master and my master. You alone can't decide things. The black parrot clearly could not out-talk Whitey. He helplessly said, then what do you say we should do? In any case, I agree with letting him exchange his points for an item. The two birds were in a stalemate. In the end, Whitey slyly said, have this human enter the stone formation. If he can reach 1 billion points before the realm closes, I will also let him exchange his points. The black parrot rolled his eyes, saying in shock, 1 billion points. None of the insectoids who entered here for the trials has ever reached 1 billion points before. Furthermore, he's all by himself. Aren't you clearly bullying him? Then it's very simple. If you don't agree, just have him go back to where he came from. In any case, he's not an insectoid, and our master will not blame me, Whitey unreasonably said. The black parrot and his clumsy tongue were clearly no match for Whitey, and even after chatting for a long while, he still could not change her mind. Thus, he could only say, very well. If he really does get 1 billion points, the temple will be completely cleaned out. You'd better not have any complaints if that happens. The Black God of Night was Blackie's master, and Xia Fei was the individual selected to learn the law of primal chaos. Whitey making things so hard on his master's chosen successor left Blackie very unhappy. Annoyed, he decided to gamble with Whitey and see if Xia Fei really did have the right to learn the law of primal chaos. It's decided then, but this is just between the two of us. You'd better not tell that human, Whitey craftily said. Turning around, the birds went to Xia Fei's side. Blackie said, next to the temple is a stone formation. The formation will automatically produce numerous stone monsters, and by killing them, you can obtain additional points. The more bonus points you accumulate, the more things you can exchange for. There are still 10.5 days until the Holy Realm closes, so why don't you go out and train a little, accumulate more bonus points before coming back to exchange. Xia Fei, who had already been thinking about doing exactly that, readily agreed. After watching Xia Fei leave, Whitey disdainfully said, he thinks he's something else, but didn't Master Black just give you the law of primal chaos out of pity? 1 billion points? Keep dreaming. Blackie said in displeasure, it's not out of pity. Master has always acted appropriately when it comes to selecting a successor. Whitey met the black parrot's simple explanation with derision. Snorting, she turned and walked into the temple. The test has only begun. Where are you going? To sleep, the white parrot coldly said. The thought of waking up to see that human's depressed face amuses me. I advise you not to watch. In the past, many insectoids have worked together to capture the stone monsters, but he's all by his pitiful lonesome self. Even if he's Master Black's successor, it won't do him any good. Blackie was speechless. At times, he really wanted to charge up and tear away Whitey's harsh mouth. Right, Whitey turned and coldly looked at the black parrot. If you dare to reveal our bet to that human, don't blame me for getting hostile. The terrain around the temple was very bizarre. The mountains seemed more like savage monsters than mountains, and the water did not act like water, sometimes flowing the right way and sometimes flowing in reverse, seemingly not bound to any particular laws. Once he was done with a cigarette, Xia Fei threw it to the ground and stomped it out. He sternly said, come on. Let's go and see what sort of monsters are living in that stone formation. Furball appeared very excited. If Xia Fei got a lot of good items, he would naturally be in a good mood, and if he was in a good mood, Furball would be able to eat a lot of purple hearts of spirit. The thought of those delicious purple lustrous energy stones made him drool. Whoosh! Xia Fei's body instantly disappeared, appearing next on the nearest mountain. He looked at the distant stone formation from atop the summit. On a plain stood 13 giant white stones, each one several hundred meters tall and forming a circle with a circumference of about 5 kilometers. Numerous stone creatures slowly moved about in this circle, their bodies emitting green flames and their eyes blazing flames. What sort of monster is that? Phantom curiously asked. Xia Fei shook his head. I don't see any monsters, only countless walking points and numerous immortal rank weapons. Phantom laughed. Xia Fei was right. It did not matter what the opponent was. What was important was the precious treasures these things could be exchanged for, which could be stuffed into Xia Fei's pockets. From time to time, new monsters would emerge from the stone formation. The more Xia Fei killed, the more monsters would be produced. No matter how many he killed, there was no end. The stone monsters seemed immortal, and Xia Fei needed to go to great lengths to subdue them, and while Furball could use his energy balls to kill the stone monsters, his attacks used up the energy in his body, so he could not use them frequently. However, Xia Fei was a dedicated soul. Like a madman, he continued to slaughter the stone monsters tirelessly. When he was tired, he would eat a few white dews, and when he was thirsty, he would crazily drink up spring water, after which, he would throw himself back into the battle. For 2 whole days, Xia Fei killed countless stone monsters. When Furball was tired, he would move to the side to take a nap and eat several purple hearts of spirit, but Xia Fei never took a break. For some reason, he had this foul feeling in his chest that he could not vent. It felt very uncomfortable, but he could only grit his teeth and bear with it. The black parrot watched from a distant mountain. He sighed. Ah! In 2 days, he's only obtained 40 million points. It seems that Whitey is right again. The stone monsters are abnormally tough, and Xia Fei has no means of swiftly destroying them. Meanwhile, the sacred beast Shatterstar is still young and can't maintain his attacks. After all, the energy reserves in his body are still very limited. What is to be done? As he spoke, he saw Xia Fei jump out of the stone formation. On the meadow next to the formation, he closed his eyes and began circulating his breathing, though the black parrot did not know for what. Perhaps he's just tired. After 2 days and nights of fighting, even a body forged from steel won't be able to take it, the black parrot muttered, disappointment in his eyes. A few moments later, Xia Fei's body suddenly emitted a powerful aura. When he next opened his eyes, his entire body seemed much more energetic. Congratulations! You've managed to advance your psychokinesis into rank 4 in the middle of battle. You can now perfectly use Fearless and can barely use the Tier 5 technique, Mist Drift, Phantom happily said. That suppressed feeling in Xia Fei's chest had been because he was on the verge breaking through. Psychokinesis grew stronger the more it was used, and the constant battle had caused Xia Fei to rise to a new rank successfully. Standing, Xia Fei stretched and said, these stone monsters are too tough, and while other combat methods can kill them, it's not fast enough, but now that I can use Fearless at full power for a long period, I should be able to gain points faster. Phantom pursed his lips. Is 46 million bonus points in 2 days not enough for you? Your appetite is a little too big. Xia Fei heartily laughed. It's not like I can go into the Holy Realm every day. I'm letting myself down if I don't bring more spoils back with me, or are you telling me that you would be hesitant if this entire realm were to be gifted to us? Zing! Celestial Moon arranged itself into a cross and swiftly slammed into a stone monster. The speed of Fearless could not be considered fast, but it was incredibly powerful. Bang! The stone monster was pulverized by the powerful impact of Celestial Moon. Stone debris blazing with green flames flew everywhere. Even more frightening was that Celestial Moon continued to press forward. Only after destroying more than 100 stone monsters in the same manner did it finally stop. Each stone monster was worth 10,000 points, and with one move, Xia Fei had gained more than 1 million. This was several dozen times faster than his previous speed. Looking at the point counter on his wrist, Xia Fei became invigorated, and he and Furball threw themselves into the point gathering. No, Xia Fei's divine speed could no longer be described as gathering points. It would be better to call it farming points. For 4 days in a row, the formation produced the same kind of monster, but as Xia Fei's killing accelerated, small stone fellows less than a meter tall and radiating yellow flames began to appear. They moved nimbly and struck savagely, presenting quite the problem to Xia Fei. Fortunately, Xia Fei was a speed ability user and had crafty approach, so his killing speed did not slow down at all. With each yellow stone monster he killed, Xia Fei obtained 100,000 points, 10 times more than the previous stone monsters. By the end of the 5th day, Xia Fei broke the 1 billion point threshold set by the white parrot. However, Xia Fei had no intention of slowing down his farming, and it was impossible to say what his grand total would be. In truth, Whitey's assessment of Xia Fei had been correct. A few days ago, Xia Fei truly had no way of gathering 1 billion bonus points in 10 days. However, Whitey had miscalculated Xia Fei's potential. His sudden advancement in the middle of battle had massively boosted his fighting power. By the 6th day, besides the green stone and yellow stone monsters, there was now a giant red stone monster added into the mix. This fellow stood 30 meters tall, akin to a small mountain. Alas, against Xia Fei's fearless, it lasted 3 rounds at most before being wiped out. Killing the redstone monsters gave 1 million points. Xia Fei's total points soared. Blackie, who had been watching from a distance this entire time, was no longer worried that Xia Fei might not reach 1 billion points. Rather, if this continued, Xia Fei might break the formation and take the top class item the black and white gods had left behind. Chapter 447, Breaking the Formation. In 7 days, Xia Fei had killed an innumerable number of stone monsters. These stone monsters were all humanoids, with stones of various sizes forming their limbs, torsos, and heads. Flames of different colors constantly erupted from their bodies. After going through green, blue, yellow, red, and purple monsters, there was suddenly a new development in the giant stone formation. There were no longer any stone monsters in the center of the battlefield, but the 13 stone pillars around suddenly began changing. A vast and destructive roar came from the depths of the earth, and the ground shuddered as if it was going through a magnitude 10 earthquake. The 13 pillars, which had all originally been white, suddenly began to change colors when the last purple monster was killed. Red, purple, green, blue, and yellow, these 5 colors began to creep up the massive stone pillars silently, and these already very shocking pillars became imbued with a bizarre and gaudy aura. Even more shocking was that, when the earthquake was over, the 13 5-colored pillars suddenly pulled themselves out of the yellow earth and transformed in the air, joining together into a new monster. It was difficult to describe the sheer terror of this giant monster. Its body, which was 1 kilometer tall, was covered in 5-colored flames, like the seething flames of hell, sweeping across the heavens and earth. Awoo! The 5-colored stone monster let out a world-shaking howl, its fists hammering its chest. Bang bang bang! Each blow struck like the thundering of war drums. Each drumming made the debris on the ground shoot several meters in the air. Even Xia Fei seemed like he was on a trampoline, being flung in the air with each giant boom. After announcing its revival to the world in this stunning manner, the 5-colored monster stared at that puny person on the ground. In its eyes, Xia Fei was so weak and small like an ant. Just a little pinch from its fingers would be enough to crush his body. Such intense killing intent. Xia Fei creased his brows. He fearlessly stared at the monster, and on his shoulder, Furball was also seething with fury. The man and ball were not suppressed by this massive monster. Instead, they grew stronger the stronger the opponent they faced. An intense fighting spirit erupted from their bodies. On the distant mountain slope, Blackie beat his wings, seemingly excited for Xia Fei, his golden eyes burning with enthusiasm. A frenzied roar came from behind him. Blackie turned his head and saw that his companion, Whitey, had arrived at some point. Her wings were covering her eyes while she stomped her feet on the ground, appearing like a girl throwing a tantrum. Heavens! Am I dreaming? This human managed to make the stone formation turn violent. Is he going to pass the trial? What's going on here? What's going on here? Cried Whitey shrilly. Blackie clenched his wings into fists and swung them around. That's right. Xia Fei is going to pass the trial. I said long ago that Master Black has sharp eyes. He chose Xia Fei to inherit the law of primal chaos, and there's no way he could be wrong. For all this time, Blackie had been dominated by the harsh and crafty Whitey. Xia Fei's frenzied advancement and challenge had finally allowed him to vent some of his pent-up emotions. Whitey dejectedly slapped her head with her wings as she howled, if Xia Fei beats the 5-colored stone monster, doesn't that mean that he has the right to select that item? If I knew that this would happen, I would have just let him exchange his points and leave. Blackie flashed a mischievous smile at Whitey, his heart overjoyed. The two birds had been together for a long time, so Blackie could not bear to see Whitey in this almost unhinged state. He comforted her. Didn't we remain in this realm precisely so that we can send that item away? Who would have thought that the insectoids would fail to live up to expectations placed on them? After so many years, none of the emperors of the Golden Tent have been worthy. In truth, Xia Fei getting that item is a good thing. At the very least, we can now close the realm and return to our master's sides. Isn't that what you want? Whitey stuck out her beak and sat on the ground with a huff, her 2 wings beating against the ground in a tantrum, stirring up dust and dirtying her pure white feathers. Master left that for the insectoids. How could it be given to a damn human? Whitey crazily howled as she resentfully stared at the distant Xia Fei. Bang! One of the 5-colored stone monster's fists flew out, shooting at Xia Fei like a cannonball. Rumble! The ground where Xia Fei had been standing just moments ago immediately became a giant crater, yellow earth blotting out the sky like a sandstorm. Over the next few minutes, Xia Fei was chased around by the five-colored monster until all he could do was flee for his life. His attacks were completely ineffective, and while Furball's attacks would make the flames on its body weaken a little, it would quickly recover. This monster's power was utterly absurd and was far beyond Xia Fei's understanding. Furball is still small, and while his attacks can convert matter to energy, there's simply too much energy inside this monster. At its current rank, it can't harm it. Phantom analyzed as Xia Fei dodged another attack. He had always had a unique understanding of energy distribution, and he had noticed the crux of the matter at a glance. In truth, even without Phantom's prompting, Xia Fei would have still been able to sense the frightening amount of energy in the five-colored monster. Those dazzling five-colored flames were actually cold energy of the highest purity. Bang! The monster's frustration as none of its attacks hit the target turned into fury. As it drew back one fist, its other fist turned into countless pieces of stone, each one with a diameter of half a meter, and these stones shot forth in a frenzied barrage. Crafty approach. Xia Fei's body linked away, his footwork swift and elegant. Through pure skill and effort, he managed to dodge this deluge of stones. While Xia Fei had managed to dodge, the earth beneath him was not so lucky. The rocks descended like a meteor shower and scored the ground with pits and craters, leaving it scorched and covered in thick smoke. It had taken only a few minutes for the surrounding terrain to be completely changed. The mountains were obliterated and toppled, the rivers turned into swamps. The stone monster had smashed this dimension into a completely unrecognizable shape. Tui! Xia Fei spat a mouthful of yellow dirt. He had breathed in much of the dust blotting out the sky, and his stomach was probably painted yellow by now. We can't keep going on like this. I'm giving it my strongest attack. Xia Fei clenched his teeth and said. Phantom was taken aback. There was no need to guess. Xia Fei was definitely going to use Psychokinesis's Tier 5 technique, Mist Drift. An energy ball rapidly took form in his hand. This was the delusion cloning technique. Pa! Xia Fei thrust the energy ball into Furball's body, and in less than a second, Furball took human form, standing next to Xia Fei and panting for breath. Constantly releasing energy balls had left him very tired. Give all your energy to me. Xia Fei loudly instructed. Delusion was an extremely wondrous cloning technique. Not only could it create a clone of himself, he could also absorb the clone's energy to increase his fighting power. If the clone was very powerful, this point became extremely important. Furball was powerful, and its body contained violent energy reserves of purple hearts of spirit. Furball firmly nodded, and energy began to gush into Xia Fei's body. This was an incomparable sense of ecstasy. As more and more of the purple hearts of spirit's energy accumulated, Xia Fei felt like he was bursting with power. It felt like it was going to burst out of his chest. Come on! Taste my mist drift! The 18 circular blades of celestial moon shot forth. They did not fly straight at the five-colored monster, instead arching around and brushing past the monster to form a V in the air. The stone monster curiously looked at this V and laughed, mocking Xia Fei for failing to hit him, but this laughter stopped, for celestial moon was coming back around, spinning like a boomerang. Its flight path was strange and its formation was strange, the state when it attacked was even stranger. It was like a thin sheet of paper drifting in the air, so indistinct that it seemed illusory. Its agile figure was enchanting. The stone monster looked at that V formation in a daze. As it approached, the formation of 18 knives unleashed a gorgeous attack. It was like a gentle hand stroking the neck of the giant stone monster, but a moment later, this gentle stroke became the most brutal assault. Crack! The tough stone split in the middle, and the stone monster's head toppled off its shoulders. The stone monster was also confused on what had happened. Why had that gentle stroke cut off its head? Confusion appeared in its eyes, but this confusion quickly turned into fear. Xia Fei had come charging out of the yellow dust. 30,000 meters per second. Xia Fei raised bloodthirsty screech and moved at his maximum speed. His maximum strength. A strike that could cleave mountains. Furball silently stood at its original position. Giving so much of its strength had caused it great pain, but it endured the pain and had no complaints. The savage longsword of 2 meters long swung down on the stone monster's head. No, this was a smash. Xia Fei used this sword as a hammer with his maximum strength, powered by the violent energy of purple hearts of spirit, as he moved at the speed of 30,000 meters per second. Everything was focused on this one strike. Rumble. The skull was instantly pulverized. The strength carried the sword forward, and after smashing open the skull, it dug into its brain and then blasted through the chin. Obliteration. The five-colored monster's head was turned to dust under the strength of Xia Fei's all-out attack. Collapse. As the head was obliterated, the five-colored monster crumbled. Like an exploding skyscraper, debris showered the ground, which ultimately turned into a mountain thick with the stench of death. Release. A sea of five-colored energy shot out in a rainbow and lit up the sky. Devour. Furball was not about to let this chance pass. Opening its mouth, it greedily sucked in the energy in the air, its eyes turning green. The formation had been broken. The formation left by the black and white gods had been destroyed. The point counter on Xia Fei's wrist began to vibrate crazily as his total points rose non-stop. Heavens! Am I seeing things? When the point counter finally stopped, Phantom stared at it with his mouth agape for some time, and only after that was he able to utter those few words. Chapter 448, Planet plus Dragon Scale Hecto Slasher. A total of 149 star halves, which means you now have more than 14.95 billion points. That five-colored monster alone is worth 10 billion points. This is too much. Phantom exclaimed in shock. Clambering to his feet, Xia Fei threw white dews into his mouth. Psychokinesis's Tier 5 technique, Mist Drift, had frightening power, but it was incredibly exhausting. It took 30 whole white dews for Xia Fei to recover half of his energy expended. Looking around, Xia Fei frowned and asked, "Why have the stone monsters stopped appearing?" "That's because you successfully passed the trial." The black and white parrots suddenly flew to Xia Fei's side. Blackie was excited while Whitey was dejected, her head hanging low in silence. "Passed the trial." "Correct. You've completely undone the stone formation, gaining the highest achievable points in the history of this holy realm. You must understand that the highest score the insectoids have ever gotten is 540 million points, while you obtained 14,900 million, many times higher than the highest recorded points earned." Xia Fei shrugged. Fighting those monsters was very beneficial to his advancement, and he could even get points while dealing with them. Moreover, he could exchange them for more valuable equipment. It was the best of both worlds. Now that the battle was over, Xia Fei could not help but feel a little regret. After all, there were still 4 days left until the Holy Realm closed, enough for him to collect many more points, perhaps even advancing a little more in his cultivation. At this time, the eyes of Blackie and Whitey flashed, shock appearing on their faces. They bowed to the nearby Furball and said, "Lord Shatterstar, congratulations on your major advancement in cultivation." Xia Fei turned his head and saw that Furball had already finished absorbing all the energy released by that five-colored stone monster and was now lazily lying on the ground while he burped. However, all this energy, rather than make him larger, had actually made him smaller. Nodding at the black and white parrots, Furball jumped onto Xia Fei's shoulder and affectionately nuzzled his face. Xia Fei immediately snatched the now tennis ball-sized Furball off his shoulder and used both his hands to pinch the latter's face. He curiously asked, "You were originally the size of a basketball, so why is it that after eating so much, you became the size of a tennis ball? Isn't that just a little too absurd?" Furball allowed Xia Fei to pinch and massage his face. He looked innocently at Xia Fei while the parrots on the side were left gobsmacked. This was Shatterstar, a holy beast. In Xia Fei's hand, he was just like a toy, and the scene made their hearts want to jump out of their chests. "Although you're smaller, you're also much firmer, and your elasticity isn't bad, either." As he spoke, Xia Fei threw Furball on the ground. Thump! Upon hitting the ground, Furball used his innate elasticity to pop back up. "As expected, your elasticity really is much better," Xia Fei stroked his chin and said. Raising his hand, Xia Fei did it again. The white parrot covered her chest with her wings, her mouth open in speechless fright, her face contorted in fear. The black parrot was sweating immensely as he tugged at Xia Fei and said, "Lord Shatterstar has just eaten large amounts of energy, so his body is still weak. Let us return to the temple. I will give you a list of items you can exchange for." The mention of exchanging immediately had Xia Fei's interest. He put Furball back on his shoulder and followed the two parrots into the temple again. Who is this human? How could he dare? How could he dare to treat Lord Shatterstar like that? Whitey crept up to Blackie and timidly whispered. Blackie wiped the sweat off his head and sighed. "You're asking me, but who am I going to ask? Lord Shatterstar has somehow become Xia Fei's bouncing ball, but who will believe me if I say that? Whitey said, plus, why isn't Lord Shatterstar even the slightest bit angry? Instead, he's just snuggling up to Xia Fei. This is far too different from those legendary and majestic creatures that fly into fury at the slightest provocation. Perhaps Lord Shatterstar was born with a good temper, or perhaps every creature has its weakness. In any case, this matter is truly bizarre. A screen appeared in the temple, and upon it was a list of numerous items. There were choices that went all the way from the Star River rank to Immortal rank. There was a single name that occupied the very top of the list. It had a line all by itself, but Xia Fei had no idea what it was. There were far too many items to pick from. Blackie brought over a chair for Xia Fei to sit on and then poured him a cup of water. There are still 4 days and 8 hours until the Holy Realm closes. You have enough time to choose. Of course, with the tattoo left on your left arm by the God of Night, even before the time is up, you may leave through the Serenity's gate whenever you like. Xia Fei nodded and asked, one Immortal rank weapon costs 1 billion points? Isn't that a little too expensive? Blackie laughed. Don't forget that it didn't cost you a single penny to get all these points. Moreover, both you and Lord Shatterstar greatly benefited in terms of both cultivation and actual fighting experience from all the training and tempering as the two of you advanced from the first floor to 5th floor of the Holy Realm. You have both managed to meet the goal of raising your cultivation and are now even receiving rewards from the Black and White gods. How could you say that you've not profited enough? Xia Fei smiled. This silly bird was right. On this trip, he had both removed UTI and increased his cultivation, and on his way out, he was even leaving with a bucket load of valuable treasures. Anyone would consider this an enormously wondrous occasion. The items were sorted by rank. Immortal rank weapons went from as low as 800 million points to 1.2 billion points. For eternal rank items, low value was 80 million, intermediate value was 100 million, and high value was 120 million. For the even lower legendary rank items, these were divided into tiers of 8 million, 10 million, and 12 million. As for the Star River rank weapons, Xia Fei did not even bother to look. With a wave of his hand, he filtered out all the Star River rank items on the list. In any case, he had tons of points, so he had no reason not to get himself items of higher quality. Besides these, there were a bunch of miscellaneous items, such as rare metals or spatial rings. These items were priced neither too high nor too low. Besides being a warrior, Xia Fei had decent knowledge in pharmaceutical and machinery. There were a few small items here that he had a use for, so he decided to buy them. A warrior has 4 treasures, weapons, drugs, spatial rings, and a combat uniform. You currently have a spatial ring of enormous size, so you might as well invest some money on the others, Phantom quietly said. Xia Fei nodded. His combat uniform was in tatters, let alone the fact that it was only at the legendary rank. It truly was time to get a new one. Celestial Moon and Bloodthirsty Screech were also legendary rank, and as Xia Fei's cultivation grew, they probably would not last him long. October Flying Snow and the Zephyr Combat Boots were both eternal rank, but a warrior never restricted themselves to using a single weapon. In normal circumstances, a warrior would have at least 2 sets of equipment for their rank in case it was necessary. Xia Fei clenched his teeth. A workman needed sharp tools to do a good job. Since he had an opportunity to get an immortal weapon, Xia Fei decided to give himself a complete makeover, changing all his equipment from head to toe into immortal rank equipment. Having made up his mind, Xia Fei began looking through the immortal rank items. Compared to the lower rank items, there were fewer than 50 immortal rank items, but this was already quite a lot. After all, immortal rank weapons were extremely rare, and across the entire alliance, there were not even 30. I want this planet combat uniform. After looking through the descriptions of the immortal rank combat uniforms, Xia Fei finally made his selection. Blackie waved a wing, and a beautiful black box appeared in front of Xia Fei. At the same time, Xia Fei's points decreased by 1.2 billion, leaving him with 13.758 billion points. The metal box was rather large, but it was almost weightless. It felt cool to the touch, and numerous stars were carved upon it so vividly that they seemed to be in motion. There was a button on each side of the box. Xia Fei placed his hands on them, and the box opponent with a crisp clack. Inside was a brand new black combat uniform, the combat boots neatly placed next to it. It had all the necessary support systems, breathing, night goggles, dust protection. The material that seemed as thin as a cicada's wing was tougher than steel and smoother than silk. Several additional layers of this thin metal protected the heart, elbow, and other crucial areas. Immortal rank combat uniforms truly are exquisitely crafted, but it seems to lack a small oxygen tank. Xia Fei asked. Whitey pursed her lips in disdain and whispered, "A countryside hick who doesn't know something good when he sees it." Blackie chuckled. This combat uniform wasn't produced here. It uses a sort of oxygen extraction module. Even when in water, it can guarantee that the wearer will not suffocate from lack of oxygen. The other components have their positive aspects. You only need to wear it to learn its secrets. I can guarantee that planet is the best out of everything here, and it also has decent wind resistance systems. It's ideal for speed ability users. Xia Fei was taken aback. The black and white gods came from the world of law adepts, which means this combat uniform should also have been produced there. The level of technology naturally had to be many times higher than the technology level of the Pan-Human Alliance. It could produce oxygen in any environment. This was the first time Xia Fei had heard of such a miraculous module. I'll also take this dragon-scale hecto-slasher. Blackie waved his wing again, and a set of bizarrely shaped knives appeared in Xia Fei's hands. As before, his points decreased by another 1.2 billion, leaving him with 12.558 billion points. Dragon-scale hecto-slasher was a set because it consisted of a pair of sharp knives. Each one was nearly 60 centimeters long, and they were absolutely straight without any sort of curves. They flashed with silver light and exuded a somber aura. The body of the blades were like a surface of cracked ice, where bloodletting grooves were clearly visible. They appeared to look like the scales on a dragon, mighty and majestic. Shift! Xia Fei yelled at the two knives. The two knives came together into a large saber which was 1.2 meters long. Shift again! Cling clang! A dragon roared. The two knives changed again, this time into 108 rhombus-shaped flying daggers. With Xia Fei's psychokinesis, they swiftly flew about in the air. The dragon-scale hecto-slasher is made from precious fuller cold steel, which is far more valuable than the crow alloy your celestial moon was made from. In terms of craftsmanship and bearing, there's simply no comparison. As it can change forms, these knives are also called the dragon-scale triform, referring to how it can shift between two knives, a single saber, and numerous flying daggers. It is perfect for a psychokinesis user like you to use. Blackie seemed very excited. After all, Xia Fei was the inheritor chosen by the god of night, meaning that he had a rather deep connection with him, but he was frustrated that Xia Fei had yet to ask about the item at the very top of the list which had no rank. It was so obviously special. Could Xia Fei really not see it? Whitey, on the other hand, was looking forward to Xia Fei spending all his points on these rank items, all the way until there was nothing left. Putting down the dragon-scale hecto-slasher, Xia Fei gave a satisfied chuckle. Pointing at the line at the very top of the screen, he asked, "Peacock blue? What is this? Why doesn't it have a rank or a description?" Chapter 449, The 30 Immemorial Mystical Armaments. Peacock blue? What is that? Why doesn't it have a rank or a description? Xia Fei asked right when the two parrots least expected it. The two parrots were flabbergasted, with Blackie questioning, "So you did notice the words peacock blue?" Xia Fei chuckled. The two words peacock blue has a separate section all to itself, and there's no price or description stated. How could I not notice such a special and strange item? Blackie was even more confused. Why didn't you ask earlier instead of waiting until you spent 2,400,000,000 points? Xia Fei shrugged. Everyone is greedy, and I'm no exception, so I first bought those two items I needed the most before asking about that strange thing. I was worried that this item might be too expensive, and that I might be tempted to give up everything to get it. If it prevented me from getting what I needed the most, how would that be good for me? Therefore, I intentionally only asked about it after I got the two items I needed most. As for the rest, there's no rush, and I can take them or leave them. You weren't worried that you might miss out on some precious treasure because of this? Scared? Of course. Many of the insectoid's big experts died, but that mysterious High Priest Ryan hasn't shown himself. My greatest need is to protect myself. This peacock blue doesn't sound like a weapon, and what I need the most is a weapon. No matter how valuable it turns out to be, my life is more important. Whitey was depressed, not expecting Xia Fei to have such a meticulous mindset and such a formidable resolve. Rather than asking about a treasure displayed right in front of him, he first took care of his greatest needs. He was so rational that it was absurd. Blackie was dazed for a while, after which, he firmly nodded. I see. Peacock Blue requires 10 billion points, and only someone who passes through the stone formation is qualified to exchange for it. Xia Fei's eyes erupted with light. An immortal rank weapon was only 1 billion points, but this Peacock Blue required 10 billion points to exchange for. It could be no ordinary item, and its rank had to be as high as the heavens. What is this thing? It's actually worth 10 billion points. The black parrot had a solemn expression that made Xia Fei perk up his ears and listen. Peacock Blue is truly very unusual because it's grass. Grass. Xia Fei blinked his eyes and asked in confusion. 10 billion points for a plant? Is this what they call daylight robbery? Blackie became very sullen, but the loose-lipped Whitey had already had enough, exploding in her shrill voice. Do you have eyes? This is no ordinary grass. It's Peacock Blue. Do you not know what the Peacock Blue is? Peacock Blue of the Cloud sees 7 plants. The 8 metals of absolution, 6 waters of terror genesis, 4 stones of the southern star, 5 flames of lux gloria, and 7 plants of the cloud sea. Together, they are considered the 30 immemorial mystical armament. This Peacock Blue is one of the 30 immemorial mystical armament. With it, you can trade for any law of your choosing. It's worth more than the territory of mankind and the insectoids put together. Eh heck! Do you get it or not? I'm furious. Furious. Xia Fei was not upset by Whitey's disdain. He had been left stumped by the names like 5 fires of lux gloria and 7 plants of the cloud sea, for he had truly not heard of such things. Blackie sighed. Whitey would probably never be able to change her loose lips. She had almost exposed the secrets of the black and white gods to Xia Fei. It was truly absurd. After a few dazed seconds, Xia Fei sternly asked, the 30 immemorial mystical armament? One of the 7 plants of the cloud sea? What's the meaning of all that? Blackie slapped his wings with his head and chuckled. Forget it, forget it. Since you're Master Black's chosen inheritor of his law, it's fine if I tell you. The Nebula Steel, Crookspan Steel, Deep Chill Steel, Grand Fierce Steel, Furious Sea Silver, Mountain Shifting Silver, Shatter Cauldron Bronze, and Wither Spirit Gold, these are known as the 8 metals of crossing. The Phoenix Tail Stone, Distant Void Stone, Sky Destroyer Stone, and Flowing Cloud Stone, these are the 4 stones of the Southern Star. The 1000 Fathom Ice, Ring Ice, Green Jade Spring, Black Shell Spring, Water of Resentment, and White Snap Aqua are the 6 waters of Terror Genesis. There are also the 5 flames of Lux Gloria. These are the Rending Yang Fire, Fire of Sorrow, Fire of Lynx Sound, Wolf Butcher Blaze, and Empty Valley Conflagration. As for the 7 plants of the Cloud Sea, they are the Fringe Mountain Leaf, Unparting Pine, Warp Sea Lotus, Scattered Star Chrysanthemum, 9 Night Plum, Whistling Moon Willow, and Peacock Blue that you see before you now. There are 30 items in total, and they're called the 30 immemorial mystical armaments. Shock. Incomparable shock. Xia Fei took a long time to calm himself down. These mighty and extraordinary names could make anyone's heart throb in fear. They had to be top-class mystical weapons of the world of law adepts. How could Xia Fei not be excited to come across such high-level items? Draining his cup of water, Xia Fei sternly asked, none of the 30 items you mentioned is a weapon, so why are they called mystical armaments? Blackie laughed. There are many kinds of weapons. That knife in your hand is a weapon, and so is your speed ability. As long as it can kill an enemy, does it matter if you use a knife, your fists, or even your sharp gaze? They can all be called weapons. Thus, to call these items armaments aren't improper at all. Each of the 30 immemorial mystical armaments have their formidable traits each. They've existed since the creation of the universe, and you had better not ask me why that is the case, for not even my master might be able to answer such a profound question. In any case, the universe is very large, very strange, very bizarre, and very dangerous. It's just that your current position is too low, so you can't see too far out. That is why you are so concerned about something like a term. Xia Fei nodded. He had a completely different opinion of this pitch-black parrot now. He had not expected this bird to be so clear and logical, his ordinary tone infused with a profound philosophy. Smiling, Xia Fei asked, since this Peacock Blue is so powerful, the black and white gods could have taken it for themselves. There would be no need to leave it here. Blackie sighed. Of course, Master Black would have preferred to use it for himself. Alas, fitting with its namesake, peacock blue is very proud and stubborn. The peacock signifies arrogance, and the blue represents the blue luster grass, an incredibly common grass in the universe. It grows in the crevices of mountains, and not even the most hostile environments can make it yield. Neither chilling cold nor arid heat has ever been able to stop its growth. This peacock blue combines the arrogance of a peacock and the unbending nature of blue luster grass. Even though it has a lowly existence, it is also the most stubborn and tenacious existence in the universe. Though silent and obscure, no one has ever dared to look down on it. Master said that peacock blue chooses its master and it has extremely strict demands. Even Master Black and Madam White could do nothing about it, so they decided to leave it here and see if anyone else can take it away. Alas, after so many years, the disappointing insectoids have never even been able to get a chance to try and take it away. As Blackie spoke, he looked at Xia Fei, his meaning clear. The black and white gods left peacock blue here because they thought that the insectoids might have some destined connection, but in the end, this human was given that chance. Xia Fei immediately replied, "Since that's the case, I've decided that I'll try to take it with me." Whoosh! 10 billion points were immediately subtracted from Xia Fei's total points. Whitey wickedly said, "You're the one who said it. Whether you succeed or fail, there's no refund." Xia Fei was speechless. In the end, he still felt like this was robbery. No refunds regardless of the outcome? How could one not protest against this? Xia Fei clenched his teeth. Forget it. Chances like this don't come every day. I'm willing to take this risk for peacock blue. After all, I'll be able to fight against top-class experts with it. Blackie nodded. Giving up on 10 immortal rank weapons for a single chance, this mentality is truly worthy of praise, but Master Black said that peacock blue has no rank. Even if you do get it, it may not be of much help to you. How peacock blue ultimately develops will depend on its master's cultivation and care. In brief, each mystical weapon is very strange, and no one has been able to truly understand them. You've only just reached grade 5, the legendary rank, as you humans call it. At this phase, peacock blue will not be able to display much combat power. You will still have to rely on yourself. Whitey flapped her wings and jeered. Country hick, do you get it? Your rank is too low. Let's not even talk about whether or not peacock blue will select you, even if it does, it won't change your current situation. Even if you get it, it will be the same as if you received nothing. Xia Fei smiled, his lips curving into an arc. On the contrary, I believe that this is the best investment of points I could have made, for I bought something that money can't buy. What? The obstinate Whitey tilted her head and asked. Hope. It was not said loudly, but Whitey felt like her ears had been jabbed with a needle. Hope had never been something one could trade for. It was impossible to say if Xia Fei could get peacock blue, and even if he did, it would not be of use to him at his current stage, but who could say that Xia Fei would fail to reach the eternal rank, the immortal rank, or even ascend to the world of law adepts. Trading 10 immortal rank weapons for an infinitesimal hope seemed like the act of a madman, but it could not be forgotten that Xia Fei had been able to get this far precisely because he was crazier than others. A door of light opened in the air. Inside was darkness, leading into the unknown. Blackie made an inviting gesture with his wings while the fuming Whitey stuck up her beak. With her stubborn personality, she wanted nothing more than to see Xia Fei fail, but Xia Fei had dashed her hopes over and over, leaving her belly full of fire which she had nowhere to vent. Taking a deep breath, Xia Fei went inside. The sensation of passing through this door was very strange, as if he was going from one room to the next, but the scenery he was seeing was completely different from before. Atop a mountain of bald rocks was a dash of brilliant blue, facing the sun. It was just common blue luster grass, but there was no way to obscure it. No matter how high the mountain or how steep it was, what one would see at first glance would not be the steep cliffs but that dash of blue at the summit. Whoosh! Xia Fei instantly moved to the summit. He saw that the blue luster grass had made a crack in the slab of stone where it grew, and it swayed back and forth in the howling gales of the summit. It truly is the toughest and most stubborn plant. Xia Fei praised, his eyes bright. Squatting, Xia Fei slowly reached his hand toward peacock blue. Suddenly, at the moment his finger touched peacock blue, something strange happened. Chapter 450, Subduing Peacock Blue plus the Fleeing Gods. At that moment when Xia Fei's fingertips touched peacock blue, something strange occurred. It was as if a bottomless abyss sucked Xia Fei's consciousness in, and he bore witness to a wondrous mountain sight, a man was standing still with his right hand placed on a blade of blue luster grass. Meanwhile, that blue luster grass was also static. It was as if time had come to a complete standstill at that instant. Xia Fei's thoughts were running wild. His not too long life kept replaying on his mind, everything that had happened being played in reverse ever since he entered the Holy Realm, going back to when Xia Fei was still with Avril, that event of him accidentally entering the Heritage Planet, the time he spent in the Heaven Execution Training Camp, when Xiao had disappeared, and his days spent being a courier riding a bicycle. Xia Fei lost sense of time and space, his consciousness hurtling back into the past. Fight after fight, time and again managing to escape by the skin of his teeth. The people he met, got acquainted with, and then parted. Xia Fei had even surprised himself that so many trivial things were actually so deeply ingrained in his memory. Peacock Blue viewed Xia Fei's memory even as he felt Xia Fei's indomitable surface from pools of blood each and every time, including how he climbed his way from a humble casual worker to the legendary rank elite warrior that he now was. A blue figure slowly became clear in his consciousness, watching how conscientiously Avril listened to the stories Xia Fei told and how she would be nervous watching Xia Fei fight one grueling battle after another. Xia Fei felt that this figure was really trying to understand him. There was no longer that touch of blue on that mountain peak. Xia Fei was seated on the stone slab that Peacock Blue had originally grown from, a single familiar tasting hung tashin in his mouth, his expression somewhat gloomy. Peacock Blue had helped Xia Fei remember plenty of things. Things that he was happy to remember and others that he had chosen to forget. The feeling he got remembering these things was not all happy, and Xia Fei could only feel an icy cold sensation seeping into his very core. Affection. This was something Xia Fei had once desired greatly, but now he felt somewhat annoyed with. Getting up, Xia Fei stubbed the cigarette and made his way down the mountain with hands in his pockets. It must be said that Xia Fei was well versed when it came to emotional self-regulation. When he returned to that mysterious entrance again, the gloominess he felt before was already gone, and a smile appeared across his face once more. "Are you all right?" Phantom asked quietly, having witnessed everything. "Why would I not be? I couldn't be happier after acquiring Peacock Blue," Xia Fei said, unconcerned. Phantom pouted as he sighed to himself. There he goes again, choosing to forget about everything. Returning to the temple, Furball happily rushed up to him, diving headfirst into Xia Fei's arms, acting all playful. Xia Fei extended his hand and gave Furball a grind on its noggin. How mischievous! Furball did not seem to care as it continued to solicit favor from Xia Fei. Congratulations on acquiring one of the 30 immemorial mystical armaments, and congratulations to Peacock Blue for finding your master. Blackie happily offered a salute with one wing over the other. Whitey stomped both her feet all angrily and then flapped her wings to fly off without saying another word. Blackie somewhat awkwardly said, "That's just her temperamentality acting up. She's just someone with a sharp tongue but a fragile heart, so you mustn't take it to heart." Xia Fei nodded understandingly. Most females acted petty, and the female parrot Whitey looked to be the same. It seemed like it was the inherent characteristic of females as a whole, and even avians were no exceptions. "May I see Peacock Blue? Though I'm its guardian, I've never actually seen it before," Blackie said curiously. Xia Fei extended his right hand, and a blue-colored leaf gradually grew from Xia Fei's right arm before finally forming a circle in his palm. It looked like a laurel someone would weave wicker when young, except this laurel was in the odd blue color, and its shape was even more vivid. Beautiful! How truly beautiful! Peacock Blue is indeed befitting to be one of the 30 immemorial mystical armaments, as even its appearance is stunning. Blackie's eyes sparkled as he marveled. Actually, there was also a set of scorching eyes gazing from afar. It was Whitey peeping, but Xia Fei did not expose her. Keeping Peacock Blue, Xia Fei said, "Indeed, it's as you said. I've got very limited control over him, so I'm afraid that this mysterious little grass won't be too much of a help to me for the time being. Acquiring Peacock Blue means that you've got hope, and that's what you originally said, too." Blackie chuckled. After taking away the cost for Peacock Blue, Planet, and Dragon Scale Hecto Slasher, Xia Fei still had 2.558 billion points left, so his redemption spree began anew. "I want to exchange for a golden jasper spirit," Xia Fei said. Blackie was slightly stunned as this choice was not what he had expected. The golden jasper spirit is a type of powerful protective plane. Users can hide themselves inside for a certain time, and even an immortal rank expert will be hard-pressed breaking its defenses. Aside from some fairly specialized search-type abilities, most will have a hard time uncovering it. This cost you 1 billion points, which means that you are left with 1.558 billion points. Blackie informed Xia Fei. Phantom very quickly understood what Xia Fei wanted. Xia Fei did not buy this golden jasper spirit for himself but probably for Avril and Xiaoyu. Except that the two of them. Give me 1,000 auto-replenishing repair drones. I happen to have systems that need repairing, and get me 1,000 of this energy-replenishing twin-leaf fruit. White dew is a little too low grade for my needs now. The redemption proceeded very quickly, and an hour later, Xia Fei's 1,000 cubic meter super spatial ring was about a third filled, and the items on the list were greatly reduced. Snap! Blackie turned off the screen and told Xia Fei, "Let me give you a few words of advice before you go." Xia Fei did not say a word. This bird came from the circle of law adepts, and he could only benefit from his advice. After all, his agreement with Yujiang and Yehua would come to fruition in 2 years and 9 months. When that time came, he would have to face this realm where experts grew on trees even if he did not wish to do so. First, don't be in a hurry to study the law of primal chaos. Laws are far too mysterious, and blindly probing around without sufficient cultivation will only bring you disaster. Only someone who has achieved the right level of cultivation will be able to understand laws. Xia Fei asked, "What's the right level of cultivation?" Blackie answered, "At least immortal rank. Some naturally talented warriors are able to learn laws after reaching eternal rank, but such cases are far and few, and from what I know, unfavorable outcomes await those who are too anxious to do so. If I'm not mistaken, the highest-ranking warrior in the Pan-Human Alliance is at immortal rank," Xia Fei said with knitted eyebrows. Blackie chuckled. "That's only because of how little you know, and it doesn't mean immortal is the endpoint. Remember, the universe is vast." Xia Fei nodded his head silently. Law adepts were beings who had transcended the immortal rank, and Xia Fei would not have believed that such an indomitable people could exist had he not met them himself. The only thing he could blame was his lack of knowledge. After all, Xia Fei still had no idea just how large this universe actually was. Second, the only ones who can know that you're a law of primal chaos practitioner should just be the black and white gods, as well as those connected to your life like Sir Shatterstar. Best not to tell anyone else, unless it's under special circumstances. Remember, no one. Not exposing one's wealth had been a principle that Xia Fei lived by. He had only recently learned the fact that the design on his left arm could not be seen by others, and that largely alleviated Xia Fei's worry. Ever since he got the mysterious tattoo, Xia Fei had always been worried that others seeking to obtain laws would try and chop his arm off, but it now seemed like his worries had been unfounded. The last thing I'm going to tell you is also the most important: don't believe any other law adepts. Not one individual in the circle of adepts is pure in their intentions and actions. Those who are won't be able to survive in that dog-eat-dog world. Xia Fei smiled. Don't that mean the black and white gods are also impure? Blackie was speechless. Knowing that Xia Fei had caught onto a contradiction in his words, he gingerly corrected. Boss black and boss white are exceptions. Exceptions. Xia Fei smiled without making another comment. No matter where he ended up, he was not the sort who would easily trust someone, which was another principle he lived by. There were still 4 more days until Serenity's gate would open for departure. Xia Fei decided to leave in advance. Those who ought to have died were already dead, and things that he should and should not have gotten his hands on were now all in his possession as well. The now tranquil and empty Holy Realm no longer had anything of value for Xia Fei to feel nostalgic over. Blackie sent Xia Fei off at Serenity's gate, watching Xia Fei depart through the black half of the door as he muttered to himself, "It's finally ended. I ought to close this realm and return home, too. Best of luck, Xia Fei." In some unknown region of the universe was a fiery red planet, of which the brilliant color made it seem like it was being set ablaze. On this fiery red planet, in a fiery red valley, a pair of black and white humanoid forms were resting away from prying eyes. They wore masks, making it impossible to make out their features, but it was evident that they were both lethargic from their movement and panting for breath. How unfortunate that Peacock Blue was taken away by that human called Xia Fei. Isn't he the one whom you gifted with the law of primal chaos? The white god of day sighed. The black god of night said casually, "So what if it's taken? Since it's something that we failed to subdue, it's not our fate to hold onto it." The white god of day responded, "Do you know what I couldn't stand the most?" "What?" "Those things that we left for the insectoid race all ended up in that Xia Fei fellow's hands." You split Black Peak Ridge into 2 out of anger, and the realm where we kept Peacock Blue will also be sealed now that its purpose has been fulfilled. The Black God of Night sucked in a cold breath, realization dawning upon him. That's right. 2 out of the 3 most precious heritages that we left behind for the insectoids are now in Xia Fei's hands, and the closure of both the Black Peak Ridge and the Holy Realm means that none of the insectoids got their hands on the heritage, nor will they have a place to cultivate and train from here onward. This is all due to Xia Fei. It's a good thing your White Porcelain Valley is still intact. So what if it's still there? Don't you forget that the heritage from White Porcelain Valley was obtained by Ryan's father, who then gave it to Ryan. Despite Ryan's decent talent, he simply lacks even the most basic fundamentals of a warrior, with a greed for life and fear for death, and a tendency to resort to sinister means to boot. Even if he were given another 10,000 years, he would hardly have the qualifications to get here, which is essentially a waste of our efforts. Oh, dear. Xia Fei's foray has completely doomed the insectoids. They can forget about producing a law adept ever again. The 2 of them were silent for a good while when an intense energy fluctuation came from somewhere far away. The Black God of Night hurriedly got to his feet and exclaimed, "Crap! Those old fogies have caught up to us." The White God of Day fumed. "Isn't that all your fault? We were doing just fine, but you just had to come up with that unreasonable law of primal chaos. You should have kept to just cultivating, not loudly publicizing with great fanfare. Now that the circle can no longer tolerate us, what do we do?" The Black God of Night shrugged, helpless. How was I to know that the old fogies would react with such vehemence? I only hope that the jinx Xia Fei won't cultivate the law of primal chaos too soon and that no one finds out when he's cultivating it. The White God of Day scoffed. He's just a tiny legendary rank individual whose 7th brain region's crippled. How can he so easily get into our circle? Look at the current situation we're in, yet you're still worrying about all those trivial matters. I think it's best that we be on our way. The Black God of Night sighed. Ah, what bad luck. Let's go, then. Whoosh. With that said, the 2 great gods that the insectoids revered actually fled from the scene. How were the 2 of them supposed to know that Xia Fei only had just 2 years and 9 months before he would enter the circle of law adepts? From the day Xia Fei had his 7th brain region fully opened, trouble had always found him, and it seemed that trouble would not be far behind in the future, either.